Testing, testing. This is a test. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? No, I wanted to see if this was going to display because this is what we're going to be putting up for the public. It'll be on those other computers that are here. Those two computers we're putting under here to display, because there's going to be two projectors on each side. All right. You'll see. Good? Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of our budget hearings. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, good morning. Councilmember Perea. Councilmember Arias. Council Vice President Maxwell. Council President Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson. Councilmember Karbasi. 4 members being present, we have a quorum.
Just barely. Let's hang on to it tight. Yeah. All right. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Councilmember Vang, would you please lead us?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the agenda. All right, motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Council Vice President. Any opposition to approving the agenda? Seeing none, that passes 4-0. All right, so our agenda today, we have 4 departments for today to complete. As I indicated yesterday, we're going to go in backwards order from what's listed on the agenda, starting with facts, going to DPU, Public Utilities, and then our Public Safety Departments, Police and Fire. We will begin with public comment today. If you haven't been tuning in, just as a reminder, what we're doing is doing public comment up front here. Everybody gets 3 minutes to talk about whatever part of the budget you want to talk about. Could be departments today or yesterday or tomorrow, whatever you want to talk about on the budget. And then additionally, we'll provide some additional opportunity for public comment for each department, 1 minute for each person. So you are welcome to speak during both components of that. And as an additional reminder today, we will have an extended lunchtime, roughly from 12 to 2. So when we come back in the afternoon session will begin at 2 o'clock today. I'm not sure what department we'll be on, depends how fast we move, but we do have an additional agenda conference we have to attend to. So we're going to start the afternoon session later than usual. Instead of 1:30, it'll be at 2 o'clock, just as a reminder. So, Clerk, do you have any kind of reminders or announcements for anyone else today? That's all I've got in terms of our backwards order today, how public comment is working, and our later start time because of the internal meeting we have to take for afternoon.
Yes, with regard to public comment, I will note, because we've had a couple of questions after the meeting, that this policy with regard to when public comment will be taken is the same policy as the last 2 days, and it will continue throughout the week. In addition, if an individual would like to make a public comment in person, there are cards in the back and in the front of the council room. There's a basket for you to place that in. That way we can get your request for public comment. If you do want to make a comment into the microphone in a language other than English, that is fine and great. We have the technology to assist you with that. You do not need to have a live interpreter. Merely speak into the microphone in whatever language you wish, and we're able to translate that in real time into English for the council members on the dais. And our assistant clerk will assist you with that. Just let him know what language you're speaking in, and he can adjust that to provide the transcription.
Clerk, the translation, I know we have it on our screens here, would also be playing up top here on the big screen.
We can do that if that's the choice of council president.
Yeah, if just for the audience's sake. I mean, we have the translation, but it'd be great if everyone else had the translation as well.
Yes, we'll provide that both on the big screen and the council member screens.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many instances of it usually, but when it does happen, it'd be great for everyone to tune in.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay. Any other logistics that I missed, Council? I think we're good. So summary, 2 p.m. afternoon session. We're going in a backwards order, and public comments will begin now. So I'll go ahead and open public comment. Again, whichever part of the budget you'd like to speak with respect to, you have 3 minutes. You'll also have an additional 1 minute per department, if you'd like, once we get to those departments. So I'll go ahead and call some of the cards that I have here. The first card I have is Luke Prete. I can't, the handwriting's like that. Luke is the first name.
So first, I think it's worth noting that Fresno City Council's meetings are structurally inaccessible to most working-class Fresnans. Unlike many cities across the country, Fresno schedules the vast majority of its city council meetings during normal business hours, and in doing so, the city is actively excluding a large segment of residents from the possibility of meaningfully participating in the governance and civic life of our city. I had to take a paid day off to come here. I have a PhD in economics, and professionally, my background is in market design, which means I have a deep appreciation for how accounting settlement rules affect financial outcomes. One thing that has been astonishing to me over the last few years, and in my research of Fresno's budget, is a lack of clear definition of attrition and savings by attrition. Both the mayor and city councilors appear to see this as a magic bullet for solving the city's rapidly growing budget gap. If savings by attrition is the primary mechanism for closing the budget gap, Fresnans deserve a clear definition of what it is, how it works, and how it balances the budget, beyond just being a stopgap measure. This definition should include costs, what costs are accounted for when calculating savings by attrition, what counts towards departments' filled or unfilled positions. For instance, does this include workers on paid leave receiving workers' compensation? And what's the accounting basis for determining the cost saved? In addition to the cost calculation, what is the ratio being used to determine this rate of attrition? It's not documented anywhere publicly, and this is definitionally opaque rather than transparent. These definitions are important because currently, as budgeted by the mayor's the police department does not appear to be abiding by the 6.18% attrition rate mandate, and it's closer to 5%. Related to this point, I and others have been unable to find a budget procedures manual relevant to this budget or last budget. This is an essential document for understanding the city's budgeting process and the practices for developing it, as well as decoding the various charge codes used in the line item budget. Without this Rosetta Stone, it's virtually impossible to meaningfully understand our city's line item budget. I think it's important to note that regardless of how the attrition rate is calculated, adding more positions to a department undermines the strategy of savings by attrition. Holding the number of filled positions constant and allocating more unfilled positions to a department increases their attrition rate, thereby freeing up more positions to be filled. Again, increasing the costs that a department can incur. By adding 3.75 sworn officer positions to the heart team, the mayor and city council are demonstrating that they're willing to worsen the city's financial state and displace the added costs of an ineffective approach to getting the most vulnerable residents back on their feet and into housing onto the rest of the city's budget. Based on the average personnel cost, we estimate that the full cost of just the officers would be $629,000. This is using average personnel costs. With ancillary equipment vehicle costs proposed by the mayor, this comes close to $900,000. Similarly, the 27 FTE positions associated with the organized retail theft grant that grant funding ends December 31st. Allowing these positions to continue would be a continuation of a trend that's been driving the rapidly growing budget shortfall. This is a backdooring of police positions our city can't afford into the budget under the cover of short-term grant funding. These positions, again, based on the average personnel cost.
Thank you, Luke. All right, next card is going to be for Ruben E. Ruben E.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ruben Espinoza, and I'm a father living in Southeast Fresno near the historic Huntington neighborhood in District 5. My wife and I vote in every single local election, including the City Council elections. This is my 5th year attending these budget hearings to uplift my family's and my community's needs. Today, I'm here to strongly urge you to vote no on absorbing the 27 grant-funded police positions into the general fund, and to oppose expanding the homeless assistance outreach team with more police. We are currently facing a massive $35 million budget deficit, and a main contributor to this has been the city's police hiring spree. Since 2020, Fresno has added nearly 100 officers, with a staggering 80% of the police budget going strictly towards staffing. We have seen this grant to general fund pipeline before. In 2020, the city used temporary ARPA funding to cover $9 million in personnel and $10 million in overtime. When it expired, taxpayers were left holding the bag, creating a multi-million-dollar funding gap. Now the 3-year organized retail theft grant is expiring, and once again, the general fund is proposed to be back on the hook. Permanently absorbing these 27 positions will cost us $2.3 million this year and $4.7 million every year thereafter. To me, absorbing these police positions does not make sense. Fresno is the largest poor city in California. My home in District 5 sits in one of the most burdened census tracts, ranking in the 95th percentile by the CalEnviroscreen for environmental and socioeconomic burdens. Our poverty score on there is 95, education is 90, and housing burden is 71. Given what these realities are, not just in my district, but in Fresno, we must allocate our taxpayer dollars towards root causes and not failed carceral approaches. Furthermore, we need real transparency regarding the stewardship of our taxpayer dollars. Recently, Judge Robert Whalen ruled that the city violated the California Brown Act by conducting illegal closed-door budget processes. This happened years after the Commission on Police Reform explicitly recommended the City Council engage in participatory budgeting and recommendation number 36, and also to disband the Homeless Task Force in recommendation number 56. So I urge you to let these temporary police positions lap as intended and redirect that $2.3 million this year towards proven solutions that work in uplifting our residents, like the eviction protection program, advanced peace, and more robust youth programming for all of our youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is going to be Ariana.
Hi, council members. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you again. My name is Ariana, and I'm a member of Fresno's for People's Budget. And I'm also a mental health professional, and I focus on social services and community investment now. So the last couple weeks, we've been talking to community members about what they would like to see in Fresno. Specifically, we identified these expiring grants that fund these police positions, which the mayor proposes to allocate general fund money to continue funding them. So when we did that math, we found that these expiring organized retail theft positions amount to $2.7 million and for this fiscal year. And in the future, or $2.3 million. And in the future, it would be $4.6 million on the books from our general fund. The ones from the addition of the HEART team would amount to close to $1 million. So we could this year divert $3.5 million from the general fund to literally anything else. I know there's some things on the table, like Councilmember Maxwell's proposal about childcare, and I know that there's some questions around where that money would come from. I also know there's a lot of other requests from constituents, like in Leadership Council, and other individual community members who have reached out to you all. Several of us in Mike Carbasi's district have tried to reach him in the last couple of weeks. We actually can't find the correct email to get to him and have just been sending it to the city clerk. So we talked to Fresnans from every single district, and our coalition is made up of Fresnans from every single district in all walks of life. And some of the things that Fresno said they want to see is more affordable access to food in certain food desert areas. Sometimes I have family come and visit from Sacramento, and they're like, I couldn't find a grocery store in that area, and I couldn't find flowers for the graduation. And so that's like that Roosevelt area. Better roads, better public transit, accessible public bathrooms, clean bus stops, urban greenery, shout out to Maxwell, affordable housing and diverse housing mix, childcare access support. Another person said protected bike lanes, specifically on Shields, better paid maternity leave, a library in the Tower District, no more HEART team, more animal shelter funding, walkable streets and spaces where we don't need to pay to exist, and more spaces for the youth, investment in the future of artists and the arts, memory care and senior services, and eviction protection. Almost half of our general fund goes to the police department, and more than 80% of their funding comes from the general fund. This $3.5 million is only 1% of the entire police budget, and less than 1/8 of 1% of the entire city budget, which is a record-setting $2.55 billion. This feels like a lot of money on the front end because it's so meaningful to community, but it's something that the police department will barely notice. So we've added 90-something police positions in the last couple of years, up to more than 900 already. And increased police budgets are not associated with increased police clearance rates, which are the rate at which crimes are cleared. So you could choose not to grow this again. You could choose not to allocate this money from the general fund. When you look around at our Fresno's crumbling infrastructure and the way we're pushing the unhoused around, that's the built environment. That's a result of our choice.
Thank you. Next speaker is going to be Christina Helm McIntyre.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Christina Holmes McIntyre. I am one of the co-founders of Fresno Community Parent Coalition, as well as I am a business owner in this community. But I come here today and I want to speak to you from a parent's perspective. One of the issues that I have with the budget is that there are very limited preventative services. I have a really big issue with that because as a parent, what you expect is for your city to have programs and processes in place to help parents that have kids before they reach crises. I was in front of Williams Elementary School 2 weeks ago speaking with a parent, and I was so moved, and I'm gonna try not to be emotional right now, but this mom said to me that she sees her child her youngest child on the same pattern that her oldest child, who is now serving 25 years in prison. And that is because Fresno has not intentionally invested in the prevention of crises for children. We are more focused on policing than we are on creating processes and programs that prevent these children from entering into crisis. Advanced Peace is one of those programs that does that. And I was very offended that in that budget, Advanced Peace got $300,000. I thought it was very indicative of the values that this city has put forth. I really want you guys to consider, and I have some other things to talk about when we start talking about the police budget, but I really want you guys to consider that what parents are looking for are preventative programs that will catch their kids before crises. We do not care about police response time, because response time means that a crisis has already happened. And we need for our elected officials, and let me remind you, and the community at large, that you guys are elected to represent the people. You have people like Kerbasi who have pledged on his website that he is going to increase police funding every year regardless, which means that his vote is already paid for. Are all of your votes paid for as well? Because you have parents whose children are falling through the cracks and you are elected to act as their representatives. And I understand that our mayor can be a bully with the text that were released from Fresno Unified School District. However, your job is to represent the people. It is not to always align with the mayor when it is not in the best interest of the community. This budget is not in our best interest. Thank you.
All right, next card is going to be for Alfred Aldrete.
Thank you, Council. I will keep it brief. Good morning. You all know me. One of the members and founders of the Fresno Resistance here, part of the Fresno Peace Groups, to let you know that, once again, I'm in opposition of the police budget and urge you to please let the grant-funded cop positions lapse so we can use those funds, those $1.8 million, in so many areas that, as Christina spoke before me, parents, concerned citizens, business owners, future residents here of Fresno have voiced already that they want to see taken into consideration instead of funding a already militarized police department. Fresno doesn't need to keep turning its police force into an occupied army. What it really needs is to pour more money into uplifting the unhoused. As a resident of District 3, Miguel, I see on a daily basis, living on the corner of Olive and Ferger, right where the Fresno Pride Parade kicked off, the unhoused on a daily basis, and I see the way that these heart teams treat these individuals not like human beings, almost like they're non-existent to this world. I've seen them throw out all their personal belongings. I've seen them physically be abusive and verbally. So we don't need to invest in another heart team that's going to be out there furthering the problem, sweeping this problem of the unhoused under the rug. What we do need to is to invest into preventative care for people, mental health care, other programs that are going to help people get off the street. And yes, there are folks who choose to be there and, ultimately need to be forced off of the street, but there are different ways to be helping folks other than, abusing them in such a way. The funding of these neighborhoods that are left behind, expanding public transit, building more libraries like we just spoke. The one here in the Tower District needs a library. For the love of God, we need to bring a library to the Tower District, a library. Public gathering spaces across the city, we're in need of those. There are so many things that the money that is saved from these grant-funded positions can further. And I think we, as elected officials, you all should seriously look into how can we better Fresno instead of militarizing the police, like I said. Another thing that I'm going to continue beating down like a dead horse is, where are we going to speak about the $1.6 million contract for the flock cameras here in the city of Fresno and ending that so we can save that money and contribute to all these different areas that are in serious need in a better way. And the way that the money gets spent should be decided by the people, not by investors or by politicians who already have money put in their pockets to make the decisions, like Carbasi.
Thank you. Next speaker is going to be Taylor.
Hi, my name is Taylor. I am a humanics student at Fresno State, and I also work at an after-school program. And these babies cannot read. Half of them have ADHD and are not diagnosed. They're foster and unhoused students, and they tell me stories about being scared that their parents will be taken by ICE. We need resources for our children. We need funded paras who will help with behavior problems. We need more funding for after-school programs. I also hear stories from our unhoused community that their items are thrown away and taken by the heart team. Driving down the freeway, I see giant yellow bags, piles of them. I can only imagine what's inside them. That includes ID cards, birth certificates, blankets, stuffed animals, maybe an item that their mother gave to them, who no longer is here with us. I can only imagine what is in those bags. Is the HEART team really here to help our neighbors? HEART, police, and flock cameras are funded by our tax dollars. These tax dollars can be better used to fund services that actually help people. Things like youth development, parks and rec, outreach programs, eviction protection programs. We urge that you vote no and let this grant lapse. Police only react to a situation. They simply react. So response time doesn't matter because the thing already happened. If you want to prevent the thing from happening, which I assume and I hope is our goal, is to keep our community safe, because you guys council members are public servants paid by our tax dollars, which means you serve the public, not politicians, not corporate interests. You serve the people. And we urge you vote no and let this grant lapse. Almost half of the general fund goes to the police. The police do not solve issues, they only react. Thank you.
All right, next card is going to be for Zara Marin.
Good morning, council members. Let's try this again. My name is Zara Marin. I'm with Power California Action. Since January, Power staff, partners, and young leaders have met with many of your offices. Again, thank you for your time. We had the opportunity to hear about your budget priorities for this incoming budget. To back those conversations, our canvassing team spent 6 weeks knocking on doors in neighborhoods during the primary, speaking directly with over 3,400 constituents, your constituents. The aligned message from seniors, parents, young adults is also very heartbreakingly consistent that Fresno residents, your constituents, are drowning. They are cutting out basic groceries and medical needs just to survive because their incomes cannot keep pace with the skyrocketing rent in Fresno. We urge this council to take 2 immediate actions: to implement a 3% rent cap across Fresno following the successful proven models from cities like Santa Ana and Baldwin Park. Fresno should not be the exception. It should be the leader for the Central Valley on this matter. Also increasing eviction protection program funding, because the current $1.5 million is simply not enough, especially from what you hear today. I want to be clear that these 2 actions are homelessness prevention. Keeping families housed now stops the downward spiral into homelessness, child welfare intervention, survival-driven crime, and incarceration. Housing stability is not a partisan issue. It is a matter of common sense and baseline necessity. I urge elected officials in this room today to look past political divisions and implement a 3% rent cap, because keeping working families securely in their homes is the most fiscally responsible way to protect our neighborhoods, prevent homelessness, and keep our Fresno local economy moving forward. In the last minute and 20 seconds, I want to say just a reminder of what you all ran for when you ran for these positions, right? The promises that you made for your communities. If you've never had to experience being unhoused, you were in a place of privilege. I've loved someone who was unhoused and was not able to save them, someone dear to my heart. And so I stand before you today to talk about the importance of protecting our unhoused community, reallocating these fundings in ways that could be accessible for our community, and also recognizing that when folks do not have access to their vital records, they don't have access to jobs. They don't have access to housing programs, right? And so I don't want to out anybody in this space who might be experiencing being unhoused currently, but again, you all have the power and the position to make a difference for our community. So just reminding you all of that. And again, there are ways to better use this funding. From our conversations with folks at the doors, we've heard folks who did not have their power on real time as we're talking to them. We heard folks who can't even afford red meat. We heard folks who don't know how they're going to pay their rent as their children are in their home. And so again, just reminding you all that there are better ways to invest this money. Listen to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So the rest of the cards I have are for specific departments that we're going to take on here one by one. Particularly the police pile is very high. But at this time, again, if you have public comment, generally, I'll invite anyone else who has not spoken. Come on down. You have 3 minutes. Again, later on when we go department by department, we'll be doing 1 minute public comment. So especially as we get to later departments later in the day, if you may not be here, I encourage you to speak now during the 3 minute public comment period.
Hi, my name is Alicia. Hi, I've been in here a few times. I'm just going to zoom out for a second. Some community members are going to present some data later, some very well-researched data, and I concur with a lot of it. I want to look at a human aspect real quick. I've been here a few times, and I know you guys know that. Of note, Carbasi's not here. Extenuating circumstances, cool. If not, rude. Also, too, community members have taken their time out of their day, their lives at, in the morning on a weekday, which is not feasible for everybody. Let's point that out. Parking should be free during these meetings. And your attention, I know, I've been here enough times to be used to kind of that glazed over and not really paying attention, but I think the community members deserve that, at least that respect. So before I give my comment, I'm going to point out there's a forum I follow called Revitalize or Die, and I suggest you guys look into that entity. They do a lot of revitalization work across the nation. But to quote them, why would you move here? Why would you want to start a business here? Why would you want to renovate a building here? I hear these questions in a lot of places I visit, people asking them of their own community, about their own home. That's not pessimism or realism either, but low civic self-esteem, and it's plaguing too many of our places. The problem with low civic self-esteem is that it can't be fixed with a typical approach. There are no technical solutions that lift self-esteem. All the grant money in the world can't make a community like itself. Even in the best plans, you can't force a town to believe in itself. Cities don't behave like machines, they behave like people because cities are made of people, not parts. End quote. This budget's lazy. Lazy. And it's of note that our city's run by a former cop, and over half of our police budget, or of our general fund goes to the police. And I know that comes up a lot and there's contention about it, but let's point out the fact that that money can use some imagination. It's not working. And as many shovels as you guys stick into the ground, as many photo ops as you guys take, your constituents aren't going to believe that you mean it unless you show up and innovate. Have some imagination, your constituents are ready with advice and ready with input and ready with proven stuff that has worked in other locales. This is lazy. This money can go to, the HEART team is throwing away people's belongings. This is cruel, this is blood. We're going into another season where there is heat and not enough water and people are gonna die. And you guys are gonna jockey back and forth like you do every year with the cooling centers and the warming centers in the winter, and people are gonna die. Our people are pinched, tired, suffering, angry, and overworked. And if you think this is going to last forever, we're the 5th largest city in the state. Act like it. People are done wasting money on reactive bullshit that doesn't work. Policing is reactive.
All right, thank you. I'll welcome anyone else who would like to do public comments. I see a few people. Yeah, you guys can line up if you want, or one by one. Come on down. All right, welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Matthew Gillian here today as a resident of District 2. But as I wear many hats, forgive me if this feels a little jumped around, but I had the pleasure of having an hour-and-a-half long conversation yesterday with a gentleman who is set probably to retire soon from the police force. He's been with the police force for 30 years. Has been, from his words, I'm paraphrasing a bit here, as he's worked directly with Advanced Peace. He was not in favor of it when he first started working with them, and has, along his journey, has now come to a point where he sees the benefit, sees it in the numbers, sees it in the way that the community receives the Advanced Peace program, as well as himself and other officers in their communities. And he just really was speaking from a place of the collaboration that is there, that has been cultivated over its time here in Fresno, is very important to the safety of our communities. And now I paired that conversation to one of the other hats I wear is actually a shout out to Taylor for mentioning our paraprofessionals in our schools. I do work part-time as a paraprofessional and had an incredible conversation with a young student and the teacher in the classroom yesterday, where that teacher actually had a reflection in the midst of that conversation where he was talking with the student about the teacher-student relationship, and likened it in that moment to actually more of less of a judge and person scenario, and much more of a referee and game scenario, where yes, the referee has control over what's happening in this game, but definitely the players in the game are on equal footing with these referees. And so I look at those two conversations of this officer, this 30-year officer, who was really, over I don't know how long, but over the past few years has had this reflection in his relationship with the Advanced Peace program and their relationship with the community and teachers and students, and this teacher's reflection on his relationship with how he is moving forward with students, right? And it would be great. I know there's been some talk of maybe a larger budget, but the number is $1.2 million that Advanced Peace needs to really effectively be able to implement the layer of service to young folks in community before, as many people have mentioned, before there is crisis. $1.2 million, as I believe Ariana stated, it's been found. It's found in places. We can activate that money. We really could start having a program that police are supportive of, that our mayor is supportive of, that the community is supportive of, and it is having effective results. Why wouldn't we want to do that?
All right, great timing. Come on down. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
My name is Jasmine Hernandez.
Augie Osuna.
The heat team, they come and take our stuff. They laugh at us when they take our stuff. That's all we have. Everything we own that goes in a dumpster is supposed to be put away for 30 days, and for us to be able to go get it, we can't go get it because it's thrown in the dumpster. And for us, went through all the process to get housed, and I can't get housed. It's a run around. You get told to do this, you do this, and there's nothing that we can do. You can't get a job unless you get housed. But how you get housed if nobody wants to help you? And then we have to worry about the heart team coming to take our stuff.
More like the heartless team is what they call them in the neighborhood. But, me personally, I've got several family members that are with law enforcement, both county, city, and state. And, I got nothing but the highest respect for law enforcement. Unfortunately, sometimes certain officers or whatnot tend to be bullies with no, I'm not talking about that's our mayor, I'm just talking in general. They tend to laugh at the homeless people when they throw their stuff in the garbage and whatnot, and pretty much treat them like shit in general. They tend to look down on them, and that's not cool. What's the other thing that we?
And bathrooms. Like, we could have outhouses. It would be better for us to have bathrooms. To take a shower, you have to. They do more showers, but it's only in certain areas. And some people can't leave because they have so much stuff. But I understand that we shouldn't have that much stuff either. But, we just want. I want a place to live. I would love to be housed again, but I can't get it. I can't even get a job because who's going to want to give somebody a job that's homeless?
We went through the whole process with the POV, and we did everything we were supposed to do, and it equaled nothing. We got nothing out of that, right?
We have a minute.
The other thing was public meeting places. We just left some friends of ours. There's a group of us before we came in this morning, and our meeting place was behind the dumpster, behind the old Strummers bar there.
Trying to figure out how we're going to get our next meal. Because not everybody can get to the pub.
Yes, that's true. Some of our friends are homeless.
Then we're told that you guys aren't allowed to give us food because it's illegal. It's illegal to be homeless. Well, where are you supposed to go if nobody will help you? So we get arrested.
We need more meeting places also.
We get arrested for being homeless, but we have nowhere to go. And then they want to cut down all the trees, so we're stuck in the hot. And then to get a bottle of water, the restaurants don't want to help us. So, I don't know, just please think about, we don't need another heart team, we need help. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, next. Hey, guys. Hey, clapping's all right to a reasonable level, but we need to respect the chamber.
Hi, Sean Zweifler. I mostly wanted to comment on facts, so forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn.
No, please, you have time now and later as well.
Okay. So the fax system is I believe the largest system in California that does not have tap to pay at this point. It's getting implemented all around the state, including in a lot of smaller towns, such as Modesto. Bakersfield already has it. I used it when it was piloted in Monterey. It's incredibly efficient. It's easy to use. It reduces one of the barriers to actually using the bus system. And as it gets continued to implement around the state, I think it's going to just make us look further and further behind, that we're still having to pull out crumpled dollars and try and get them into the dollar machine on the bus, particularly for visitors, as they're going to be used to using tap to pay. I think it's just going to continue to be more and more of a problem that we do not have that system. I understand that we are, in an incredibly budget-limited environment, and I want to thank council for all your work on the budget during what I'm sure is an incredibly unpleasant and difficult time. But it really is time for us to join the rest of the state and implement tap to pay on the fax bus system. And then I do want to, uplift what others have been saying about not implementing a second heart team. I mean, I think I don't know if the data bears this out, but it definitely feels like we had a lot more fires this year, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that coincides with, the sit, lie, sleep system being implemented and increased hard enforcement. I don't think, this continued enforcement is really doing anything good for the city, personally. I mean, I think, obviously, everyone knows that homelessness is an incredibly difficult challenge, and no one likes, seeing waste and trash and people dying on the streets, but let's talk about efficient and effective solutions and not just things that look like we're doing something and ultimately making unhoused folks' lives worse and making the city worse. So thank you for that.
Welcome. We have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Mel. I live in Council 1, District 1, and I work mostly with community gardens. I'm interested in community spaces. I'd love for there to be more money spent on that. An example of where the police budget goes to, they have 2 Bearcat armored vehicles. One is newer, so the older one got used 14 times last year. The newer one twice. Why do we need 2 super expensive armored vehicles for pedestrian use, for residential use? War vehicles, right? And then instead of preventing harm and using that money toward social services, toward housing, toward getting people housed, they're on the street, they can't get off the street, and then it's illegal to exist as an unhoused person. So that money could go toward addiction services, community care. So I'm curious as to what you guys care about. You guys have control here over the budget. So what do you care about? Do you care about that money going to the cops? And even more this year going to the cops through this budget? Or do you care about us? Do you care about us being housed? Do you care about us having services? Do you care about that? Do you want that for all of us? Or do you want that for the cops? So they can come out and throw people's stuff away? So that they can harass people? That we've made it illegal for them to even exist? So please reconsider that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Barely have a quorum. Thank you. Council, I want to agree with the ask of FPB and support Vance's piece as well. Regarding HART, you've identified community needs already that need to be included in the budget. Based on this, as well as community demand to reduce homelessness, it makes little sense to increase funding for a second HART team and would be prudent to motion to reject this. The budget proposes that this increase will result in expanding capacity to conduct street outreach, resolve encampments, connect individuals to shelter and services, but this is false. The increase does not expand outreach. Outreach teams, not the police, connect people with services and shelter and are not accompanied by police. And without an increase in shelter and services, there logically cannot be an increase in these. The police are impeding people from getting on their feet with their practices while denying allowances the city has in the municipal code, disability rights, and constitutional protections, and also actually impedes their safety by pushing them into other areas that may be less safe. They do not reflect the claims of our budget that they are treated with dignity. What purpose does it serve when they refuse to let an old man roll away his cart of belongings or refuse to give a woman back her backpack? How is this helping people to get into services and housing when they refuse to give a man's prosthetic leg back, to name countless cruelties? In addition, HART's practices are actively creating greater health impacts, adverse health impacts. One woman told me that her insulin was in her belongings. She told HART, they said, too bad. Another woman was arrested after she was given antibiotics for infection, and they threw away her belongings. They also leave pets on the street when they arrest people. We are funding an entity that is worsening the situation. The U.S. Interagency Homeless Council's 7 Principles Encampment Resolution states that HART's approach will not succeed. We recognize that this approach is not working. The justification is that only a small percentage want help, and while that's a poor justification, it's also false. Your own HOPE team can attest to that. but people cannot go anywhere until there's shelter and housing available. Look at the monthly coordinated entry system. There are hundreds of people that are housing ready on the priority list. Regarding cleanups, we have a city team that does cleanups and encampments without throwing people's belongings away, and that could be implemented. Also, this puts a strain on public utilities away from other things. The city was given the recommendation by the Fresno Commission on Police Reform to disband the homeless task force and reallocate resources to social services and community-based organizations that provide services to the city's homeless population. This is not what Dyer and the city has done, and kept the same entities and practices as the homeless task force and added outreach. Fresno CPR was addressing homeless task force because how they treated people. The city should revisit the recommendations of the CPR and the 7 principles to ensure our homeless response actually reflects the mission, goals, and ideals of HEART in the planning community development.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Brianna Zweifler-Katz. I'm a District 5 resident and a homeowner. And I'll save you the trouble. I'm here to oppose an additional HEART team. And I would ask the council that the organized retail theft positions lapse. I'm urging you to invest in homeless interventions and prevention that works. Things like safe camps, programs run by people with actual lived experience, increased funding for the eviction protection program. And I know I'm just, this is never going to happen with this council, but for God's sake, we need rent control. And there are 3 reasons. Number 1, policing is inhumane and cruel. In this supposedly godly city, we seem to have forgotten to love thy neighbor as thyself. One Fresno only applies to people with a roof over their heads, and those without get dump trucks and jail cells. Organized retail theft. People are out there stealing toiletries and food. People are poor and hungry. But I'm not going to waste any more time on this argument, because while I'm in the audience crying at these horror stories that you all have been hearing for years about what it's like to live on the streets, you all have continued to do the same things over and over. So I don't think these arguments are going to be very effective. Policing is ineffective. We just heard the point-in-time homeless count yesterday. Homelessness in Fresno has gone up 9.2%, while it's gone down around the rest of the state. And that's because things like the homeless response, HEART, just disperses people. They're not actually providing services. Dyer says that they can't send people out there. I'm getting ahead of myself. Dyer also says that there's been all these reductions in crime, that the police have done all this reduction in crime. However, there have been historic lows in crime across the country. This is not a result of just the Fresno Police Department. These are national trends. And the theft clearance rate actually hasn't changed. And finally, it's a waste of money. Dyer says that they can't send a social worker out without police backup, but countless community group orgs, churches, and shelters do street outreach for cheaper without the police. The reason the police need to be there is because they're throwing people's belongings away. And not only that, there are not just the direct costs of policing, there are the indirect costs, like the lawsuits the city invites when they're throwing people's belongings away in violation of the law. I'm not saying this just as someone from the outside throwing stones. I'm saying this as a formerly homeless person and a person in addiction recovery for over 19 years. I needed a ton of support and services to get to where I am today, a stable person, homeowner, taxpayer, parent. And one of the main things I needed, long-term subsidized housing. I needed all kinds of pro-social supports, and especially peers. You can't keep putting people in these chaotic shelters and these barely refurbished motels and being like, well, we've tried everything. We know what works. We know what works. You have people with the experience to.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Pearson. I live in the historic Lowell neighborhood in District 3. I used to live in District 4, and I have family and friends that live and work in every district of the city of Fresno. I believe each person here has a common desire to see all Fresno residents thrive, specifically when it comes to public safety. I propose that, as you hear many ideas today, that you consider heavily investing in advanced peace. Thriving happens when basic needs are met and people know that there are people who care about you. The Advanced Peace model is grounded in evidence-based strategies that reduce gun violence by addressing root causes such as trauma, instability, and limited access to opportunity. Fellows that participate in the Advanced Peace Peacemaker program receive stipends and coordinated support to help meet basic needs, including food, transportation, childcare, housing, allowing them to focus on healing, growth, and long-term change. Advanced Peace is effective. I'll now be referencing studies from UC Berkeley and UC Merced. In its first year, Advanced Peace contributed to a 53.2% reduction in the number of gun homicides and shootings during the 18-month Peacemaker Fellowship. Results showed that reduction in gun-related crimes became more pronounced as time passed. By year 2, the magnitude of the reduction had increased, demonstrating that the program's effects strengthened over time and highlighted the importance of sustained engagement, mentorship, and support for participants. Advanced Peace is also cost-effective. In its first year alone, Advanced Peace likely saved the city of Fresno and county between $57 to $158 million in gun violence-related costs and returned between $21 to $58 in benefits for every dollar spent on the Advanced Peace Fresno program. Effective programs like Advanced Peace take time, manpower, and money. You likely know that Advanced Peace lost a $2 million federal grant, and as staffing has had to reduce significantly, Advanced Peace responses are currently more reactive instead of the program's intent of being proactive. Having talked to program directors as recently as last week and hearing the personal sacrifice that has come with their investment in the lives of program participants, I feel as though we can't not invest, and not just invest, but increase the city's investment in Advanced Peace. What's beneficial for one part of our city will be beneficial for all of our city. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who has not spoken yet or not given public comment who would like to provide public comment this morning? Any part of the budget? All right. Seeing none, we're going to close public comment at this time. We'll get on to our first department here, which is the facts department. Welcome, Director.
Good morning, everyone. Let's see here. I'm short, but not that short. Good morning, everyone. Gregory Barfield, Director of Transportation, better known as Fresno Area Express, to our family and friends. I just wanted to say good morning to Council President and all that are here for this budget presentation. As usual, it's an honor to serve in this capacity. I don't know if I should thank or curse Bruce Rudd out for sending me over to facts, but it's been a fun 8 years, mostly as a director in that 8 years. And it's an honor and privilege to present today's budget on behalf of our 540 staff members. A few of our key leaders are here today, and I just want to say thank you to those that are present, but more importantly to our bus drivers who are on the street, our transit supervisors in the field, our dispatch and radio folks, as well as our mechanics, service workers, laborers, our storekeepers, personnel, our planning staff, customer service team, our analytic folks. Well, you kind of get it. There's more than just me that makes up facts. So again, thank you to each and every one of them. I want to pay particular attention to Linda Taylor, who is our admin manager, Elizabeth, who's our grants person, Anna, who pays the bills, and Andrea over there, Angie over there, who takes care of business. So let's start with our slides. There's just a few. I'm not going to basically read all of them. What do I do, point at you there, Bernard? Oh, over there, okay. It's been a while since I had a PowerPoint. All right. It's not even on. I'm technologically challenged already at 10:04 this morning. As you see, our budget continues to grow. This year in particular, we will move from $232 million to $244 million. The majority of that is the cost and increase in operational services tied to our MOUs. In addition, we have an additional $140 million that will go for our capital programming and services in this next year. Again, in this last year, we've added just 10 positions. There are no new changes in this budget. Those changes will all be realized in the full year's effect beginning in 27. And so we will be at 550 full-time or 550 employees. That's a combination of some part-time bus drivers and full-time bus drivers. Our operational impacts, of course, our paratransit service continues to increase in cost. Our alternative fuel, over time, our fax PD unit costs are there. That's for 12 individuals, including 2 sergeants and 10 staff. I've got one of our sergeants here today, or our only sergeant today, Sergeant John Banuelos, who leads this outstanding team with us today. And of course, the parts and inventory continue to increase. There's a list of our state and federal grants. We are strong in obtaining state and federal grants. And again, that's all attributed to Liz, who is our single grant writer, grant reporter, grant director, grant superior officer, etc. So she continues to bring in big cash for us over the years. And then we have added a couple of new buses this last year, 11 brand new CNG Gilligs from the Gillig factory in Livermore have arrived. They're all in service. We have purchased an additional 11 refurbished New Flyer buses. They are Series 13. They were built in 2013, but been fully refurbished for our use now. And of course, as many of you know, we launched new service on Route 29 earlier this year. Our employees are always in the community. We were out at Pride last week. We're at things this week. And so I'm very appreciative of how active we are in the community. But we do that for 2 reasons. 1, to connect with our riders. 1, to reach out to our riders. And 2, because we are part of the fabric of the community that we serve. All right. That's all I got in the prepared slides for you all. Now it's your turn.
All right, Councilmember Arias.
Director, how many years have you been of service to the city?
I've been here 20 and a half years now.
Are you close to retirement yet?
I plan to retire in August of 2030. I figured I will get through one more budget if the Lord is willing. And then, as many of you know from my council days, we tend to take some time off, Dr. Barfield and I, as immediately when this budget is passed. So I figured I'll put the Cabo trip on the city's dime and then retire on a victory lap when I get back.
That's good to know. I do appreciate your service both on the council side and on the administration side.
I'm just glad I'm not the homeless czar today.
Yeah, no. But I am also glad that you will be here hopefully long enough for the renewal of Measure C and the additional resources that we anticipate the passage of Measure C's renewal would provide public transit and how we then fulfill those commitments to grow the route system. My question for you is very simple. What is the current absenteeism rate of bus drivers?
Well, it depends on the day. We experienced today, actually Memorial Day, where 48.9% of our drivers failed to show. Although we had Sunday service on that day, that is a lot of impacted service on that one particular day. In about 2 hours, I'll get the last week's report. But last week, I believe we had some 60 cancellations, and the week before that, I think it was in the 230 range.
So we're essentially been canceling about 200 routes?
It fluctuates by day, and there's no rhyme or reason. It could be a Tuesday, It could be a payday Friday, which typically we do feel that impact. But there's no rhyme or reason why our folks just call out on one particular day.
Is it fair to say that your department has the highest level of absenteeism rate in the city?
Well, I'm not going to fight with Paul, who you will see in DPU, who also struggles with absenteeism, but
City manager,
probably so.
Would it be Fax that has the largest absenteeism rate?
I think that's probably a fair statement. I've never done a comparison, but from the amount of disciplines that come through my desk, I would say that Fax unfortunately gets the #1 spot for numbers of discipline. And I would say most of those disciplines are related to missed routes or call-outs. I think that's probably accurate, Mr. Barfield.
That is correct, Madam City
Director,
Manager.
when people are absent, what's the response by the department? Do you have additional drivers on standby to make sure that the routes remain, or do you cancel the routes?
So it's a combination. We carry what we call an extra board of unassigned drivers. There's roughly 60 drivers that are on the extra board right now. They fill in either long-term absences, workers' comps, days off, but after those 60 people are exhausted, then we begin to do the unfortunate process of canceling routes or canceling partial runs in service.
How often do you cancel routes or partial routes on a daily or weekly basis?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day.
So, unlike the police department and fire department or public works, people don't show up to work, we just backfill.
Well, again, after the 60 free people, there may be people who volunteer on their 6th day of work or their 7th day of work. We do force folks to work, particularly the lower level, but there's never enough.
But every day you're having to go through that 60
We're having to go through the 60-person extra board. We're having to rely on forced individuals, and then if there's no one else, then we go into cancellation mode.
What's the recourse for the city, short of canceling a route? Do we terminate folks for no-shows
Oh, absolutely.
on a continuous basis?
Oh, absolutely.
But Greg, talk about how many chances they get.
You get 10 chances. And so,
you can
as the
miss
city
work.
manager has
Director,
alluded to.
let me just understand this from my own brain. So you can miss work 10 times before we terminate?
Correct.
In their contract, the way, and please, Greg, I don't remember the exact specifics, so
Yes.
you need to correct me, but there are different, like, small levels of discipline, including fines. They can, in essence, buy their way out of the discipline by paying a fine. Greg, if you want to allude, Samit, thank you.
Yep,
So-
I could jump in here. There's
To
an
me, so for the public who's here to express their concerns around policing and homelessness, if I don't show up to work, not a legitimate reason, the city fines me, I can just pay my fine and start again at zero disciplinary history?
It's a progressive pattern. So in their MOU, there's an incident policy, and there's a tier, and I believe it's tier 4. The 4th incident or 5th incident is when you can either have some level of corrective action, or in lieu of that corrective action, pay a fine. And the fine amounts are all predetermined within the contract.
I'm assuming that I can just work the overtime from the bus driver next to me who's not showing up to work either, use that overtime to pay my fine, and then we
I
start
think
this
that's a
game
fair
all
ass-
over again.
That's a fair assessment to generally kind of how to offset that.
And the public ultimately feels cancellation of routes, and the public is angered at us for not being able to get to work and doctor appointments in schools because we're canceling routes. And we have this self-fulfilling arrangement with this group to not address this more aggressively.
I would argue that, and Samit, you need to stop me if I go
Yeah,
too far.
for
We have
sure.
tried to address attendance. I think many administrations have tried to address attendance over the years, and you're in labor negotiations, right? So we go as management, we go as far as we can. It's back and forth. We're hoping that we could put some stronger things in place with the last contract to improve attendance, and I'm not sure that that's happened. But it's all part of labor negotiations, and obviously whenever management tries to be more aggressive on something, I think this is universal, not just for this union.
Absolutely.
The union expects something in return.
Yeah, negotiations
Fair.
are about how much reform you can buy and how well compensated your employees can be. In terms of compensation, are fax drivers on the bottom totem or the top totem of compensation for bus drivers in this region?
Oh, I would say in the region, we're definitely leading the way.
We're the top compensated bus drivers in the
correct.
region.
Yep.
And we have the highest absenteeism rate that's resulting in daily cancellation of routes.
I mean, we just heard the absentee numbers. I can't speak if we're the highest, but certainly there is a high amount of absenteeism.
All right, those are all my questions. Director, I just wanted for the public who, rightfully so, expresses their frustration to us policymakers, I think sometimes doesn't get the complete picture of what limitations we have. In this case, I get numerous complaints of the daily cancellations of bus routes and why people cannot rely on public transit to get to school and to work and to medical appointments. And my only response, can be, well, that's what our labor contract calls for. And we over the years, I have voted to make them the highest compensated bus drivers in the region, because we want to make sure that it wasn't because they need a second or third job or because they're lowest compensated. We've done that part. And rightfully so, our employees, I think in every category, police and fire, bus drivers are the highest paid in the region. We've taken care of them very well.
Yes.
I'm just struggling with them not showing up to work and having a direct impact on our ability to service the folks who pay their taxes for that service. So on my last question to you, what is the reason why we don't have tap pay as a bus system?
Funny, thanks to Sean, was his name? We do coming soon. We are in the middle of our on-demand study, which will help us with our mobile payment on a phone as well as a tap card. So that is coming. I would expect to see that about this time next year roll out.
My final question is, I see you guys are absorbing higher costs for the police officers assigned to fax. What's the rationale for that?
Well, we're not absorbing higher cost. It was called out in that particular slide. We are supposed to have 2 units. We only are paying full-time for the 1 unit, and then whatever contracted officers we can get above and beyond that. We just John and I just worked together to make a decision that we would start with offering that contract time to our team first as their overtime versus me seeing one of our officers in the hallway out here to work one of our shifts, and then we go out to the contract team to fulfill.
Now, there's been a lot of comments today in public about the desire to have less officers in the city. Remind me, how many bus passengers do we have a year in fax?
So we're trending right now to hit 10.2 million riders that will in our year in June 30th.
How many calls for service related to that the bus drivers are calling 911 for something that's occurred in a bus or in a bus stop do we have?
Calls for service, here we go. So last month, last year, fax calls for service were 519, and the year prior to that, 556. Those were just calls for service to respond to the bus or to a situation at one of our properties.
So in essence, somebody on the bus driver or somebody in a bus stop calling 911 for a police response.
Well, that would be mostly, it would be, there's an incident on the bus driver has alerted dispatch then asks one of the fax units to respond appropriately along with the transit supervisor.
What type of incidents would you then dispatch an officer for?
Disruption on a bus. Yesterday we had unfortunately, bus driver had to pull over at one point yesterday in his route because one of the passengers was having some kind of mental breakdown, and EMS and PD were responded appropriately. That individual was taken away on a 5150 hold.
So it could be a medical call. It could
be a
safety
medical call.
It could be a...
Yeah. There are times even when we pull up to the bus stop and someone may be having a medical emergency, whether they were going to ride our system or not, we're going to stop because that's our property. And we're going to make sure that we take care of them.
My last point that I'm going to ask you to provide me, maybe not on the spot, but I'd like to have a plan or a response. In the Tower District, there's a couple of bus stops.
Mm-hmm.
One is underneath the freeway underpass, San Pablo. One
Yes.
is on Olive in front of the Dollar Tree. One is little west on Olive. And on a routine basis, as you walk through that corridor, you see individuals who are openly smoking crack, methamphetamine. You also see kids waiting for the bus stop and families with strollers waiting for the bus stop. And those individuals have just camped out and engaged in open drug use. I see your crew that shows up to clean the bus stops very frequently, clean out the trash cans very frequently. Are your officers that we're paying for actively going and doing spot checks on bus stops so that people aren't openly doing drugs? Because they're not there to ride the bus. They're just camping out on the bench and not allowing kids to sit in the shade structures that we built or the families.
So not only do our officers and the fax unit respond to those types of situations, they may do that either in their car. Yesterday we did a bike outreach where we had 2 officers that rode the Route 1 throughout the day, and they were spot checking a lot of those locations. And I know in the end of report recap, they were on the bus headed one way. When they were on their way back on their bikes, they encountered the same people they saw at the bus stop prior and had them to move on. So that's an all-day situation. We've even run operations at the Dollar Tree location, I know, because that was where our first bike outreach was done in the Tower District earlier this year, and we will continue to do that all summer. All of our officers are bike trained. We have one that's horse trained, and so I wouldn't be shocked. We brought out the horses and done, some goodwill stuff at Courthouse Park, but I would not be shocked if there's not a game plan with some of those hot spots that we see that John and them may be working on with regular patrol.
Well, I want to encourage you to continue to do spot checks in those hot spots because I've engaged with these individuals. I have to stop and say, there's a baby right next to you with the mom waiting for the bus. They're either not in the right mind or they clearly don't care. But the open drug use in a bus stop that's taking place by non-passengers of the bus system is out of control, specifically in the Tower.
Yes.
I have not seen it anywhere else at the level that I've seen it in the Tower. And that'll be a conversation for the police department when we get to their budget, because I'm not seeing the results of the highest paid police force in our history in terms of Tower and other places that we'll discuss later in the budget. But I just want to encourage for the officer that you're paying, I recognize there's 500 calls that they're dealing with.
And actually, I need to correct it's 500 calls for service that were PD related. There were 3,498 calls that Joe just pointed out to me that were calls from our system to our officers.
Yeah, medical related,
Right.
mental health breakdowns, things of that nature. So I think it's important that the public get to see a view a global view of the amount of interactions that we have with residents and the level of impact that we're trying to manage as it comes to people feeling safe riding public transit and public transit operating the way it's supposed to and the way we're funding it to operate, which is on a daily basis with routes not being canceled because people aren't showing up to work. Those are all my comments for this budget. Thank you.
Sure. And I want to add on, I know that Olive has been a hot spot as of late, particularly that one stop, but we have done, there are other hot spots that we've had throughout this last year. We've been dealing with some issues on Ventura, around the 7th Street area. We had a very successful joint operation in the beginning of the year with Northwest and Northeast, and our officers in the Pinedale area. It's the bus stop right there where the credit union is. And that was, it was one of those crazy ones where as I'm coming out of Costco, I'm watching a hand-to-hand deal. And after a couple of trips through there and chats with John, we realized that we did have a more serious problem with the motel across the street. And us and those two districts all work together, and we've also now gotten the property owner to clean up and bring down the shrubs and other things like that, so lots of good things. On the Olive one, I do think that I will consider adding a camera there because I think that's one of the things we need there. And we've been talking about buying a couple of extra cameras we can just move around to hotspots.
What do you need for that to proceed with from us?
Nothing.
So I should expect the cameras to be installed?
Yeah, I just made a request through PD for them to for us to jointly look at some mobile cameras that we can move around. I remember my code enforcement days when I was on the council side, how they had those cameras they moved around town based on the illegal dumpings. And we ended up doing one in Thames. It was right there behind the burrito place at Belmont and Van Ness. And Van Ness, right there where the meth clinic was at one point. We ended up having to put a camera back there. So, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. All right. Councilmember Perea, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
I'm happy to hear that we will be transitioning to the tap and pay method. Will that still allow, let's say I come onto the bus and I only have cash or coins on me, will that eliminate my ability to pay at that point?
No. So we want the ability, because we understand a lot of our residents are bankless, so we want to be able to either do the tap card where you can physically add money, where a third party like DSS could add money to that particular card, or if you didn't have a card at all and you were just visiting or decided to, hey, I want to take a stroll, then you would just use your regular bank or credit card.
Understood. Okay.
Bless you.
And then what is the cost of that investment?
What are we spending on?
So $2 to $3 million from the last estimate, and that's based on purchasing the actual readers for the buses and then maintaining the software agreement.
I'll repeat this.
Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Linda has told me it's about a $3 million investment, but that also includes all the hardware and the software that goes into that particular thing. We did try this about a year ago. We were unsuccessful. We really didn't put enough details and information into our RFP, so we had to scrap it. And so that's why we're hiring the consultant. It's FlixNix, if I got that right finally. Huh? FlexLinks, I always call them something different, who is doing that. More importantly, we also want to make sure, not just on the fixed route, but on the paratransit system, we want to move to more same-day on-demand service. So, for example, if I'm done with my appointment early, but my pickup time is 12, and here it is 10:30, I could then call for a vehicle to come get me sooner than wait to the appointed time at 12 that I'm scheduled for. So we think between that and the airport on-demand service we're looking at, that will be a game changer for us.
Thank you. So $3 million upfront cost and then ongoing, what does that look like?
It really depends on the system that we buy. Typically, technology in the transit sphere is 6 to 8 years. That's about where we are with our fare boxes. We've now had them 8+ years, and they're almost at the end of their end of life. So we expect to see that same materialize on the new system.
Thank you. And then can you remind me who we have MOUs with, what other school districts, basically who gets to ride the fax system free of cost?
So currently, our number one, our first school was Fresno State, so students, faculty, and staff, followed by State Center Community College, and so that's the students at the West Fresno campus, the Big City College campus and Clovis Community can ride, as well as the First Responders campus when it's ready. Will also be in that particular group. Then we have an agreement with Fresno Unified, which is the one you will see next week, to extend that until we get to wherever we're going. And then Central Unified. And we've just, now that we have a year's worth of data, we just reached out to Sanger Unified because they wanted to see the success of Route 29. And I will tell you, Councilmember Vang, that we are carrying a lot of those kids going to Sanger West and John F. Kennedy. And so very proud to see the work that, the fact that they're jumping on. And I think that they will be our next partner for sure.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. So Sanger Unified next, and then maybe at some point Clovis Unified, and I think that'll round up.
Funny enough, Clovis reached out to I was not feeling well on Sunday, so I missed the African American recognition and the scholarship award that we give out in honor of my dad with my mom. But Clovis Unified was part of a conversation with my wife and Clovis Community, where they were talking about opening up getting kids from the East Campus to Clovis Community. And so we will pick up a conversation with them now, thanks to Corinne Fulmer reaching out to my wife.
Wonderful, okay. What percentage of your budget is comprised of Measure C funding?
So Measure C funding roughly... it's 15 million, but the percentage is what she was asking
15?
me.
That's
Yes,
good enough.
15
15
million,
million?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, very small drop in the bucket. But it's the most flexible money we have.
And what is that primarily used for?
So it's used for the night service, the expanded weekend service. It's also used for the frequency increase, and then a lot of match. That's how because it's the most flexible, we tend to use it for a lot of match funds because the feds will give us 80%. We may dip into Measure C for the 20% to match a grant.
I think there's a very real chance that Measure C will not be successful. It will not be on this year's ballot. What would be the fax department's contingency plan if that's the case?
I will tell you, and we are preparing for this more so for the educational part that we'll have to do. I don't intend to be, I can't on the city dime say yes or no on a ballot measure, but I will tell you that the very first thing that we will cut if this measure does not pass, if it doesn't get on the ballot, and then if it doesn't pass, the very first thing I will do is look to cut night service back. That would probably occur in January. We want to protect the school students, so frequency may or may not be touched. because we run special trippers on the 38 because of the large number of high schools that are on Cedar. And so we do an AM run. That would probably be cut. And then we will come behind with more than likely weekend service being cut. And that would occur in June.
And then lastly, just an RFI. I don't know if you have these numbers off the top of your head, but I would like to understand better the ridership during the nighttime and the ridership on the weekends. I just want to understand what the people impact would be if this current renewal effort is not successful.
No problem. We can definitely get that to you in our RFI.
So what I'm hearing is potentially no cuts to daytime shifts, potentially no cuts to frequency of stops, potentially no cuts to bus stops themselves, but just impacts to night shift and weekend.
That would be, again, the first two things we do.
First two, okay.
So again, January, we would be looking at, so measure is not on the ballot, it doesn't pass in November. We'd be looking to start to wind that down. So January, there's a sign up and a new offering of for our drivers. That would be the time we would cut some night service. And then probably again in March, we would do some additional March, April sign up. And then by June, we would be rolling up probably the frequencies at that point. We'd be looking at all of the night service and weekends. It could mean for us, Saturday would look like Sunday, where we're done at 8 o'clock.
Would that equate to the need for having to cut positions?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director.
All right.
Councilmember Vang, followed by Council Vice President.
Thank you very much, Council President. Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
Good morning, and welcome to the FACT staff for being here as well. And I want to thank the 540 FACT staff for what you do on a daily basis to serve our 10.2 million riders. This is a critical component. If I had a automobile and choosing between public transportation and the automobile or private transportation, I believe all of us would choose private transportation. And so it is safe to say that the 10.2 million people who took advantage or who rode on our public transportation did it out of necessity. And so I want to thank this department for providing that critical resource so people can go from point A to point B, whether it is from school to school or job or appointments or
Absolutely.
visitations. It is critical. And as someone who rely on this critical apparatus as a teenager in high school, going from Belmont to Cedar all the way to McLean and back and forth almost on a daily basis, I understand the services that this department provides for our community, and so I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you very much,
Director, you mentioned Route 29.
Yes.
One of the newest route. I believe this route came about in the fall of 2025, and it opened the connecting Southeast Fresno to Southwest Fresno. And with regards to my question, I wanted to ask you, are there any numbers or statistics with regards to the number of ridership so far on this particular route? And also of those, can we extrapolate the number of riders being students? I understand that this route runs from southeast to southwest, starting from southeast from Sanger West, JFK, and then on the western side, Edison High and Computech, as well as Fresno City College, the West Fresno campus. However, in between this route, there are numerous school sites, Toronas Middle School,
Correct.
Gaston Middle School, and as well as Phoenix Secondary as part of Fresno Unified. So this Route 29 along Church Avenue is critical for the students who who may want to attend one of the sites along here. And so this route has been open for less than 1 year. Do you have the numbers on the number of ridership utilizing this route?
I sure do. So fortunately, staff was able to get me ridership numbers late last night. Typically, I get them after the 10th. So for us, we are looking at 74,402 riders from the August start to May 30th or May 31st. On that route. It's averaging roughly about 6,400 riders a month on that. And I will say in the morning time, the vast majority we're seeing toward the end of that line, or i.e. the Sanger Unified boundaries, headed toward the school. And then in the afternoon, it's the Sanger Unified campus headed back to the edge of that Sanger Unified boundary along Church.
You mentioned that the Fresno Unified students and the State Center Community College students and staff can ride FACS for free. And
Correct.
so because of that condition, there is a system in place. I assume that you can extrapolate from the ridership how many of those utilize the free ridership system, which means that they are either State Center Community College students / staff or Fresno Unified students.
Yes.
Now, right now, Sanger Unified do not have a waiver where their students can ride the FACS system for free, but that's coming down the road. So given the information that you can take from that 74,000 ridership so far on Route 29, how many of those would you say are students, either State Center Community College students, staff, or Fresno Unified students?
Yeah, for a route level, we'd have to do some research for you, and we'd be more than happy to get that number to you.
Please.
And the great thing about both State Center and Fresno Unified and the other past programs, you don't have to just be going to school. You can use it to go to your job. You can use it to go, for recreational purposes or what have you. But we will dig down on Route 29 in the ridership bypass.
That they are eligible to ride the FACS system during the weekends, even though
Correct.
some schools
Correct.
are not in session. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Director. And of the 10.2 million riders, what are the two most popular routes in the city?
Route 1 is number 1, followed by Route 9's 28, 34, and 38. 38 being Cedar, Calawa, West Fresno, Calawa, up Cedar. Route 34, that ridership has exploded because we've extended that route down to the Amazon Ulta complex. So our first 2 or 3 buses of the day are completely full. And then, of course, Route 28 is our longtime bread and butter. It serves both Department of Services to the north, West Fresno to the south. Route 9 is our crosstown Shaw Avenue route, so serves many businesses and what have you. And, of course, Route 1 is the bus rapid transit.
Thank you. Do you have the number for the most ridership route in terms of the numbers per year?
Yes, so right now, we Route 1, the bus rapid transit route, has had 2.149167 riders, so 2.1 and a half riders. It is our number 1 route, and it continues to be our number 1 route with 2 million plus riders annually. Followed again, with neck and neck with, you've got that Route 38, which has almost 1.1 million riders right now. And again, with 5 high school campuses, you know why that one's a bread and butter. But again, it also serves Calawa, West Fresno, and goes all the way up to River Park and then turns back around.
In addition to the numbers that you will get to my office in terms of the number of students riding the Route 29, if you can also give me the total number of student riderships on an annual basis, whether it is Fresno Unified or State Center Community College students / staff. If you can get the number to my office, it would be greatly appreciated, sir.
I might be able to tell you right now here, if I can find the slide here. All right. For this year, we are trending, and the state center number is right now, the total rise is 303,475. That does not include the May numbers because we have not updated those yet. So that was as of April. Of that, 24,873 rides were based out of Clovis Community, or a Clovis Community College student with their ID did it. And as you know, many of these students have multiple campuses that they may reside at. 65% of the State Center students bounce back and forth between one campus and another. And then from Fresno City College, it's 278,602 as of April. And then on the Fresno Unified side, and I forgot one. We just started a brand new program at Fresno Pacific College. So I have very little data there. In the Central Unified, I'll have to get that one to you because I only have the cost in front of me, as well as we'll also get you Pacific because that's your district. Oh, Joe's going to tell me. Go ahead, Joe. It's your birthday.
Good morning, Council.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Joe.
Central Unified to date through April, 12,610 trips or riders. And then I think Mr. Barfield already hit on the other ones, but Fresno Unified, 4,066 through May ridership.
And do you have the numbers for the Fresno City College West Campus? Or just City College in total?
Those students either fall under City College umbrella or the Clovis Community umbrella.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And what is the running time for Route 29 going from east to west, southeast Fresno to southwest Fresno?
We're 20-minute headways, right? On 29? 30-minute headways.
Okay, so 30 minutes per. And what is the earliest starting time and the latest starting time for running?
That bus pulls out sometime about 5:30, so probably our first pickups are around just before 6.
And then the latest?
And then that bus goes until 9-ish in the evening. Okay. I strongly see, based on this one-year result, I strongly see speeding up that route at some point. I got to get through the Measure C question right now. But that would be one I would definitely want to speed up because of the success we've seen in it and just, the few months we've had it.
Yeah, it appears that there is a demand for this route.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And as the student population continues to increase, it will allow students and as well as parents to ride from southeast to southwest Fresno, the possibility to go from Edison Computech to JFK, Sanger West as well, and schools in between. Now, Director.
And the crazy thing about that route, it's not a straight route yet because we're dodging the high-speed rail construction. So that's another reason why we started at 30 minutes, and that's really probably the best reason why I can think of once that construction is over with to speed that route up.
Now, Director, you may or may not have information on this question. Since the inception of this route in August of 2025, has there been any emergency calls, and if they were, how many emergency calls were made directly because of this route?
I don't have that in front of me, but we can definitely get you a breakdown.
Appreciate that. And then down to my last question in terms of several questions. And this is regarding the structure for the bus stops. What is the process in determining whether a bus stop needs a shade structured? And if that is the case, how long does it take to actually put in a structure or a request for a shade?
Well, you've been lucky because you asked for one and there was already a pad there thanks to the United Health Clinics building the infrastructure there. So we were able just to plop one down for you.
You're referring to the one on Minnewawa and Kings Canyon?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What about?
Typically, the transit industry looks at ridership data, so you're onboarding and you're offboarding at a stop, and then that's where you build amenities from. The mayor has asked us to figure out a way to do more, and so we're tossing that whole thing out, where it's about ridership, and now trying to go to the process where as long as we have the proper footprint, the ADA capacity, we will put one there if asked. And so, funny, I think I've got a D4 request today, last night, and a D7 request last night that we are evaluating. I think out of the two, one will probably be able to deal with immediately. The other one needs some infrastructure.
These are requests for individual bus stops with shade. When was the last time FACTS did a needs assessment for shades?
Yeah,
and if
we're
needed
working on
in the foreseeable future.
We're working on your RFI, but funny enough, I can tell you that we were last in on this. So through the Fresno Council of Governments, there have been 2 shade studies that are helping us inform what we need to do on the shade side. That was done more at a higher level, and we wanted that data first. And then Public Works, of course, has done their canopy, and now we're taking all of that data and putting it into our shade particular structure program to figure out where we need to have better shading, and does that shading need to be east-facing, central-facing, or west-facing? That's something that in the study that we did with Fresno State last year, as we were talking about alternative shade structures, one of the things that they did was they went out and they studied about 83 bus stops. And you will be surprised as to some of them have good, adequate shade all day, and some of them need more of an east-facing window because that's where the sun beats down the hardest, or some need some a west-facing. So we are taking all of that data, and we've got another cohort of Fresno State students that will be manipulating that data in the fall.
And if I just may add, just to expand a little bit on what Director said, the mayor has asked for a master plan on shading, and I know the staff is working on that. I know that, he kind of downplayed that a little bit, but just want to make sure he's asked specifically for a master plan, and we're expecting that, I think, by when, Greg?
September.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And I thought shade was just shade, but there's more to shade.
There's much more to shade, absolutely.
Putting shade there. Appreciate
much more. And I really want to thank our partnership with Fresno State. We have taken them on as a partner. We started with the Transportation Institute. Now we are dealing with one of the colleges in the design field. And so we've got a cadre of both engineer and architectural students who are helping us put this together. We were successful just recently. We've had some prototypes of an east, west, and central-facing shade structure built by the career tech students at CTE. And that was their junior project, and so now we're moving to the next phase where we're taking those prototypes that were not all built to scale, but they were built by the students. We're taking those prototypes and now seeking a mechanical engineer to sign off on the actual drawings, and then we'll go into production in the fall. Again, those students at that school, as well as the City College career tech folks and Duncan will all be working with us with the San Joaquin Manufacturing Alliance.
Okay. And to conclude my statement, to state the obvious, we are going to go into a heat wave the next couple of days, and thus it is critical to even have a conversation about shades for people who utilize the public system here in the city of Fresno. Director, thank you very much for your time. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Council Vice President Maxwell, followed by, actually, just get the last one punched up.
Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
I know that budget season often devolves into a list of longstanding grievances and demands, but I just wanted to take this time to commend you for what you've done to turn the ridership around on our Fresno fax buses. I know that we had a quickly expanding ridership pre-pandemic, and when I came on was in the midst of that pandemic and decreased ridership. And over the past 5.5 years I've been here, you've done a phenomenal job in getting us inching closer to 10.5 million riders, which I think speaks volumes to the bus drivers and the staff here, making our buses more safe, making our buses cleaner, making our buses more accessible, more affordable. You've added routes, you've added additional stops, you've added higher frequencies, you've added free internet to all of our buses. You've worked with our school districts to do bulk purchases so that our students no longer have to pay. And you've reduced the overall fare for everybody that's not receiving zero fare. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. And I thank you for those compliments. Yes, when you came on shortly after the pandemic, the height of it or the beginning of it, I can tell you in 2020 when we went down to 10 riders at a time on the bus, because we are so transit heavy in our dependence, those essential workers, still 5 million of those were carried in the middle of a pandemic at 10 riders at a time. So that just, I think, is a testament to the fact that our riders are essential workers, but they also realize I got to get to work. I got to do my shopping and my appointments, even in the midst of a pandemic.
I think a lot of people forget that our bus drivers are frontline workers and are exposed on a daily basis to activities that could be dangerous or harmful to their physical or mental health. I don't remember when the last report for fax riders came out, but the last statistics I remember reading was that the average fax rider was a woman of color, a mother on her way to either work, school, or to receive some sort of medical attention. Is that correct?
Yeah, she was replaced in 2024 in our customer satisfaction survey. She was replaced by a Latino male who is 19 to 34, who makes $15,500 and has a family of 2. And so I think for my Latinas, I think what they ended up doing was during the pandemic, they probably went to school and took care of a little business and got a car, which is okay. But now it's the young men. We'll be doing our customer satisfaction survey in October, which is an onboard survey where we actually ask our customers, hey, who you are and why are you riding and what do you like and what do you don't like. That's something we do every other year. So you'll be seeing some additional numbers coming out early 27 as a result of that.
Looking forward to it. But,
yeah, me too.
Before I do have a couple of questions, but I do want to just commend the entire team. You are all doing a phenomenal job, and I know a lot of my residents and even business owners rely on your services every single day, and our city wouldn't be functioning without you guys. So I really do appreciate everything that you guys do for the city.
Thank you.
You talked about worst case scenario if this measure doesn't pass in this upcoming election. What's the best case scenario if this does pass? What could transportation look like for our city?
Well, for those of you who had to endure our presentations to the Measure C Steering Committee, you know that we do have plans to speed up a lot of stuff. There's a Bullard Avenue cross town that we're looking at. We recently stopped.
Speak to that a little bit more?
Yes, so we... what we did was we ended up having to put expansion more on hold for 2 reasons. One, we couldn't get the equipment fast enough. There are only 4,500 buses that are made a year between the Gillick facility and the New Flyer facility. And so I can't compete with the 1,100 bus order for LA Metro. And so a lot of us had to take a step back because most of those buses were for either the Olympics and the World Cup and to be in the correct position. We are back in line. We've got 4 buses right now at the end of the building stage in Anniston, Alabama. Those are 4 more hydrogen buses that should be arriving before the month is out, as long as all the parts come in, the little missing pieces here and there. So you will see us expanding our service. So Bullard is one we're looking at. We're looking at breaking the Chestnut into its own route, north-south route, a Willow route, north-south route. And we will speed up service we will make the morning 38 permanent, and then we will also probably do a 38 in the afternoon, which would be just a tripper service to pick up kids. We want to move the 9 to 10 minute frequency in the morning because that is getting people to and from work.
It's 15 now?
It's 15 now, but we would make it a 10-minute peak service to match what we have on the BRT.
Is that just on Shaw, or would that be Cedar as well?
No, that would be on Shaw because it's scheduled trippers that we have on 38.
Because 38 is 15 minutes.
It's 15 minutes,
Yeah.
but with those extra buses, it means it's more like 7 minutes.
Okay. And in terms of fare and fare structure?
Fare's not going to change.
Yeah. It would be codified, would it not, in this measure that would be on the ballot potentially, that certain populations would be able to ride zero fare?
That's what I hear. I have not seen the measure in its entirety. That's part of what you all do up there. I'm the servant who has to run the service and talk about what we do on the public education campaign. But yes, I do understand that was included, and that's why our extension and our contracts with all of our current vendors do have out clauses in them in case
contingencies.
Yes, in case something changes.
I know something that we talked about before pandemic, before I even came into office, Director. You have long been a champion of first and last mile solutions. Are we coming any closer to possible solutions to address this concern, and would the passage of this measure help alleviate some of those concerns? Again, for the public, first and last mile is the issue that our bus riders face with getting to the bus stop and getting to their destination after they've been dropped off.
Correct. And although our budget doesn't really speak to it because it's kind of baked in our operating, our partnership with Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce is now going to be moving into another gear. As many of you know, the Fresno Metro Chamber had both a bike and a car share program as part of the TCC grant. That grant is now ended, and we've been in talks with them because we've worked with them all the way since the early inception of that.
And that's why they're only serving Southwest Fresno right now, is because TCC?
That was the original grant, was just Southwest. However, we've been in talks to expand that. The first place that we intend to expand is with State Center to offer them a fleet of electric cars and bikes, so people can, either leave City College and run down to the Tower District on a bike during the lunch hour, or maybe go do some shopping up the street and grab something. But more importantly, for those students who are trying to get from one campus to another, having the ability to, again, use the tap and pay, the fax app, to tap to release a bike or a vehicle to get to their destination. So we're working to make that all one seamless program. And because that funding has just dried up, there may be the ability to expand the electric vehicles from other municipalities that are their funding has also dried up, and they may not have expansion types ideals like this. This is why we partnered with them at the very beginning. The other thing that we are going to be doing is launching with them at key locations. You will have bike racks that will be at a fax bus stop, and you may have cars that could be checked out that would be connected to a fax bus stop. The two places that I see that happening almost immediately would be Manchester and in our downtown transit center.
A couple of questions related to that. I believe currently right now, private individuals can request those services through Metro Black Chamber.
Yes.
Would that still be open to them? Would
Yes.
they be getting a larger fleet to accommodate this service that you're
Both.
describing?
Both. So it would be, again, with the fax writer, they would get probably a greater discount because, again, they would be then taking the bus, then tapping and paying for a vehicle or a bike to get to their last mile destination. And so forth. And then also with this on-demand that we're looking at, it will open up the door to potential other mobility as an option. We call them MOUS services. The one in particular I really want to do, and this comes from my days as assistant city manager, is understanding the need for service to the airport. So one of the first things we want to launch once that on-demand service is available to us is a shuttle service to the airport. It makes no sense. I tried everything in the world working with the staff to speed up our service, but the only way we can get there for you to catch the 6 a.m. Dallas flight or 6:05 Dallas flight is for us to start service at 3 a.m. And to get you there in time, and that just wasn't feasible. So we're going to buy a bunch of electric vehicles and do, for some of us who grew up in the Bay Area, you may remember Super Shuttle. We're going to do something like that on demand, and that would be a 24-hour service. Also realize that there's as much traffic after 9 o'clock at that airport as there is in the day. So we want to be able to capture that ridership.
Excellent. In this tap-to-pay model, would the rider receive a physical or electronic ticket to their wallet?
Both.
Both. That's how they would transfer? They would get a
Yes.
physical
So with tap to pay, if you had a phone, you would see your money delete or go down. I actually have my Clipper card on my phone right now, and you can see the running balance. And then for those who are paying by credit card but then needed a transfer, then there would be the physical transfer that would pop out, and we would give them to make the second connection that they may make.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to electric vehicles and the state mandate, what have the conversations with the state been like recently? I think it's becoming more evident every year this is not going to be feasible for most municipalities to meet this unfunded mandate by the state of California. We've seen difficulties here locally with being able to secure contracts with stable organizations when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to the actual vehicles themselves. What's the plan?
So unlike Brian Barr and the General Services Division, we are still under our mandate. Our clean transit mandate is by 2040. We have to be zero emission. We were first in. The one for heavy-duty equipment was the second response to that. We have no relief coming forth, and so you will see us as we start to buy. Like I said, we just bought our final set of compressed natural gas buses, but we will be taking like all of the 16 and 17 series buses and refurbishing them so they can get us to 2040, because after 2040, I can't even run them on the roads. So you will see those. That's our BRT and our former Fax 15 buses. Many of those have 400,000+ miles on them already, and they're only 8 and 9 years old. So we will be.
What's the mileage lifetime of one of your buses?
Typically, it's not about mileage, it's about years. So FTA makes us keep a vehicle for 12 years. And in that 12 years, we may change the transmission out a couple of times. We may rebuild an engine. But more importantly, those compressed natural gas tanks have a useful life and have to be replaced periodically. So we'll be doing that through a grant that we have to keep those buses on the road until 2030. The other part of our purchases moving forward, everything will be out of the 12 to 16 buses we will purchase a year, or we will order a year. We won't see them for 18 months, but we will order beginning this fall. You will see a combination of half of them will be electric and half of them will be hydrogen. We are going with Gillick, who is a proven electric manufacturer. They also build our CNG buses, and they were going down the hydrogen space, but hydrogen is not really popular with this administration, so their plans on hydrogen have been kind of put on hold till a more receptive group comes along in the White House. But we've made a commitment on hydrogen.
What about the infrastructure needed to sustain those vehicles?
So we have all the infrastructure right now for battery electric. So we have heavy-duty chargers, 46 heavy-duty chargers, and then one in the shop, so 47. And then we've got 30 light equipment chargers around our facility. And as you may remember from our last year's presentation, we were coming out of the state's and Go Biz's ARCHES program, but we've decided, although the feds are not going to pay for that, ARCHES makes sense, hydrogen hubs make sense, so we are marching down the hydrogen hub process. We have money now for a new facility because we've got 144 buses on a facility. It was only made for 108. 105, so we're busting at the seams, and so we will be coming to you shortly with an opportunity for us to purchase some land. I'm in very, very early negotiations, feelers right now on 5 parcels that we're looking at, each in about the 20 to 30 acre range. It would force us to, again, leave our facility now. And then we'll turn over our current facility and all of its infrastructure for a small lease fee over to GSD to use.
Very good. Thank you, Director. We talked about Line 9 that had previously been a cross-city line, or cross-city route, that had been subsidized partially by the city of Clovis until their new line that they released. What kind of notice and for how long was given before that cross-city aspect was canceled?
So we actually got the prescribed 60-day notice. I think I got 62 days. And that was last year. And I think in my budget, I did speak to that we needed to do a Title VI examination. And we thought it was too late to pull that bus out that fast. And so we made a commitment to carry it for 1 full year. And that's what we did. And so as of Saturday, that bus no longer goes into Clovis.
How was that displayed? Was it like signage on the bus, or how were people made aware of that change?
Oh, wow, a lot of ways. So we did pop-ups at various locations. We did pop-ups at bus stops in and around the 9 route. We also did social media and what have you, trying to communicate that to everyone that was affected. The real issue here is there's still service that you just have to make the transfer at Shaw and Woodrow or Shaw and Cedar. You have to make the transfer onto Clovis's bus, the Green Line or G Line, into Clovis.
And that's fixed route with fixed time intervals?
Yeah, they run, they're not running a schedule, they're just running headways of 30 minutes. I've seen some of the concerns and complaints, and I think the same constituent that has reached out to you has given me an earful. He's not normally a 9 rider, but he does work in Clovis. And so he got it very early on that this is you can't sit your watch by the Clovis side of what they're doing. And even the app is, sometimes you'll see bunching on the app that they use for their service, where you'll see 2 buses like on top of each other. So we've given them the year to work it out, But, sometimes bunching happens for a variety of reasons outside of our control.
Are there any other lines that are currently cross-city that could be in jeopardy in the future from Clovis deciding not to subsidize
No.
lines?
No. And honestly, if there's a sales tax measure that is passed in the near future, I will tell you that Bullard Crosstown, the Shaw one, and possibly one other will end up going back into Clovis. The problem with the 9 really was it was the hours that Clovis was paying for it. So what it meant is if you wanted to shop at, I remember on the council side, everyone just wanted to go to Walmart, right? When Walmart was first built in Clovis at Peach. But if you catch the 9, you have to be coming back by like 3:40 in the afternoon on a Saturday. It ceased operations early on Saturday. Most people want that to be more late night service. So I would see a total revamp in us doing that and making it more feasible for our residents.
Thank you. So good possibility that if this measure passes, we'd be able to reinstate that service as well as some additional service, like you mentioned, Bullard.
Yeah, no, I don't even say it's a good possibility. It will happen.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to close off with a couple of requests for information.
Sure.
Do we currently have subsidized fare on Election Day?
No. We have done it in the past. We've done free rides on Election Day. That we have to be careful. I don't think I can do it in a presidential election unless I backfill it with state funds. There's a few prohibitions out there, but we have done it in the past.
Can you give me a memo, Director, talking about what the hurdles are to institute that?
I think it's just the presidential one, and I have to go back and double check because it's a Hatch. I think it was a Hatch Act thing, and I have to make sure that it's no longer, because this administration comes up with so many new rules, I need to go back and double check.
So you just give me a memo and talk about that. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you could also provide me a memo for how, let me just reiterate something that you said earlier. Right now, we offer zero fare bus rides to Fresno State students, faculty, and staff. Fresno Unified students.
Correct.
Central Unified students.
Correct.
Sanger Unified students.
Sanger coming.
Sanger on the way. Potentially Clovis. All children ages 0 to 12.
Correct.
Seniors 62 and above.
62, yes.
And State Center.
State Center, community college students. Veterans.
Yes.
Military personnel.
Yes, with ID.
Medi-Cal.
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty significant.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, I'm not making any motions, but can you give me a request memo that would outline what the cost to your department would be to provide zero fare bus rides to city employees and interns?
Okay.
And a separate memo, what it would cost your department to provide zero fare bus rides to pregnant mothers.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then you're saying, now, there's not a backfill to that? You're asking us to cover that?
I'm not asking anything other than a memo right now. Thank you.
All right.
This was probably a question better suited for yesterday, because you don't handle any aspect of the HOP, correct?
Oh,
Director?
no.
Is that something I could put you on the spot about, Mayor?
Sure.
Remind me how much it costs to operate a single vehicle.
Yeah, and you have Brian back
Oh, if Brian's here, he's got
Oh,
those
if he's
numbers.
here, then I'll.
He's back there hiding. I'm not going to let him hide. Yeah, all of it. This is a joint thing, man.
Thank you.
Council Vice President, while we're waiting for Brian to come up, I also wanted to correct the record. The fleet under GSD is still subject to the CARB mandates.
It is.
Modified, but they are, yes.
So Director here also has to come up with a plan by 2040.
Different time.
Okay.
I believe we have until 2030. Brian, you can correct the record.
Well, Brian has a different mandate than I do, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot like that, Director.
That's okay. I'm used to coming up here. Thank you. Brian Barr, Director of General Services. If you wouldn't mind, can you repeat your question?
I don't. Did I ask a question yet?
The cost.
Yes, that's right.
Cost per trolley.
What is the cost of operating just a single vehicle?
Well, if you look at it on a per hour basis, I have to refer to our charter rate of $188 per hour. If you're asking what the overall budget is for our trolley division, that is $559,900.
And that's how many trolleys, sir?
That is 2 in regular operation. We have 3 we use for a spare, also for charter service.
Okay. This might not be something I don't think it's feasible now, but it could possibly be with the passage of this upcoming measure. I know Mayor spearheaded HOP, which is the zero fare trolley rides to Fresno State, Brewery District, Tower District. I would really like to see a Hope line that connects our medical facilities, our hospitals, and our major corridors that contain a lot of our clinics and hospitals. So if I could please get a request for information, what it would cost for us to provide that kind of service that makes a circuit to those hospitals and frequently used clinics with this specific service, not fax, but with trolley. I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director.
I do want to add that that actual proposal we put together for a state ASIC application for the roofs, the Housing Authority housing development, 454 units that they're going to put at Tuolumne and Van Ness Fulton. And as part of that, in an effort to get the necessary funding for that to make it, pencil out, and make it more competitive, that very route that you just spoke about was in that we would provide that service. So we're hopeful, but I like your idea and your thoughts on that too.
I'm just asking for a memo right now.
Yeah,
if I could get
I
a
think
better
it's
idea of the
much
feasibility and the cost. Thank you. And that'll actually conclude my remarks and comments. Again, I'm appreciative of the direction you've led this department in, Director, and again, your amazing staff doing a terrific job making our buses fast, clean, efficient, and safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Vang, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Director, hello again. Just 2 follow-up questions.
Sure.
You mentioned the criteria for free ridership for the bus system. If I do not qualify for any of those and I were to jump on Route 29, how much will it cost me to ride the bus one way?
$1.
$1. Regardless of day or time?
Regardless of day or time, yes.
Thank you. And you also mentioned about the absenteeism rate for fax employees is one of the highest of any department here. You mentioned also about the incidents happened having to call fax police 100 plus times. We have 12 officers assigned specifically to this department, and there's a reason as to why that is. You also mentioned about some of those calls resulted in 5150 with mental health issues. And if the absenteeism rate is high for bus drivers and for staff in your department, and day in and day out, and I see and witness incidents like this happening, are there any mental health support in place for any of your staff who may witness incidents like this and they may need counseling?
Absolutely. So the first thing that I do or any of us do, we will make a referral to our EAP program, which is available to any City of Fresno employee. If that particular driver or staffer it ends up going on workers' comp, that could also be another way for them to gain mental health services. We just celebrated May as Mental Health Month, and so outside of this year, because we had our rodeo, Typically, what we do is a mental health fair where we will bring on providers to our particular campus during the month of May. But yes, we do a lot around mental health for not only our drivers but all of our staff. Unfortunately, in the time I've been the director, we had a period, a brief period of time where we lost 4 individuals, 2 by suicide during, and then 2 sudden. And so we brought in counselors and what have you into that. And then, as you may know, last April, we ended up having an officer-involved shooting at Manchester Transit Center, and we have wrapped a lot of support services around the supervisors and staff that were present that particular day. That's not what we trained for. And fortunately, we got tremendous help also to our officer, because he was one of our FACS officers that was involved in that. He's back on the streets and doing his thing. And so we really depend on it. Look, I believe in mental health. I go to therapy. And so I praise that all the time. I don't want anyone to be ashamed of using that. And there's been times where I've been in a meeting and I realize that we need help. So after we wipe our tears away, because we have disclosed something that was hurtful, we've again wrapped services around that individual. We are really a family at FACS, and I take that seriously.
Yeah. And I agree with you, Director. This is a very sensitive, personal subject matter, and I'm hoping that no one at FACS or a city employee have to face this. But the reality is, we do face this, and when and if that time comes, I hope that FACS employees and city employees, for that matter, will take advantage of the resources available, in this case, mental health counseling, if that's the case. Thank you very much for the...
Absolutely. And I know what a stigma it is in my community. I think the first person that I realized as a new director, I was in a Skelly, and this individual had saw a horrific accident 4 years earlier. But what it was really all about was he was having these mental breakdowns. And one of them, he was in my office because of a discipline. One of them happened while driving a bus where he struck a pole. But when he started to chat with me and replay, he was fearful. He was a Latino male. He's in his 60s. He was fearful of that stigma. And so he was the very first person that we helped to bring down that stigma and use EAP and celebrate the fact that he's with us now. He's got 20,000 plus hours under his belt, and he's a very happy person who has dealt with his previous traumas.
Yeah. And that is a success story.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Director. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
Just one request for information. Director, what's our busiest route on the evenings?
One. Oh, no doubt about it.
Where does it go to?
The Route 1, so that's our BRT route. Starts at Fresno and Friant, straight down Blackstone, does the little circle in the downtown area, and then straight out Ventura, Kings Canyon.
What about the weekend?
Same thing, Route 1.
Route 1, so it's basically at the heart of the city?
Yes, the heart of the city.
North and south.
Right. We also see heavy ridership on Route 3, which was surprising, but you see a lot of the clinics along the corridor that are now open on a Saturday. And I love the stories of people going to do other things like Incredible John's or heading out to El Paseo on that particular route.
Okay. In terms of a bus stop or a shade structure, I've had a request for the northeast corner of Olive in Fresno. There's an empty parcel there, but there's sidewalk infrastructure. I think there's a bus stop on Olive and also in Fresno, but there's no shade structure there or anything else. If you can just follow up.
I got eyes in the back of my head. I think Joe's writing down all the notes right now.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Director, and thank you to all your staff and the bus drivers.
Thank you.
Councilmember Richardson.
Hi there, Director.
Good morning, new dad. How are you?
Hey, doing just great. Happy
Good.
Trash Day. All right. We'll start with the budget. Just a few quick questions.
Okay.
Just some numbers that I would like to have you explain if you don't mind. Overtime doubled this year in the projected proposed budget. It says a double from this year. Why is that?
Although you were not here when you do the replay, we started off this morning talking about absenteeism.
Okay.
And so that's really where that comes into play, is really the absenteeism. It's also the fact that on your fifth, if you're a 410 worker, you may want to work on your fifth day, and that's all overtime. We appreciate that. Or we do a lot of forcing on your sixth and seventh day for some of our younger drivers. That is all on overtime.
Totally fine. I'm going to go fast, and you can feel free to be brief with your answers if
Sure.
you like. I don't want to
No problem.
beat a dead horse when I missed the first round of preliminary bludgeoning. So, clothing and personal supplies.
It was all good. It was all good.
Aye. Clothing and personal supplies doubled. Is there a reason for that?
We have gone to new uniforms, which we ended up buying 2 sets of uniforms for our particular drivers. And then we've moved from cash to a voucher system for our drivers in this last year. So that's why you see the difference in that.
Is that a fax decision or a labor negotiation decision?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
On the uniforms, I have people that have 3 logos ago, and they would stick that on, a uniform, a $2 shirt that they got someplace, and the quality and the colors weren't all that great.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Information systems equipment charge doubled to over $1 million. Is there a reason?
We are very technology laden. And so we've got a lot of technology out there, both that you see in the bus, and then, of course, with the addition of adding staff to us, there's a ISD charge that goes along with that, and then some of that may be buried in the physical cost. As City Manager White said the other day, we all pay in to our former staff who used to work for us, who now work for ISD.
Okay, thank you. And then with the overtime doubling and the things you mentioned about absenteeism, workers' comp dropped to about a third of what it was last year. Would you teach me why that occurs, please?
We've been very aggressive in trying to move some of our longer-term cases off of our workers' comp load. And so trying to really work more closely with Samit's group and personnel to address them and get them in if there is no chance for recovery to do alternative work search or medical separations.
Okay, understood. And then finally, can you just speak, and I apologize again if this question
No, you're
asked,
fine.
But,
you're fine.
Can you speak a little bit to the ADA accessibility improvements that have taken place and kind of your relationship with Public Works as they go across the city and make sure that our bus stops are actually accessible for people with different mobility?
Well, I would say it's them, it's really us. So we do most of that work. This council adopted, I think in 2018, 2019, a ADA transition plan that we have been hammering at. And although we have now taken that plan and we're integrating it with all of our bus stop maintenance and our bus stop operations into a single plan, that we intend to come forth and present back to you probably in the fall, because we'll need to update our transition plan. That is a requirement of the state and the feds, so we don't get sued. But you will see us really kind of looking at a new way of going about dealing with all of those stops.
I appreciate that. Can you just explain it to me like I hide my own Easter eggs? How many bus stops have we improved? What does the accessibility look like now versus a year ago?
So this last year, we have improved 167 bus stops. We have plans to improve over 200 next year. It may mean more. And as I had mentioned earlier, with the mayor's request to put more stops with shade, we have just placed a couple of orders to add more shelters to stops that are compatible that later this summer, early winter, early fall, you will see another 50 or 60 new stops with structures on top of them.
Great. Thank you. That's all I had.
And just so you know, Councilmember, I can't remember if he was here, but we had asked for a report, master report, action report from FACTS to have every one of our bus stops with shade, and that report should be done September. But that's the goal. I'd like to see it done within the next 3 years, every single one of them.
Yeah, and we'll have to again come back to council because it really calls for now an amendment of our ADA transition plan to have to file with DOJ.
I'm sure it will. All right, thank you for your answers. Council President, that's all I had.
Director, earlier you alluded to the investments of the Fresno Metro Black Chamber.
Yes.
I think it's like 700 or 800,000.
That earmark is 858,000 that we have coming in.
Is it new infrastructure or investing in the existing?
No, so that was going to be an expansion of EV chargers.
Where at?
It was going to be an expansion. But thanks to this young man right here, our fearless leader, the mayor, he convinced them to take their earmark, even before they officially had it, and to replace all of the EV infrastructure that the city currently has. And so we are waiting for HUD's to do their grant agreement, which I just got word may be as early as September. And with that grant agreement, that will call for the Fresno Metro to replace every EV charger that the city put in 2020. I'm looking at Miguel, 2020-ish, 2021-ish. Replace all of that and then provide a maintenance and service contract on top of that. And then we'll go into expansion mode. The expansion mode was supposed to be looking at some on-street charging infrastructure at different locations that our planning staff working with Metro have identified, but we're going to do this first at his request because it's probably the most important. Fix what's broken and update all of that and then do the expansion.
So they're effectively the vendor for this.
So it's actually, the vendor is Fresno Metro Black Chamber. So they work in conjunction in how they did the program with the Housing Authority. Imperial Electric is the vendor who actually did all the installations. That same vendor has also done trainings to Housing Authority residents and to community members on how to go into the installation business. And so they will handle the repairs and installation, and then later on the maintenance of those chargers. I think there are like 83 of them they're looking at.
Citywide?
Citywide. Okay. And again, they're already in city structures. They will be, because of the delay now, at risk. I've asked the chamber to at least do an assessment of each and every one of them. They've done a visual look, but later on they'll be doing a more, let's get in with the right folks and figure out what what needs to be replaced there. I think it's going to cost us a little bit more than the 858, but FACTS will do what we can to assist. And then we also have two other grants pending with Fresno Metro Black Chamber too that could help offset.
In the alternate universe where we went forward with Plan A, do we know where the location of that additional infrastructure was going to be at in the expansion?
No, we talked about just general areas. And so COG did a mobility study that was wrapped up last winter and released earlier this year that talked about, key places for mobility hubs. But it also looked at, key corridors where investment could be made. I can tell you it's Ventura, Kings Canyon, California, it's Blackstone, it's Shaw. But we were also looking at districts. For example, there's a request that's hanging out there in the brewery district to do to have a bike installation put there, but also EV charging for cars. So I figure that'll be a location. I'm assuming we'll go to the Tower District because these two are not going to let us off the hook when we get to expansion, but that will come at a later base now.
Sure. All right. Thanks, Director. Any further comment from council? Questions? All right. You're off the hook.
Again, I just want to say thank you very much for your kind words today. And I want to wish my partner in crime, Joe Vargas, happy 49th birthday. I think it's 11:40, and I now probably have to take him out to eat because I haven't given him his gift card yet. So thank you guys very much for everything.
Yeah, thanks, Director. All right. Now we've had the presentation. We'll open up some additional public comments. We'll do a minute each for folks who would like to chime in more specifically on the fax budget. I did have a card for Sean Zweifler. If Sean's there, I know he spoke earlier, but
Greg, can you just hang out until the public comment is done, just in case we hear anything? Okay, thank you.
Sean here? All right. Well, anyone else who would like to speak with respect to the fax budget? Come on down. You have a minute.
So first I just want to say, as someone who lives in Tower and walks by those bus stops, I think RS's account is very unique to him perhaps, because I've never seen open-air amphetamine or other crack drug use. Perhaps his senses are more attuned to that than mine. I do want to say for Richardson, who was missing this morning, that one of the things that came through in public comment was that police can only react to stuff. It doesn't solve root problems. And what came up today during the fax presentation actually was a really clear demonstration of that. He showed that when police were called, it was oftentimes for people who needed mental health services, not policing. He showed that when we draw in property owners to create spaces that are safer, that discourage bad public behavior, that problems get solved. He showed that when police are called, sometimes it just shoos the problem down the street rather than addressing why this stuff is happening.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to say that this was a very interesting discussion to listen to. What I heard was overpaid personnel, performance issues, the ability to pay their way out of trouble. And then what I heard was a new demographic of bus riders, which is Hispanic males between the ages of 19 and 30 with 2 children making $15,000. And then I heard a proposal or request from Mr. Maxwell for the cost of free transportation for city workers and pregnant women. That wasn't the demographic that was talked about, and I think that's why community voice is so important, is for us to be able to bring these things back for you and to align to them what is most important, which is your constituents who are funding these resources that we're talking about, the money, right? It all boils down to the money. I want to draw the circle for...
Thank you. Is there any additional public comments for anyone else to chime in on the fax budget? All right.
Hi, council members. Hi, Councilmember Richardson. If you could watch back that first hour of public comment, people gave 3 minutes each related to lots of budget pieces. So with the police department on fax, that money comes out of fax's budget, not out of the police budget. So they're two separate things that people were talking about this morning that wouldn't impact each other. So I just wanted to make that clarification because it seemed like from the dais I was hearing some sort of connections regarding the police budget and fax. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any additional public comment on the fax budget? All right, we're going to go ahead and wrap that up. City manager, or actually as DPU director here, you think we could, how long will the presentation take?
I mean, we only have a handful of slides. Our presentation is probably, 5 minutes at the most?
Well, let's get the presentation done,
Okay.
and then we'll come back and pick up the comments and public comment and all that.
Okay.
Following following the lunch hour, or lunch hours, since we have that meeting in between.
You got it.
Good morning. Paul Amico, Director of Public Utilities. I heard 5 minutes, roughly, so I'll try to keep
you've
it.
You've got 15, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we
Okay,
technically
fine.
have till noon, so.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I heard 15 minutes. I will be concise. I have lots of words I could say, but I'll try to refrain from that. First, just let me take a minute here and express my appreciation for being offered the privilege to lead the department. I think it's a great department, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you moving forward, and want to specifically thank our city manager and mayor for the trust and confidence they put it in for us. And lastly, before I start, I have a great team. I stepped into a big role, and we've got a pretty new leadership team in DPU, but we've got seasoned business managers. So they made this relatively painless for me, as did finance. So thank you all for everything you've done. So to start off with, Department of Public Utilities provides essential utility service. We serve 144,000 residential, commercial, and industrial customers and over 568,000 people. Our wastewater collection and reclamation system serves many of those same customers, but there are some areas that are served by only water, only served by sewer, and that area is bigger than our solid waste area. Solid waste serves around 118,000 customers, but they service around 120,000 carts, and that's every week. So it's a big operation. A lot of people, over 600 people doing it, and they're dedicated professionals that work real hard every day to deliver those services. And by the way, we like to do it quietly, so it just works. Additional services that we provide that make Fresno a better place to live: Beautify Fresno, community sanitation services, including alley cleanup, litter control, power washing, and supporting HART. And so our annual appropriation, our FY27 appropriation for all services is $490 million, just over $490 million. The proposed budget includes about almost $14 million for administration, almost $62 million for solid waste, 208 for water, and over 206 for wastewater. We carry about $32 million in debt service right now, and our capital program, as proposed in the FY27 budget, is almost $222 million. All of the reports, the subsequent reports on our operating utilities, we are meeting the 6.18% attrition target. So moving on to administration. Our utilities administration group provides finance and general administration. Oh, my apologies. What am I pointing at here, Bernard? Oh, side to side. Okay, thank you. So our administration division has 4 main work groups, 4 main functions that we provide to support our utilities. First is finance and general administration, so the preparation of the annual budget and managing all of our financial and general administrative needs. Our master planning and development services group, our capital program management group, and water resources management. Annual appropriation for the utilities administration, almost $14 million. And that includes $800,000 for staff relocation from the Fresno B building, which is now completely inoperational, and moved to a leased space. We're also creating a dedicated delinquency fee fund. Those funds were normally carried within utilities billing and collection, but we've recently made a change where that goes into a dedicated delinquency fee fund that's separate from rate funds, and the operating utilities are fully covering the cost of utilities billing and collection. Again, the attrition rate targets 6.18 are met. Solid waste management, as I mentioned, pretty big operation, 64 routes around the city. The City Council adopted a 5-year rate plan for FY25 to 29. It was adopted in June of 2024, went into effect August of 25. This budget is the 3rd step of that rate plan. On the personnel side, we have a new assistant director this year, and we have 2 new solid waste managers. So we're really focusing on our solid waste operations, focusing on our employees, trying to be more efficient, trying to be more effective, and we're really proud of what they've been able to accomplish. Our appropriation this year for solid waste, $61.6 million. It includes $2.5 million for the demolition of the Fresno B building, and it also includes $344,000 to address the Fresno sanitary landfill, and our costs are split 50-50 with the general fund for that work. This year, we're only replacing the control system, but we are going to have to do additional capital improvements in the future for regrading that facility. The majority of our non-personnel costs, and I will say for solid waste, we're doing well. We're getting back on track with our vehicle replacements. If you remember, when we came to council for the rate update, before we were behind on vehicle replacements, our vehicle maintenance costs were skyrocketing. So this year we will be replacing 12 side loaders. It's about 13% of our entire fleet. 3 rear loaders, 2 claws, a street sweeper, and 3 pickups. So we're getting back on track with our vehicle replacements. Turning our attention to wastewater management. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I skip something? Water. Okay. Pardon me. So our water system is really complex. It's probably one of the most complex, if not the most complex system I've ever worked on. We have 260 wells around town that serve our customers, 1,900 miles of water mains, 2 recharge facilities, 19 sites with granular activated carbon. We have 2 water storage facilities. So it's really complex. And one of the things we're working on this year is our control system, so to control all of that as well. Because water is so asset heavy, we are focusing on our people this year and implementing an asset management software that will allow us to produce or to collect more reliable data about our work, the work that we do in water, and to really focus on effectiveness and increasing efficiency around our work. Annual appropriation for water this year, $208.6 million. Of that, we have about 80.3 of that is capital. Those are capital improvements, with the rest being personnel and other charges. Now we can turn our attention to wastewater. So our wastewater system, 1,600 miles of sewer from our customers, 2 water reclamation facilities, and we dispose at the main regional plant out on Jensen. We dispose of the reclaimed wastewater in 1,700 acres of perk ponds, what we call percolation ponds. But we also have a tertiary treatment facility that pumps that water into the purple pipe that comes back into downtown. And there are also 18 lift stations in the system. The assistant director in wastewater is in his 2nd year as well, and I've asked our folks to tell me what their focus is, and he's focusing on taking that group, which has had a pretty mature asset management and maintenance management program for a while, increasing documentation around SOPs, focusing on effectiveness and safety. So a lot of good things happening out of wastewater there. Proposed appropriation this year, $206 million. Again, the attrition rate being met. In this case, our capital program is $138 million. So when we do capital work at wastewater, we go big. Those are always big projects. The plant has big needs, and when you're dealing with big pipes, you have to handle a lot of sewer flow, and that is one of our critical facilities. And as I always like to say, it's a living place. So we take it very seriously, and if I aren't effective there, then we can have big problems. Moving on to people, our budgeted positions this year, 683 positions. We are not adding any new positions this year. The increase in the positions is just a catch up from positions that were created last year. 632, oh, did I say? Oh, 683, excuse me, 632. See, it takes a team for a new guy. So operational impacts. I won't go over necessarily any of these in detail except for litter abatement and pressure washing. The remainder of the operational impacts are pretty routine escalation that we've been seeing over the last several years, including the Memorandum of Understanding negotiations. But let's focus a little bit on the litter abatement and pressure washing. What we're doing here is creating a 6th quad crew that is going to focus on the tower and downtown, and also on pressure washing in those areas. We're going to be increasing frequency for litter abatement and then increasing the frequency of the pressure washing. The timing, a lot of on that one, the timing is pretty well worked out, and we can get into details if you'd like in the question period. And we're still working out the frequency in the other areas for the pressure washing and downtown. On the federal and state grant side, over the last several years, we've been awarded $23.7 million across 12 grants. It's a combination of federal and state grants, EPA, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Water Resources, and then some from the regional board. Our solid waste operation also relies quite a bit on Cal Recycle grants for education and what goes where. So we're really stepping up looking at those grants for customer education. As I said earlier, in terms of capital projects, when we do capital projects at wastewater, we generally go big. The one at the top, the $45.9 million appropriation we're requesting this year, is actually going to be covered by a state revolving loan from the state board, and that is for a new treatment process that's required for increasing regulations around nitrate control to the groundwater. So we're going to build a new facility at wastewater, and that should be online by 2030. The remainder of these projects, as I said, 4 of the 6 that we are requesting this year are at wastewater. We are also going to be demolishing the B building, around an $8 million appropriation for that. And then we have been working early on. When I stepped into this role, I had a discussion with Chief Alcorn, and we're going to start replacing antiquated fire hydrants that are problematic for them and then also hinder their ability to with mutual aid when the fire receives mutual aid. We had some chuckles about the pictures for our capital project highlights that, again, several of these are wastewater. If you look at the lower left, that's just our regional plant because there's capital projects all over that. I have a favorite saying that I say about our utilities, our water and wastewater utilities, is that we bury our best work. So a lot of times when you see our projects, you just see a torn up street. So this is our crews in the upper left, cleaning out sewers, cleaning out vaults. Couldn't get past this without showing one of Assistant Director Veros's claws out there. And then, of course, because of our fire hydrant program, we took a picture of a fire hydrant. This is actually the part of my job that I like the most, is what we do for community education. Our water conservation team in water is second to none. We have a group of very dedicated individuals that really take their job seriously. There's a lot of landscape specialists there. And if you haven't had an opportunity to download Ion Water, to monitor your water usage or any of that, just phone up conservation. They can walk you through it. Come get a landscape audit. We have smart irrigation controllers that we are providing complimentary to our customers through a grant program. Obviously, the Lawn to Garden program, Council Vice President, we've talked to. That's through our conservation program. And they've also gone to CARTS, the school facility out on Clovis Avenue, and work. That's been one of their favorite and the kids' favorite programs for some of our outreach. On the solid waste side, if you ever have any questions about what goes where, what is recyclable, what isn't, just call the recycling hotline, and we'll be glad to do it. And for those who don't know, please don't bag your recyclables. The bags aren't recyclable. I say that every chance I can get. Dump the recyclables loose into the...
I learned that I was the worst offender of that.
And last, of course, to keep our sewers clean, our fats, oils, and grease program. Assistant Director Asher has a great team of specialists who go and work with industry and work with our grease dischargers. And again, if any of our customers, any of our businesses or industry have any question, we're always glad to come out and help and assist. And here's just a few pictures, and we have many of what we do with our customers. So, for our last topic, before we get to questions, I would not do it service having the mayor and Mark Standriff sitting in the room with me talking about Beautify Fresno. So I'm going to ask Director Standriff to come up and talk about Beautify Fresno.
Thank you, Council President, council members, Mayor, City Manager, and members of the dais. My name is Mark Standriff. I'm the Program Director for Beautify Fresno. I have the best job in town. because there's always tangible results to what we do on a daily basis. And so it's my pleasure to kind of present very briefly here the highlights of what we've accomplished this past year. More importantly, with the numbers that are up there right now, those were actually delivered as a package for our presentation back in April. So I can state for the record that those numbers have actually increased to 133 volunteer events, 110,000 pounds of trash, the graffiti and the trees. Those numbers still remain the same, but we're continuing to work on that. And more importantly, we provide, in addition to cleanup and beautification events with individuals and groups virtually every week, 4 major events per year. The one that was most recent was our Greatest American Cleanup, and in cooperation with our America 250 program that's been spearheaded by the mayor, we wanted to make this one special, so we actually had a record number of locations, 25 in all, getting with that 250 theme. Record number of volunteers, 1,820, and a record number of tonnage collected in a 2-hour period, over 19,000 pounds. Every single council district was represented, and very pleased to say that we had actually a couple of our council members actually host locations for us during that auspicious day. We're also very pleased that the program for our quad cruise, which was instituted basically as an idea by Council President back a couple of years ago for District 7, which has now kind of grown into a program that is collecting 3 million pounds of trash proactively off the streets. That means we're not waiting around for 311 or Fresno calls. And we're also seeing a significant number in the reduction of those particular calls to our services. So we're very pleased about that. And then finally, our something that really has kind of not only captured imaginations, but certainly has become a very visible outproduct of the mayor's focus on beautification is our Fresno Box Art pilot program. We decided to start in District 4, thanks to a council motion from Council Vice President, that enabled us to kind of focus in the areas around Fresno Yosemite International Airport and Fresno State University. We completed the airport phase so far with an aviation theme. I hope that if you've driven down McKinley or coming in and out of the airport, you've seen these new traffic box wraps. These are artworks that are created by Central Valley artists and were selected by recommendation from a committee that included representatives from Council District 4, the City Manager's Office, Beautify Fresno, the Department of Public Works, our Airports Department, Fresno State University, the Fresno Arts Council, and local artists. So we compile all those, we make the recommendations to both the City Manager and the Council District Office, and then we started going through with the actual production and installation of these works. So we have 8 traffic cabinets along McKinley and then Clinton Way near the airport terminal that have been completed. We're in the process of completing that second phase, which would be a theme of Bulldog Spirit along the corridors of Shaw and Cedar Avenues around the Fresno State campus, with the goal of getting those installations completed by the end of the fiscal year. But again, we're really pleased at the public response. It's been uniformly positive. And in some cases, I'm getting calls all the time about individuals wondering when can we get boxes put up in our areas. So this pilot program, as we continue to kind of build the plane as we're flying it, as we see the success, we hope to implement that in the coming year. I'm going to turn things back over to Director Amico for final comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Hope we met the goal of being concise.
Yeah, you're a good director. You're not off the hook. You do get a 1 hour, 57-minute break here.
Okay.
To think about all the answers for the questions we're going to ask you. But we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. We'll resume with the Q&A and then Chris continue on with the agenda.
Council President, do you know yet after DPU if we will be doing police or fire first?
We'll do police first.
Police first?
Yeah,
Okay.
We'll go in exact. I told the public earlier we go in exact
Okay.
backwards order. So we'll
No
stick to
problem.
that
The chiefs
backwards
were
order.
just asking. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All right. See everyone at 2 p.m. I count 5 so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe more. 6. There we go. So we'll have the DPU director come back on up. Councilmember Richardson, you were punched up first. You still want that?
So, just a point of clarification before we get started with questions. Something I failed to mention during my presentation is that the water and wastewater budgets, neither one of those include any rate increase in it. So I just wanted to make sure I meant to mention that as I was doing that, but neither one of them has any increase revenue due to rates.
None of the projections include any accounts.
That's correct.
Of,
That's
okay.
correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Richardson, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Good afternoon, Director Miko.
Good afternoon.
Question for you. Just kind of going quick here, faster and funnier. The drug and alcohol testing in your department, is that reactive or proactive?
We have certain units that it's proactive, and then it'd be then by reasonable suspicion.
Okay, thank you. What is the maintenance cycle for the pumps? So like the trees are on like an 11-year cycle or 10-year cycle or whatever for the maintenance or repairs of the pump stations around the city?
It would vary. A lot of those maintenance cycles are due to, we look at the operation, we call overall plant efficiency. If you're referring to our groundwater pumps, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so we monitor the overall efficiency of the well, and then, because we try not to take those out of service unless we absolutely have to, we do that more on a, and then of course there's routine PMs that we do, right? There'd be routine preventive maintenance that we would do. I can get you those frequencies, but the general complete overall of a pump station is due to operational, a drop in operational efficiency.
Gotcha, okay. Can you speak a little bit, I'm not familiar with the TCP settlement fund. Correct. Can you speak a little bit about that and the $10 million price tag on it, please?
Yeah, so trichloropropanone was a fumigant used decades ago, and then the city litigated with a couple of chemical vendors, a couple of the vendors, and received settlement proceeds to put treatment on, I think it's a minimum of 27 wells, but up to 30 wells that we could do that. And so that money is to pay for capital and operations and maintenance for 10 years.
Commonly known as the Shell oil settlement.
Correct.
Gotcha. And that 10 years ends?
The 10 years of O&M is just for any facility, because those will come online at different times. And so it just was calculated based on the projected capital cost for that station, and then 10 years of its, so when it goes into full operation, it's supposed to pay for 10 years of operations and maintenance.
Great, okay, so not from the settlement date, but
no.
Based on the individual installation.
That's correct.
Fantastic, okay, thank you. You mentioned the new facility. I'm guessing this is down at the regional wastewater treatment facility that is dedicated to side stream?
Side stream, yes.
Okay, is that covered by the solar that went in there and in the last year was a big victory for the city and honestly very impressive?
The solar will power that facility.
Okay.
That facility will consume power, so that solar feed is just into the main plant. This is just going to be within that treatment facility.
What percentage are we looking at of the entire energy consumption of the facility to be serviced by that solar after the side stream is implemented?
I will need to follow up with you on that, on what energy projections we have for that particular facility.
I appreciate that. Okay. I can consider that my first official RFI for you there.
Okay.
Finally, there are certain cities who, I know when it comes to water is a very precious resource here. I'm not going to insult anybody's intelligence by talking about that too much, but when you waste water, usually it's a warning, and then it's a gradual fine structure for every event, every occurrence after that. There are some cities, counties, municipalities of all sizes who implement a volumetric fine, which means that when I waste 100 gallons and you waste 10,000 gallons, we pay a different fine based on our water waste.
Right.
We started this conversation a few months ago. Can you just speak to us a little bit what the implementation would look like? Because this may lead to a motion.
So right now we need to bring to council a conservation ordinance. We brought it before council, I think at the end of 2024. Council Vice President and Councilmember Arias asked us to look harder at commercial and industrial because they didn't feel that the ordinance specifically addressed those. What that ordinance will do is it will implement automated enforcement again. It'll implement automated enforcement where our automated meter system will notify our staff automatically of water waste. Because right now, if it has to be reported to us visually, then we have to go observe it. During COVID, council suspended fining our customers. So we need to we need to repeal the moratorium on fines. While we're doing that, we can certainly look at the tiered fine structure, because right now it's as you said, which is first occurrence is so many dollars, and then it goes up from there. But we
Okay,
can
is that the
certainly
kind of
look
thing
at
that
it.
internally you guys with your staff are going to be able to kind of research and calculate, or is that going to require some extra funded manpower that we're going to need to allocate from the dais?
We should be able to do that. It'll be a normal course of evaluating this.
Okay. I look forward to that. And honestly, I think once we complete like a study of if we can implement volumetric fines, I think that would probably solve a lot of the problems that whichever of my colleagues were mentioning, the issues with the commercial and the industrial water waste, would probably cover that, because they have so much more capacity than I do at my house to waste water, right?
Right. We'll certainly look at it, but I will say this, is that there's been recent court rulings around the Proposition 218 process and the implementation of volumetric rates, meaning you use more water, you pay for more water. That has gone all the way to the state Supreme Court. There's been, it did not rule in favor of the municipality.
City manager, or somebody from the city manager's office, so correct me if I'm wrong here, but the rate structure and the fine structure are two entirely different things.
Absolutely
right?
agree with you on that. The problem is that if there can be legal challenges to that, because they may seem more similar than they are different, and that's all. But we will analyze that through the lens of the conservation ordinance change and get a legal opinion, and then potentially implement it. So we'll keep you in the loop.
I appreciate. I think we're done nerding out on water from my side. Happy trash day. Council President, that's all I had.
Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're here to talk about water and trash, and so I'm going to talk about water and trash. Just a little perspective. The Water Division delivers 37.4 billion gallons to the folks in the Fresno metropolitan area in 2025, and I looked that up. And Shaver Lake, at its maximum capacity, holds 44 billion gallons of water, and so approximately for 1 year, the Water Division of this department delivered the size of Shaver Lake to the Fresno metropolitan area to be used. And so when we say we use a lot of water, but when we actually compare that to a bottle of water nearby that we actually visit and see how much we use, it puts things into perspective. So people, let's start saving water, because water is, again, as my colleague in DC said, it is a lifeline for all of us.
I appreciate that comparison, because we operate in a bit of a bubble sometimes, and it's always good to hear some different perspectives.
And you're correct. When we look at numbers, it's like almost out of the real world, but when you put it into perspective, equate that to, let's say, Shaver Lake, which in this case is a good comparison, that we drain Shaver Lake once a year, at least in 2025.
Well, and add to the fun, we measure ours in acre feet.
Yeah,
our demand's in acre feet, so
exactly.
that's the other thing. So.
Exactly, and so that's the water part, the trash part, Director. I understand that there are some residents who may go on vacation for weeks, months, half a year, et cetera, and so they want that exemption for trash pickup. What is the city's policy regarding exemption if I want to leave my house for, let's say, a 3 or even a 6 or even a year vacation because of some business or some family? What exactly is the limit in terms of getting that exemption?
I would need to look into that. I would have to consult with UBNC, but I from my perspective, here's the way we're required to maintain service at addresses.
Correct.
And the cost to deliver that service is about putting somebody behind the wheel of a truck to drive to the neighborhood, and whether they pick up that neighbor's trash or another neighbor's trash, the cost to the city is very, very close to the same. I'm not aware of an exemption or
but if you can get back to my office, that'd be great. If
Yeah,
there's an
yeah,
exemption, what is that timeline?
We'll look into that, definitely.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Correa.
Dr. Amico, I apologize for the coughing bronchitis, but it's not contagious. You're okay. Thank you for your patience. I want to talk to you a little bit about Operation Cleanup. Okay. You okay talking about that?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know you can, but okay. Nothing specific. I just want to state, this is probably one of the best programs we have as a city. Benefits our ratepayers. It's very, very well liked and highly utilized, obviously. But I will say in the past, there has been a lot of concern about a lag and delay. For some people, it benefits them because, I have an extra 2 weeks to put things out. But for other constituents, they say, why is there garbage everywhere? That's completely changed. You guys are on time, which is fantastic. I can tell you, I'm not getting those calls anymore, so I want to give you kudos to whatever you're doing to make that happen. Because it is a lot to clean up, but I feel like you guys are really just on top of that right now.
Yeah, I don't know that we've been behind since I stepped into this role.
Which is great.
Yeah.
So kudos on that. Another thing is the issue of being able, as the public, to have another bulk item cleanup.
Correct.
That's a very big benefit. So I can tell you, I've been learning a lot more about our county, and they don't have the same success we have here.
They don't.
You just wait to see someone's going to pick it up, and it just doesn't happen, unfortunately. So that's a really, really great thing you guys are doing.
Well, the good news is on that, we have rolled it out. We're doing a soft rollout right now. It was active in 311 in March, where you can go into 311 and doing that. You can imagine the complications from that. One bulky item. What if somebody puts a bulky item and some tires on it? What are we going to do? So we've got a lot of logistics to work out with that. So we're doing once we've ironed that out, then hopefully in the next months or so, we're going to do a widespread campaign to educate folks about it.
This is out of the blue. You and I have not discussed this, but I'm going to kind of put you on the spot a little bit. You don't have to say yes or no, but is there potential? So we have a lot of our communities, let's say west of 99, they border the county. Or you have county islands, for example. In the past, there's been some discussion of working with the county. Perhaps they give us funding and we will use our staffing with the different teams we have in the different zones. Is there any potential to work with the county, especially on these bordering areas? Because people don't know it's a border. They think it's all city or all county. Right. Where we can work with them to be able to handle more. Is it really a funding issue, or what would the issue be there?
It's a funding issue because obviously we can only deliver service to our customers at the cost that they're paying, right? Okay. So we have been in discussions with my counterpart at the county about piloting an area to offer Operation Cleanup to those areas where they would pay us, and then we would provide the equipment to collect it, and we're still working those details out, and then who would haul it and where it would go and so on. So we've got to provide the county some additional cost information so that they can then go through their process to figure out how that would work. I think our goal for that is we cannot reduce our service to our residential customers. So whatever they would pay us, we would have to do through agreement, and then we would need to procure additional equipment for that.
Okay. Assuming everything goes well, how would that be within the next 12 months? Could it be more than that? I mean, let's say they came up with the money and we were able to find good terms. How soon can that work begin?
Well, I'm an optimist, so but I'm not going to do that today. So it's going to be pretty easy for us to do the costs and to provide the costs to them. Then, as you know, then we're going to have to go through a process of ironing out an agreement. I think we could. The concept that we've talked about with the county is to enter into an MOU of some sort where we say, you know what, we're going to pilot this. We're going to figure out what it's going to cost. And then we're going to figure out how we're going to get it done. Right. The challenge we have, obviously, is we don't want OCU to slip. We're going to do bulky item, so we've got to be real mindful of that. 12 months, could we get it done? It sounds reasonable to me, but
it just depends.
It's our process and their process. So.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perea, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Director, how many people have taken advantage of the bulky item pickup service?
I don't think anyone.
No one?
No one. Because we haven't done a very good job of telling people about it.
Do we have somebody on contract to help us with that, or is that a responsibility for internal staff?
The way we're going to handle that is we're going to look at where the call comes in, and we're going to decide whether a crew from Operation Cleanup goes and picks the item up, or we send one of the quad teams to get it.
And this is a service for multifamily residents?
It would be the up to a fourplex. If you're a residential customer of ours, your bill is in good standing, you don't owe us money or anything like that, we need to do that check, and then we would provide the service.
So single family up to a fourplex?
Up to a fourplex, correct.
Got it. And that's one item per year?
One item per year.
Per calendar year?
Per calendar year.
Okay. And if somebody wanted to schedule a pickup, 311?
311.
Okay.
Or a Fresno or 621 City.
Or Fresno, okay. And then there is budget to add a new quad team, is that correct?
That's correct. We are adding, it's existing staff. There's no new staff to create that team.
And this will be dedicated to the Tower District only, or is this going to be citywide?
Tower District and downtown, if I'm correct, yeah.
Okay. And what will this team be responsible for?
This team is for litter control. It is to make sure that the pressure washing can be as effective as it can possibly be. So it would be for litter control and abatement in those areas. And the tower schedule is scheduled, right, Nick? And then downtown, we're still working out all the logistics on that.
Correct. Yeah, the schedule is still, it's 4 days a week.
So we'll be taking, right now, ScrubCan does litter abatement and pressure washing on the sidewalks. So we will be taking litter abatement in-house, which will give ScrubCan more ability to pressure wash the sidewalks in the tower.
To increase their frequency, yes.
To increase the frequency. So it will go to every morning now, pressure washing?
$500,000 for pressure washing.
Total budget,
260 plus the 240, total budget for pressure washing, and that would be split between the tower and downtown.
Correct.
We're, the condition of our sidewalks in the tower are pretty grotesque. And even with the power pressure washing, it's, you know, people aren't really noticing a visual difference just because the sidewalks are in such poor condition. So I appreciate just kind of keeping the area from getting worse, but I'm just wondering, and I think this is an RFI for Public Works, but I'm wondering what the cost would be to just go in and revitalize, to redo the concrete out in the Tower District, to just kind of have a fresh start, especially now that we are making a more sizable investment in pressure washing, and so in cleanliness maintenance. So an RFI for a cost estimate to do sidewalk, so concrete repair along Olive Avenue between Palm and Van Ness, and then concrete repair along Wishon Avenue from Olive up to Fern. I would just like to get an idea of what it would cost on both the District 1 and District 3 sides of replacing our sidewalks and just kind of starting from scratch.
When you say, hold on, I just want to double check. Did we not talk about like sandblasting or something to that effect to help kind of take off that top layer of grime? I could have dreamt it.
My office did pay, it was a one-time, I forget what the cost was, but it was a one-time cost to do an extra heavy-duty pressure washing in the Tower District, and there was a difference. There was a little bit of a difference, but it still wasn't.
Well, I was walking the Tower District with you right after they did that, and quite honestly, I couldn't tell if there's a difference at all. It was just super bad. So I really think that we need to do some research and figure out what's available to us and what that would cost to make these sidewalks look good.
If I may, your power washing is not removing the embedded oil that's what causing the safety hazards and the slips and falls because of the food vendors are there. So you're not helping with the power washing of just pure water. So either you guys put some chemicals to lift the oil or you do something dramatically different.
We'll make sure we look at what's available. What other cities? I mean, we're not the first one to be confronted with this. Or if there's something we can put on it, something that's got to bring it back to life, renew that concrete.
Yeah, agreed. Especially with the level that it takes every Thursday, Friday, Saturday night.
And that was the intent of adding, actually more than doubling our pressure washing. So whatever we need to do to make it fresh.
Yeah, thank you. Between Councilmember Arias and I, we're spending a good chunk of our pay later money in the Tower District, so whether that's fixing sidewalks or repaving roads. But hopefully if we do see any cost savings, we can put some of that toward revitalizing the core of Tower, the main arteries. And then pressure washing, what time of the day will that be occurring? Do we know yet?
The plan is to do it in the middle of the night, 3 to 5 p.m., 3 to 5 a.m.
3 to 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Go through, and we would be doing Olive, Wishon, Van Ness, Maroa, and I believe Fern Avenues.
The same limits.
Same areas.
Yeah, I think it's the same limits that it's currently doing. The same limits.
Okay.
And abatement is 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And then lastly, Director, you said that this budget contains no requests for any rate increases. Is
That's
that correct?
correct. Yes.
So no Prop 218 elections this year?
We're looking at timing right now, but we intend to come back this year.
For sewer and water?
for sewer and water.
By the end of the year?
Yes. Then you know the process, we have to request to initiate, and at that time, that's when we make the rate reports public. Or we could do it at a workshop. I mean, there's options to that, but we do the rate reports, and then we have the protest period, then we do the hearing.
And when was the last time this body approved a rate increase for sewer or water?
For sewer, the rate increase was approved in 2004. The last step of the rate increase was implemented in 2007. There was a fifth one, but it was not done in 2008 because of the, presumably because of the economic condition. The last time that council voted on rates for water was in 2014. It was 2014, right? And then the last step of that increase would have been in 2019 and been in effect in FY19.
This body had to increase trash rates
Yes.
recently, and
Yes.
that was because I personally felt a lack of leadership of past administrations and councils. It's going to be a tough time for many to now increase water rates and sewer rates, but this is sort of the outcome of failed leadership over the years, and it's going to all unfortunately come at once.
Correct, yeah.
So it's
And the drivers for each one of the utilities is slightly different. As you can imagine with the wastewater rates, due to them there's several things have happened in that. Water conservation has made a huge impact on the cost of delivering service because, as my assistant city manager likes to say, with conservation, what goes to the plant is more like a stew than a soup. So less water, less pumping, and we have to align those rates. So they need to be realigned. And then on water, it's just increasing costs, and that's driving, and because water carries debt from, carries some SRF loans from the Recharge Fresno program, we have to make sure that we're staying on top of that and staying financially sustainable.
And labor increases. Every
Correct.
time this body
Yes.
approves an MOU increase, that has to go into the makeup of the rate.
Yep, understood.
Everything goes up, everything's gone up, and a lot in the last 3 years, as we knew from solid waste.
So the divisions are not currently operating in the red, but at what point will they, if we continue to kick this down the road?
So the interesting thing differently, I think, about from solid waste and why water and wastewater rates are slightly different is both of those utilities operate with very large capital programs. So the consequence of not raising rates means that capital suffers. That's just always, you defer capital because you've got to deliver the service, but you know that's not sustainable. So on the water side, we can certainly do some cutting, but if we will be in default on our SRF loans and not meeting covenant within a couple fiscal years if we don't act on water. Wastewater doesn't carry as much debt, but the realignment is desperately needed to get the customer classes paying their proportionate share.
And we've talked about the fact that when we're not doing capital improvements, then we're fixing them on emergency basis, on reactive emergency at significantly higher cost, opposed to doing it on a cycle. And by the way, we're not looking to do things on a normal cycle. We're just looking to improve our cycle from like once every 100 years to
No, it's once every 600 years to about once every 300 years.
Yes.
I mean, that's really what we're talking about.
And when we get to the point of discussing, I mean, that's seriously what we're talking about. Our cycle right now is replacement every 600 years. To your point, council member, that's reflective of lack of leadership in the past. And, we can keep trying to make dents into it to get that down, but we're pay now or pay later. I know Councilmember Esparza has had both significant sewer and water breaks in his district in the last 4 months that have resulted in risk claims for damaging people's property. So it's part of running the business side of our city. And unfortunately, it means that you guys have to make difficult decisions because it's going to impact our residents who are already impacted. But it's very frustrating when we look at our neighbors, whether it be PG&E or whatever, where, one of the reasons why we're hesitant is because our residents are already being impacted by higher energy rates. And it's like, that automatically happens at exorbitant increases, but we're trying to manage things on a shoestring. So it's an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in, but it's part of what we do as a city.
And I can tally up just off the top of my head right now, we are doing, about almost 25 million right now in emergency repairs, both at the regional plant and then on our trunk sewer system.
25 million?
About 25 million I can think of just right off the top of my head, and things that have been needed. But the news is good. We're completing a collection system master plan. We have a much more structured program about looking at our large diameter, high consequence sewers and then prioritizing those in future. In fact, our capital program right now addresses a number of those high risk sewers. And so we're going to try to be much more proactive about that.
And when or if we do increase rates, I know it will be incrementally, similar to what we did with trash. So
Yes.
it'll just be an incremental increase each year.
Yes, and we've been, one of the things we've been scrutinizing these rates, understanding of everything, of all the rates that are going up and everything that's going up, and making sure that anything we're putting into the rate increase, we can explain the why. For instance, building up reserves. Why does it need to be that level of a reserve? Because that's all the revenue. We only have one source of revenue, and that's as far as our delivering our service, that's our rates. So we're scrutinizing it internally and making sure that we're being very cognizant about the economic impact to our customers.
Thanks, Director.
Councilman Baudius, followed by Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I want to go back a little bit towards power washing sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
If I recall, the last conditional use permit in the Tower Corridor has the last call for alcohol service at 1:30, and bars are supposed to be closed by 1:45-ish. So I like to see the power wash move to 2 a.m. as a start time, and people got to go home. They got to go home. So when we get to the police conversation, you'll see what we've been dealing with in the tower for the last few years. And the vendors who keep people there post 2 a.m. are part of the challenge that we've been having to deal with after the fact. On the sewer item, what's your current reserve level of the sewer fund?
We might maintain a number of different reserves.
What's your overall reserve?
Oh, the overall reserve amount.
For the sewer fund. And same thing for your water fund. Don't smile, Georgianne. How are you?
So our current,
I'm great, Miguel. How are you?
Great.
Good.
Great.
Good to see you.
Same here.
So our current, we maintain operating reserves. Our operating reserves are to address unforeseen costs, capital reserves, fleet replacement reserve, a rate stabilization reserve, and then we've got two loans that require reserves. So operating reserve right now is 15.3 million. Capital reserve is 17.2 million, roughly. Fleet replacement reserve is 10.9 million, 10.8 million. And then rate stabilization, 8.9 million. And then our tertiary SRF loan and recycled SRF loans, those are both of those are fully funded, and we can't touch those at all. There's no way to get. They're highly restricted. Those are by agreement, and they're 1.6 million and 2.4 million.
Great. Are those reserves sufficient for you to continue operating this year and next year?
That's a great question, and something I would need to. We're examining right now in the rate increases, because
Are checks going to bounce this year if the reserve fund is not increased?
Well, there's a couple. The operating reserve is restricted, so the operating reserve is restricted, and if we draw on that reserve, we have to replace the revenue within the fiscal year. That's by council act. Rate stabilization reserve could be utilized. Will checks bounce? We will cover our operating costs always. Okay. We will always cover our operating costs.
What's your reserve levels for the water fund?
For the water fund, similar reserves. Right now we have operating reserve in this budget, 32.6 million. Capital reserve, 16 million. Fleet replacement, 5.6 million. Rate stabilization, 6.4 million. And then if you want me to, I can do the loans. The loans are 2.1 million, 686,000, 1.8 million, and 5.7 million, roughly.
So in my high school math, you probably have a combined nearly $100 million in the reserves between the water and the sewer fund?
I wouldn't combine them because they're two completely separate utilities.
But
the
enterprise fund in general, they're nearly $100 million in reserves.
71 plus 56 is 120.
120?
Mhm.
The reason I asked that question to bring it up is because when we did the garbage rate increases, the primary reason that we were given for making those significant increases was the fact that the reserve had been emptied out.
Correct.
In this case, that's not as significant of a challenge. You have, as you
Operating
indicated-
reserve,
Right.
operating
That-
reserve.
That was an operating reserve.
And
Yeah.
the operating reserve that you just heard him describe is, think I
Manager,
heard 10 or
City
15
Manager,
million.
If I may just keep the floor.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're best friends, by the way. So this is the good work.
I've seen that.
Yes. So you have nearly $120 million reserve, so you're not in any imminent danger of not being able to pay your operating expenses if this council was not to do Prop 218 this year.
On the water side, we will pay our operating expenses, and we will have to draw down those reserves to make debt service coverage. And the rating agencies will punish us for that. If we have a sustained history of doing that, they will erode our rating. But on the wastewater side, we could, but we're out of alignment across our customer classes.
So for the sewer fund, the last adjustment we did was in 2007, correct? In sewer fund, the last adjustment we made was 2007?
Correct. The last step of that rate increase.
So since 2007 to now, you hadn't had the urgent need to have cash flow problems. You have been not unable to pay your operating expenses. And I'm assuming throughout those years, we received state funds, federal funds, grant funds. There's a whole other funds that we also receive for capital and operations of the two funds, right?
The only funding we would have received that was external from our user fees is SRF loans, and we have to pay those back. So those become part of our debt service.
We also received millions of dollars of COVID funds to wipe out everyone's debt of water and sewer bills during the pandemic. I think our amount was more than $30 million.
It was about, I just did the analysis on this yesterday, actually, and I was looking at the arrears balances. And water was 15 at its peak. It was about 15 million, I think, and sewer. And that's where we would draw on the operating reserves. And I would say, in analyzing that data on both of those utilities, that was about 45 days of operating expense.
External loans. Sometimes this body borrows money from our utility funds to do things that are not utility related. When was the last time we borrowed money against utility funds? And do we have any outstanding loans in the utility funds?
So only solid waste. Wastewater loaned solid waste. They loaned solid waste $5 million, but that stayed within the enterprise.
Say that again.
So when one of the actions that we had to take on the solid waste, because they were so far into the red and they were in danger of being completely bankrupt, was we had to loan $5 million from wastewater to solid waste. So we had to burn cash.
And that was paid back?
It's being paid back.
It hasn't been fully paid back?
No.
Why not, since we adjusted garbage rates?
It's the second year of a 5-year payback period.
Why not pay them back now since we adjusted garbage rates?
Because we need to build up our reserves, and we need to replace vehicles, and we have a lot of other needs. That solid waste rate increase just really kind of kept the lights on. We're not growing. We're not adding to our fleet. We're only replacing things.
We did pay the vendor more money too. For the garbage rates.
Which I don't know what you're referring to on that one. We paid
the vendor for garbage services more money.
Oh, you mean the franchise haulers, the commercial franchise haulers? I don't.
What was your question, Miguel?
Tipping fees. Part of the last agreement that we did with the Caglia Environmental, we paid them more money. And that was connected to the increase in garbage rates, was it not? I remember having this debate here.
We have to renegotiate that agreement would have to come back to council in order to change that.
It did. This council approved an amendment to the agreement.
Are you talking about the CARTS agreement?
Correct.
I think he must be talking about one of the amendments to the CARTS agreement. I don't think it was under our watch. I think it was a previous.
The one we just did under your supervision.
The what?
The Fifth Amendment.
Oh.
The part of the settlement agreement.
That was part of the settlement.
It's still
okay,
contract.
Sorry. I thought you were talking about something else. Yes, we did an amendment as part of a settlement.
And how much additional money did we give that vendor as part of that settlement? Isn't it like $3 million-ish?
I'm having a hard time hearing him. How much did we give the vendor as part of the settlement? Additional money?
I believe it was
Never mind,
Council,
City Manager.
I just want to make sure I'm not violating anything.
Well, the settlement's
No,
public.
it's public. It's public.
Okay, I believe it was $1 million, if I remember correctly.
Ballpark, correct.
So I don't recall us being informed that we were not going to fully pay back the utility fund when we adjusted the garbage rates. I thought part of that was to pay that debt that we had borrowed and to fully address the reserve funds in the garbage fund.
It was part of the plan, council member. We showed, there were a number of things. We showed that it was the payback, it was the buildup of the reserves, it was to replace equipment, and it was to pay the wastewater fund back over time. It wasn't going to be on day one, we were going to write the check. It was, we were making payments on it.
Okay. Right. Is there any other loans that we've taken against utilities?
I'm not aware of it. There's no current loans within utilities. I'm not aware that we have loaned, that DPU has loaned anybody.
I recall we borrowed your money to buy a hotel early on, and then we paid it back. When was that? A hotel.
Hotel. Oh, I know, okay.
See, I have such a long memory that, City Manager.
This was like 2021. It was one of the Parkway. We'll have to get back to you. I think you may be right. I feel like there was a loan at the end of the Brand administration, maybe.
Calls the $10 million loan that we borrowed from the utility fund and then paid it back, or I thought we had paid it back once we received the state funds for the acquisition of property.
We'll get back to you on that. We need to, that sounds familiar to me, so either we talked about it or we did it, but we'll get back to you about it.
Could you also confirm for me if there's any outstanding loans on any front? And what the terms of those loans are?
The loans, including the SRF loans, the ones to the state, you're saying internally that we've loaned either general fund or other departments?
In the past, we have used the utility fund as a savings account whenever we want to borrow money for something we don't have cash for. We borrow from your fund and then we pay it back over time. Okay. So I'd like to know whether we have any outstanding loans. Okay. Because, for example, if we force garbage to pay you back sooner, maybe we can not have to raise rates higher. If there's any other loans that we can force other departments or entities to pay back sooner, maybe we can reduce the increase.
Oh, Trustee Phil Sky just told me we did borrow money for the Valley Inn and we repaid it with a home key award.
Has it been fully paid back?
According to Phil Sky, it has, but we will confirm.
Do you know which utility? I'd have to know which utility. It was wastewater.
It was wastewater.
Yeah.
See, I remember things after being here 7 years.
I don't know why we borrow money from wastewater all the time, but
unlike the 20 years of my colleague. We referenced rate increases. So is it my understanding that there's no money in the budget for Prop 218?
That's correct. That's correct. We have no increase in revenue from rates in this budget.
Well, that's not my complete question.
Okay.
I'm assuming you have to have money in the budget to actually engage in the process of 218.
We do.
How much money do you have in the budget to engage in the process of 218?
A lot of that money is absorbed in staff time. I'm not sure what, I would have to go look at what our outside counsel, we're paying them. And then we have, at this point in time, we have about $600,000 set aside for the mailing, correct? We have about $600,000 for bulk mail and print services. And that's through the Bodwell contract. And that's for the same vendor that did our solid waste rates.
And Bodwell is a PR firm that we just discussed our contract, I think, at the last meeting.
Yeah.
Have you put the safeguards in place to make sure that the PR firm is not going to engage in advocacy, which would be a violation of Prop 218?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We none of us are allowed to engage in advocacy for 218.
I think the mayor is, but other than that, nobody else is.
Okay, there you
go. Garbage pickup. One of the complaints I get from residents, which, by the way, is minimal, but it's still a complaint, is when trash cans are missed. Mm-hmm. What's the process that you guys have in place when somebody's trash can gets missed? Is it the same day pickup? Is it the next day? Do you have a truck that's just roaming, picking up the missed cans? What should people expect when they call in terms of a response time?
So right now, we have some unstaffed routes, right? So we are, they may be just late getting picked up. So it's circumstantial.
Yeah.
So when was the skip? If the skip is on Friday and we're required to, or the customers need to call us after 6:30 because our drivers do have to cover all these routes. it may sit there till Monday. We don't have people that work the weekends. The process is the customer phones in and we dispatch a truck to go get it. That would be over and above the other routes that we're doing.
2 years ago, I had a lively debate with the former director where he was adamant that you were not charging customers for stolen trash cans when you were. Has that process stopped?
We've never charged customers for stolen trash cans.
You have.
Okay, well, then it was a rare occurrence.
I get the old ladies call me asking for the, why should I pay $75 when the unhoused person took my trash can from my front? And it's now in a canal embankment 3 blocks down. And the other problem we had is that the department was not proactively picking up its own cans when they were stolen, and clearly in canal embankments, clearly in vacant properties. What's the process for you guys, like any grocery store, to go back and pick up your property?
So there's 2 parts to that question that I'm hearing. One is just to say, to my knowledge, it's not in the master fee schedule. It's not the department's policy to charge someone if their trash can is stolen. So that's what our policy. The second one, in terms of proactively going and looking for...
When somebody calls in and asks for a replacement can, do you ask if it was stolen, or do you just automatically charge them for a replacement can? Do they have to say it's been stolen?
So I
don't know.
What would happen is if I need a replacement cart, then we would dispatch someone from, that would come through utilities billing and collection. We would send someone out there, and if they've reported it stolen, we would bring them a new cart. If it's broken, then we would need
for us as a council office to tell the public that any stolen trash can will be replaced for free.
That's correct.
No questions asked, no hassle, no show me the police report, because there's no such thing as police reports for that.
That would seem to be unreasonable for us to grill a customer, and if they want to hide it in their backyard, and we can't stop them from doing that. We're not going to go in their backyard.
So, what's the process for you to pick up the trash cans, residential trash cans that are all over embankments and vacant lots?
As I said, to my knowledge, I didn't know this was a huge problem for us. So to my knowledge, we don't proactively go out and police canals and different things. Okay, well,
west of 99. A lot of residential cans that the unhoused have picked up and utilized for whatever they utilize it for. A lot of them, as you know, my phone calls have been, several of them have been set on fire on Olive Street, where you guys have quickly gone and picked up the burned down trash cans and then replaced them. But you don't have a proactive process like grocery stores are required to go pick up their stolen carts?
Would you like to come up and speak to that?
Come on, Mr. Barrows, bring your high top over. Barrows.
When you're talking about carts, are you talking about shopping carts? Or are you talking about
residential trash cans?
It really depends on what it is. If it's on a canal, most likely we're getting a call from one of the agencies. If it's within a legally dumped, most likely one of our quad teams, our proactive crews, are going to be going out there and letting us know. We'll send one of our stake bed trucks to go pick it up.
So we can simply call you guys or to go to 311 and say there's 2 trash cans on the trail on McKinley, and
Absolutely.
You guys will go pick them up?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see you back, Mr. Barrows, and awake. I caught him napping earlier, Mayor. You know how that goes. Director, is there anything, I did request in my request for information an inventory of the age of the infrastructure specific to water and sewer lines and the estimated cost of upgrading or replacing the infrastructure. Most institutions have what we call master facilities plans, so long-range planning, you have an inventory probably needed for your asset management and liability spreadsheets. Does such a report exist for public utilities?
Yes, definitely does. We went through an analysis last year to look at estimated useful life of the infrastructure. This is contained in our geographic information system and our asset inventory.
Where would you put the dollar figure in terms of sewer infrastructure that needs to be replaced?
Well, it depends, like a lot of things with us. So sewer infrastructure, we put cameras down our sewers all the time, and there's a judgment call made by the operator and the engineer on terms of when that's going to be, when that needs to be replaced. Other than that, we rely on the inventory. We've got an old report. Where did Med go?
So in public works, there's this deferred maintenance. In roads, there's a PCI. What's the criteria for water and sewer lines?
So because we bury them, we don't have the ability. So again, the criteria, we'll have to do sewer, we got to take them separately because they're different. Gravity sewers, you can put cameras down through and they're gravity, and we've got that video record. The criteria for that is based on a coding system called PACP that does that, and then we make a determination on whether we rehabilitate that line and we can do it in place or we have to replace it. If it's so deteriorated, it has to be replaced.
What does PACP stand for?
PACP stands for Pipe Assessment Condition Protocol.
Is that like an ABC rating?
It is.
DEF? What's a rating and what are we?
It's meant to be, as you can imagine, we as engineers probably spent a lot of time over the years studying a bunch of things, and we came up with a number rating for that. So there's, longitudinal crack is one rating. Anyway, so to come up with an overall score, there's a condition score, and then there's other scoring criteria. I am not an expert in PACP, nor have I done a lot of PACP analysis or any of this type of analysis. So the way that we would estimate it is we would estimate it on estimated useful life. And we would say this sewer was installed in this time frame, and through industry guidance and other accepted criteria, it's expected to last 50 years. Most pipes that are put in the ground, that were put in the ground, a lot of them, are 50-year life. But as you know, sewers and water mains can last a little longer. So we use more of a risk-based assessment, and we look at the likelihood it's going to fail and the consequence of that failure. Sewers are easier. Water mains, as you know, we run water mains to failure all the time because that's why we have main breaks. So we have to do that on estimated useful life, but that's so conditional in so many ways that I don't personally want to invest in a water main over here just because it's old.
Until it breaks?
Well, it's not that. No, I don't want to run water mains to failure. The trick is you replace them when they need to be replaced. Our most problematic water mains were built in the 80s, but we have 100-year-old water mains that perform decent. So
in the context of Prop 218, you've heard my colleagues, inflation, gas prices, the Trump administration's economy, a whole bunch of reasons why people would not want us to increase their rates. We have to be able to articulate to them what is the current status of our infrastructure, water and sewer. I'm still struggling to understand that.
Okay.
Like, is it $1 billion of deferred maintenance? Do we have an F grade for most of our infrastructure? I know you're going to come back with some rate, formula around making your reserve levels larger, operating, and amount of vehicles that you want to buy and replace. That for me doesn't give the complete story and the justification for the public on a significant rate increase. So if not now, if you can give us some level of, in layman's terms, non-engineering terms, what is a condition of the infrastructure that we would potentially seek to raise Prop 218 rates for? And whatever metric and criteria that is utilized for them, that would be helpful to me.
We did do an analysis last year when we began looking at this and trying to gauge the magnitude of what it could be. So we're turning the dials and we're looking at different things. So we do have that information. It's based on estimated useful life. And then we have 2 different models that we put together, risk models, one for sewer, and then we did one for the downtown infrastructure replacement project. We synchronized those models and then applied it to our GIS, and we have numbers that we can provide you. So if that was what you were requesting in your RFI, we will provide that information to you.
Yeah, that too. And thanks to the governor's investment in the infrastructure in downtown, that's one less thing we have to pass on to ratepayers.
Correct.
The state has essentially paid for it. My last question is, I get requests mostly from the southern part of downtown and the industrial area, which is interesting, for requests for us to eliminate fire hydrants. Yeah. Specifically for the reason that the unhoused are tapping the fire hydrants, and then they congregate in the area, they go into a warehouse facility and set it on fire. So I've gotten numerous requests from property owners to either relocate the fire hydrant near the entrance of their business or to eliminate it. Do you have any other mechanism or any other option to address the common practice of accessing fire hydrants by the general public Because I'm not interested in removing fire hydrants. The fire this last week demonstrated that that's the worst last place you want to limit or eliminate fire hydrants. But it is a real problem that people are tapping into it, and that it creates a bunch of other problems. So are the current fire hydrants that we have the only option? And is there not a more secure way that would also work for the fire department and make them a little more secure?
I would start that conversation with the fire department. That's where I would start. I would go to fire and say, what options might we have? Because ultimately, our job is to maintain them. Their job is to inspect them, to make sure they're going to work when they need to work.
So who determines the design of the fire hydrant? Is it you or them?
It would be a cooperative. We would not design fire hydrants without talking to fire and working with fire. But just remember also, we don't want different hydrants in different parts of town. So
it would be a free fresh, which is enormous in cost.
It'd be an enormous cost. So it would be a cooperative discussion between us and fire, where we would look at products that are available, because we're not the only city that this happens to, right? And so and our engineering team would work closely with them, and we'd make a determination.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Director, for your cooperation.
Hey, Miguel, great questions.
All right, Council Vice President Maxwell.
Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
Sounds like your department can expect a stolen trash can request from Councilmember Arias in the near future. I think that, some of our DPU services get taken for granted. When people flush the toilet or clean water, it comes out of their sink. I never have any complaints about those, so I think that means that we're doing something good there. When it comes to solid waste, I do get a lot of positive affirmation from my constituents, whether that is, friendly garbage men, whether that is they make a request about something that was illegally dumped, and we go out there pretty expeditiously and clean it up. Or even for Operation Cleanup, I've gotten numerous people telling me that the folks will come out of the truck, introduce themselves to the family, help them move stuff into the back of the trash pickup. So just gain a lot of positive feedback, and I just want your department to know that all three divisions, waste, solid waste, and water, I've either heard nothing bad, which I think is good, or I've heard positive things, which is great. So thank you guys for what you do. I appreciate it.
That makes us very happy to hear that, because oftentimes, that's not what we hear. So we did get a good compliment the other day that I passed on to the water division. So
awesome. That's good to hear. Median Island cleanups, that falls under you guys?
That's Public Works.
That's Public Works?
Yep.
Okay, graffiti also?
That's Public Works.
Okay, this is going to be a lot shorter than I thought.
Oh, right. Great. Right on.
Lawn to garden.
Lawn to garden.
Lawn to garden.
Yep.
This is something I worked with your predecessor on. This is something I worked with your predecessors on. None of them were able to deliver on this. I'm hoping that you are the director that is able to deliver on affordable lawn to garden programming for the people of Fresno. Anybody that's driven around the city of Fresno since we instituted water meters have seen front yards and mow strips become unsightly. Let them die. They don't water them. It's really unfortunate. There's not a whole lot that we can do save for this rebate program to try to incentivize people to beautify their front yards and able to do so in a way that saves the city water and saves them money on their water bill. The issue is a lot of the people that have trouble watering their lawns don't have the money to put up front for this program. Now, I've talked to several groups who would be interested in competitively bidding for the opportunity to contract with the city and do these sort of renovations and not having to go through the middleman. And I know that you've lost some key staff recently, which has been a hindrance, but this problem goes long past that. Where are we at, Director?
So I'm glad you asked that, because your interest in it was my interest in it. We've been digging into it. We've got a great team that's been analyzing the data for us. So I'm going to take a couple different, take that question apart a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about the park strip or the mow strip, but then we'll talk about the program itself. We have been looking into the ability to offer sort of a bridge loan to the customer and we specifically had identified the potentially used delinquency fee funds, so that somebody doesn't have, because that's not rate funding, that's any of that. That's currently, we're currently evaluating that from a legal perspective. I'm working with city attorneys on that.
So in this model, you would upfront a certain amount of money to the customer, which they would then pay to a contractor?
So here's how it would have to work, because the mechanism that the program operates under is I go out, I want to convert my lawn.
Correct.
So I go get a landscaping plan, and I submit it to our conservation staff.
Some of which we have for free online.
We do. And our landscaping staff, as a matter of fact, that's a choice. It's a personal choice of a customer, but I will say, having expressed interest in the program myself, the gentleman that came out from conservation was very knowledgeable of plants and our requirements, and he actually sent us some sketches. Well, one of the barriers that we found to people, just anyone who was participating in the program, and why we had low participation, is that they didn't know how to draw up a site plan, or it didn't quite meet the criteria that we're looking at. So we're being a little more relaxed on the criteria. So he offered to, I took some Google, I took some pictures and I did that. He came out, followed up with some sketches. So we could proceed with that, and that's good enough for us to do that, right? So we approve the landscaping plan. You go get a quote from a contractor, landscaper. You don't have to get multiple quotes. You can get a quote from a contractor. You submit that back to the water division. They approve the work to move forward. And then after the work is done, you have to pay the contractor, you have to pay the landscaper. We hold hands all along the way to make sure that what they're doing is going to be reimbursed at the $2 per square foot right now. So then you, as a homeowner, I would cut the check to the contractor, and then I submit for reimbursement.
But even that is difficult.
It is difficult, and that's what we're trying to do. Based on our discussions, we're trying to streamline that process. We're trying to do that.
Is there anything stopping us from contracting with an organization?
It depends. Well,
we did. We talked about the facade improvement program,
we
which
did.
is a similar model.
And we did look at facade improvement. I didn't get I don't have detailed knowledge of that. Mm-hmm. Here are the barriers that we had identified in my discussions with our city attorney, which is above a certain amount we have to pay prevailing wage, which increases the labor costs for this. So as we do a big project, if we cap the reimbursement at $2 per square foot, then that just means that we can't deliver as much. So we would have to increase the amount per square foot. And we're currently looking at that. We're analyzing that to potentially be able to raise that.
Is that what we did for facade improvement? Did we have to take into account prevailing wage when we brought on those contractors? Does anybody know?
Yeah, that's the advice that we've given in the past.
Because the city is contracting for that. If we contract directly, I think we also have issues of any contractor of the city working on private property as well, right? That is also an issue. So that's another legal barrier for us, is putting anyone that the city pays directly on to private property. That's why we do the reimbursement.
But contractors can indemnify the city.
Yes, they can, but it turns into a conversation of now we have to negotiate with the contractor and with the homeowner to make sure that it meets all the city's requirements. So it adds another layer of complexity to that transaction. But yes, we can do it.
So where are we at right now?
Where we are right now is I am working with, we are examining how this program would look, where we could potentially use delinquency fee funds to then, because we have to be very careful, because we as a city, again, because of those reasons, I don't think we can pay the contractor directly. So we would have to reimburse the homeowner, loan the homeowner money, and then make sure that homeowner paid that contractor. So we're analyzing the legal steps right now. I don't exactly know where that is in the process, but we've got, if I can be honest, the attorney that I was working with, we're also doing our urban water management plan, which is a huge document that's due July 1st. So that may have kind of gotten in the way of that. So I will check back in with Brandon and his team.
Okay.
Too.
I appreciate that. One of the other things that we had talked about, the feasibility we were unsure of at the time. Obviously, we're dealing with this issue on front lawns, but we're also dealing with this issue on park strips, which is public property.
Correct.
The issue there, even though it's public property, we leave it to the homeowners to water that, which I think we know is not a whole lot of money. I think it comes out to how much a year to keep a mow strip watered.
Yeah, I think I don't know what we did the mow strip, but we did a street tree, and it was pennies. It was
pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar for that.
I don't know why people are not watering those, because it's really not that much money. It's pennies on the dollar every single year.
They may not know that it's pennies on the dollar.
Right.
They may think it's a lot more.
Right.
And it's inefficient. It's some of the most, so it was interesting when the conservation specialist came out, he kept looking, why aren't you converting all this? This is not efficient to irrigate.
Yeah.
And we said, well, we'll get to that. We'll do pieces of it, but we're not quite ready yet to do all of that.
One of the issues I've ran into on the public works side is that they have been reluctant to plant new trees and materials in a mow strip that hasn't been kept up because they believe, probably rightfully so, it's just going to die again. I was interested in a pilot program where we could choose a neighborhood or a block or a street even and connect the mow strip to the city's water line to have something like we see in the Fresno High neighborhood. Those are neighborhoods that have a very rich canopy of trees on the mow strip. They provide shade, which we know helps reduce the urban heat island effect. We know that it has positive effects when it comes to your utility bill because it cools down the homes in the surrounding neighborhood. It's difficult to do, and I'm trying to come up with creative solutions. Do you remember this conversation?
I do,
Is there
and I've
any
been
sort of
thinking a lot about it.
feasibility?
I've been
Okay.
thinking a lot about it.
If you could please talk about that.
We have to take two scenarios. One, if we go to say pick Huntington Boulevard or something like that, or Van Ness, right? That's got that the park strip down the middle, the median island. In that case, there is a water meter there and a water main that serves an area that Public Works or Parks maintains. So not too terrible to try to run a water main over to then connect to those mow strips. The challenge would be, how do we get to every one of them? Because those water meters are infrequent along those lines, right, along those roads. So then we would have to go through and run potentially another water main to intercept every one of those irrigation systems that comes under the sidewalk from the homeowner. And I've been thinking about this a lot because I moved to an older home with a kind of a busted irrigation system, and I've been doing a lot of work on it. If there's a water meter present, there's a way to do it. And we could certainly, this is something we could certainly look into. And I've been really thinking about this and saying for a future grant, then we should do a very specific project like this and then do the plan and then apply for it using that particular one. So my question would be, the question I would ask myself is then, would we take the homeowner and ask them to maintain that area, or would all of a sudden Public Works be forever wed to that area? Because we just serve water, and that we can make that happen. You give us a meter, we'll sell you water. But the maintenance of that doesn't fall under our responsibility.
I think the city's been doing an exceptional job when it comes to center median islands and frontage islands across the city of Fresno and beautifying those because we have some control. But you go into neighborhoods in Central and South Fresno, there is not a tree in sight. It's really bad, and I think unless we get creative and take some level of responsibility, blight is just going to continue to plague those neighborhoods for all time. And that's what I'm worried about.
Okay.
That'll conclude my remarks. Thank you, Director. Please get Councilmember Arias a new trash can.
Okay.
Thank you.
It'll be one of the things like the flamingos or whatever. We'll bring you 30 trash cans. And
I have Councilmember Perea punched up again.
I don't know if city manager could answer this, but I know there's a lot of neighborhoods in Southeast Fresno, the newer developments, that are no longer utilizing park strips, the landscape strips anymore. Is that a design standard that we require, or is that the choice of the developer?
I believe it's a design standard. What are you looking at for me?
No, I was looking. I was trying to remember whether it was a design standard. There's a new state law, AB 1572, that requires us to eliminate non-functional turf.
Yeah, but prior to that, over the years, the city has changed design standards. You'll see some parts of the city, there's sidewalks on both sides of the streets. Others, you'll see monolithic with a park, I mean, my entire time here, I've probably seen it change 4 times. But to their point, non-functional turf, kind of the very thing that we like to see, which is green and lush, no longer allowed in the state of California.
We have some of the best neighborhoods in the Fresno High area because of the landscape strips, and I hear my colleagues point about what it looks like when those are not maintained, but when they are, we have beautiful scenic viewpoints and we have a lot of shade in those areas. During the last several months, I've spent a lot of time in the newer developments in Southeast Fresno, walking those streets, and it's a lot hotter on that side of town than it is where I live. And I think that's because there are no shade trees out there. So when it comes to, I guess my question is, what's the definition of functional landscape? Because to me, I would say that landscape strip, if we do plant the right trees that are not lifting up the sidewalks, that do provide for a shade canopy, I think that would be considered, at least in my eyes, a functional landscape necessity.
So the turf is the prohibition, if I remember correctly,
It's
not
the grass.
trees.
It's not trees.
But not if a dog pees on it, that's functional, right?
That's essentially the definition of it, yeah.
Yeah, so you can make that argument for almost anything.
But
There is tree requirements in our design standards, and we can talk to Public Works and get what they are, and that's certainly something we can discuss about changing. I know that, like what qualifies now, and I believe are like tree in the front yard. So not necessarily because there's areas that don't have sidewalks, so there's not a park strip, but you can kind of fulfill that obligation by a tree in the front yard of your home. So we can pull out and get you a copy of what the existing standards are with regard to landscape requirements, not talking about grass, but trees and other types of functional landscape. And I'd be curious as to where we are on that. Like I said, it has changed over the decades. We've been all over the place.
I would like to learn more because I do think that these newer developments are increasing the heat island effect throughout our city because there are literally no trees, not even in the front yards. So I'm curious as to what our standard is and if there are any requirements that should be changed just to kind of increase our shade.
Budget, can you put that down as an RFI?
Do you also, would you like us to accompany that by, because we have to present the urban water management plan in a couple of weeks, and we can touch on non-functional turf. I can make sure we do that, and so that we can answer that question to the council vice president's term. If a dog uses it, is it functional?
Yeah, thanks, Director.
Okay.
Councilman Badius, you punched up.
Is the department still enforcing water fines for overwatering?
No. There was a prohibition on that that was passed during COVID, and we are unable to fine right now.
Why
I thought
not?
we talked about
COVID's
lifting
been over
that.
5 years.
We were going to do that with the conservation ordinance change that we brought last year.
Oh, and it got, oh.
And we're gonna bring that back. We got to bring that back
Did
this
it get
year.
rejected or did it get pulled off the agenda?
It got pulled off the agenda.
Okay, so it's our water conservation ordinance, and Councilmember, I think actually you removed it from the agenda because you were really focused on commercial type properties. Do you remember that? So we should probably maybe reconvene, but that was going to address the ability for us to go back in and do water waste fines again.
And also do automated enforcement. With right now, all we could do is we can detect for, if we get a report of water waste, then we have to witness it. We can use our AMI system, the meter system, and go out, and if we get a report of water waste, I've been talking to conservation staff and said, I want to go do an oops tag.
Yeah,
like that.
and if I recall this, conversations related to Tower and the older neighborhoods have city trees on the parkways. Their residents are expected to water them.
That's correct.
Either through irrigation or manually. And in other places, newer developments, all those trees are connected to city infrastructure. And residents are going to be fined.
You're telling me that the city is paying for residential landscaping?
When we build the trees in the islands and the parkways, they're connected to irrigation.
The median islands.
Medium islands,
Okay.
yes.
And they're metered too. So the customer, the HOA, in those cases, if it's an HOA, the HOA pays for the water.
And I recall also the, I don't know where we left this at, but the churches, the big churches with the big landscape, are the ones that are routinely always overwatering, and they were never being fined.
So about 85%, 90% of our water use is residential. So if you want to go after it, that's what we do. I don't know to my knowledge, well, we haven't been able to find anybody since for a few years. One thing I do know is some of our greatest success stories with lawn to garden conversion have been churches because they want to quit watering.
The installing irrigation on public right-of-way trees, parkway, medium islands, that always seems to be the obstacle to plant those trees, tends to be the irrigation cost. Can't you incorporate that into your wastewater rate structure when you bring it forward under 218? Where that would just be covered by...
It'd have to be covered by, we have to cover the cost of service. I would need to look into that and think about how we might structure that to meter, because right now the Parks and Public Works, they pay that water bill. So it is paid for, but it's not paid for by other ratepayers.
But you would be able to front the cost for the irrigation infrastructure and then have charged back those departments who's own the property, correct?
Oh, so sort of use one of the utility divisions as a loan to front the cost of the infrastructure and then paid back by Public Works or Parks or whatever. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
We can look into it.
Yeah. In terms of standards, when somebody acquires a new apartment complex or apartment complexes changes ownership hands, the first thing they tend to do is eliminate all landscaping on the property, including removing all the city trees on the parkway right-of-way. Do we not do any enforcement on making sure that they maintain any canopy? These are complexes that are already built, not new ones.
That doesn't, that's not my department.
I wasn't listening. Sorry, Miguel.
It's okay, you never listen to me.
I listen to you all the time. Too
like
much,
mother.
some would say.
Yeah. When apartment complexes changes owners, the first thing they typically do are actually two things. One is they reduce garbage service, which results in garbage piling up in these apartment complexes. Two, they tend to remove all the landscaping, including trees in the city right-of-way and the parkway strips. And there seems to be no objection from the city. I was under the understanding that they require city permits to remove any city tree on the parkway property.
Got it.
Are we...
So that's a Public Works tree removal permit, which is required. I can tell you that they are required to have garbage service. So as soon as we are aware that there isn't garbage service, then we'll require that. But on the tree removal,
they keep the garbage service, they just reduce the frequency.
Right, and if they are consistently overflowing, that is also not allowed under our municipal code. And of course, if it's an apartment complex, that means that it's not served by the city. It's going to be served by one of our private haulers. And so they work very closely with the customer, and we will bring it to their attention to make sure that it's not a health and safety issue.
Manager, the haulers are telling us we cannot impose that they increase garbage frequency service. It has to be the city that does that, not the private hauler. I've dealt with this a few dozen times over 7 years.
Jim, is that true? Come on up, Jim.
Come on, Sleepy Jim.
It would come across my desk, but we haven't been getting those requests. So if that was a request by one of the haulers by saying, hey, we have to up the service levels at that particular apartment complex, I would go out there, take a look at it, and then sign off on that.
So give me an example. A new owner apartment complex next to Gaston Middle School. First thing they do is reduce garbage service by half. Garbage starts to pile up. Code enforcement has gone out there, starts to find the property owner, starts to find the tenants over garbage that's a violation of public health and safety. We're told it's only public utilities and garbage that can require them to revamp, build up back their service to more frequencies. It cannot be at the request of the customer, the tenant.
I would find it difficult to believe that one of the franchised haulers would reduce service down to a level that would cause that kind of element that would be caused, that we would have to be called. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying the first time a resident calls in to the hauler saying that there's an issue within the enclosure, that's automatically going to trigger that franchised hauler to go back and audit it. By the time it gets to code enforcement and then to my desk, usually it's been resolved. But I think increasing service and then automatically decreasing it are probably two different levels because of the occupancy of the apartment complex? Are we talking about a fully occupied one? Are we talking about half? What's going on there?
So I'll give you the numerous examples of apartment complexes that have overflowing garbage enclosures in which the apartment property manager or the owner has reduced garbage service and the hauler has not imposed it to return back to regular service frequency.
That would be something that I would love to be able to take a list at. I would take a look at the list at, and then really having a conversation with the hauler. But once again, in your district, if that's what we're talking about here, that hauler has been pretty proactive in finding out, is it a collection issue or is it an issue where unhoused are getting into that enclosure and going through it and causing a muck? So it really depends on what it is.
The trend has been simple. New management or ownership, reduction of service, and enclosures are full, and then the unhoused come through their garbage.
Absolutely.
Right. It's
happy
just,
to take a look at that and crack down on it for sure.
Thank you. I would like to see any water rate adjustment to consider the part of establishing the irrigation systems for public, trees and public right-of-way trees. My last question is, where are we at with purple pipes?
There's a network of about 26 miles of purple pipe in the city.
Are we
right
expanding?
Now. Not at this moment. We're completing a water reuse master plan right now to look at that. We're not either supply or pressure limited at the moment. And so
is Prop 218 not going to expand purple pipes?
It's not included right now. We're not
Why not?
Because we don't have the demand. The demand is not there on the system.
Well, some folks would argue there's no demand because the system is not citywide. It's only available in a very small portion of the city.
I will, as soon as we're done with the water use master plan, we'll come back and discuss that. It's very expensive for us to do that and to extend that out to customers, and then we would then have to establish, we've got to cover the cost of service for that as well, and those capital projects would have to be funded by that. So right now we have a number of projects that we've identified that have been taken through to design. Should we encounter a flow, or a demand, a supply or a pressure issue, and my intent, because the grant funding for those is available, is should we need those, we'll pursue grant funding to go do that, because the state grants money for recycled water projects all the time. So
the water's not cheap. I mean, people think that purple pipe water is cheap. It's not cheap because of the cost of the infrastructure to get it to where people would want to use it.
Understood, but the alternative is just to do what with the recycled water?
Well, right now, the recycled water, there's two sources of supply for recycled water. It's our perk pond water underneath it, underneath the perk ponds out there. And then right now what we're doing with that water is we're putting it in an FID canal and doing an exchange with it. And that's more advantageous for us at the moment.
So we're giving it to ag?
We're not giving it to ag. We get an exchange. So we get surface water.
We exchange recycled water for irrigation water, for surface water, which is a much better deal for us.
What's the excess amount that we have in recycled water? How much recycled water do we produce a year?
We produce, I've got the
urban water.
We'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, we'll definitely get back. It's in the urban water management plan, so we'll respond to your RFI, and then we'll cover it when we come back on the 25th to go over the urban water management plan.
Thank you again for your time.
Councilor Burbank.
Thank you very much, Council President. Directors, just a quick question. Tonight when I get home, I'm going to roll my trash bin to the street, my recyclable bin to the street, my green bin to the street. Tomorrow evening, once they're all picked up, I roll it back behind my fence. What happens, what is the department's procedure or policy if somebody leaves their trash bin in the public right-of-way for an extended period of time? What happens to that homeowner?
I don't think that's not the department.
We do not have garbage police anymore. Right. There was a time in the past that we had garbage police, and at that time there were too many complaints from residents, and the council had opted for us not to have garbage police anymore. We do have, the only enforcement we have are making sure that we're not contaminating. Where we do spot checking of cans to make sure we're separating as we are supposed to, but we do not have the visibility garbage police anymore.
All right, no.
Okay.
I mean, it's required, but we don't proactively enforce it.
Okay.
So.
Well, it's good to know, because I hope that, in the foreseeable future, no one will knock on my door and say, somebody's left a trash bin out there for like 6-7 days.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're
It hasn't happened
on
in
top
my
of it.
neighborhood yet. Yes.
Your
I
neighbors,
am.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's all I have, Council President.
All right. I don't have anyone else punched up for now, so I'll get into a couple questions. Director, next month we'll see the third increase in solid waste since the rate increase was passed, through a third of 5. Would you say we're on track? I mean, in terms of the solvency and what the rate increase was intended to do, what does that look? What's the current state of finances there? Are we on track? Is it exactly what we expected it to be at this point?
We are tracking the revenue. I was looking at this yesterday. The revenue is tracking where we forecasted it, and we're starting to seed our reserves as we forecasted them. We're replacing vehicles as we forecasted, and I don't have, Dari, is there anything else that?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, are we at now where we thought we would be at this point?
We are starting to build up a good, healthier fund balance that we like. We like to have that cushion should something happen, or we don't get the opportunity to come back and have the discussion about rates. Are we where we want to be? No, because what I was saying earlier is we're only replacing refuse vehicles. We're not actually growing our fleet as we should because the city's growing, and being more proactive about those replacements.
Will we get there in the next couple of years, fiscal years?
We're gonna keep trying. We're gonna look at it every budget year, and once we feel a little more comfortable about the fund balance and the reserve balances, we will look at possibly increasing the replacements. We'll work with fleet on that and get them priced out.
Yeah, I mean, so I know we were discussing the sort of lack of solvency in the other divisions at this point. Would you say I guess, where would you say the other two divisions are at, water and wastewater, in solvency compared to where solid waste was prior to the rate increase? So how far are water and wastewater from getting to that point?
So different drivers for those. All three utilities sort of have different drivers because of the past history of both rate increases and acquiring debt. So we'll start with water. Water took on several SRF loans a number of years ago to continue our conjunctive use programming, meaning that we use surface water when it's available to us and we rely on groundwater when those surface water supplies are cut back or it's not available. That was an investment in our water future that was needed at the time to begin complying with the 2014 Groundwater Sustainability Act. The consequence of that is we needed to keep focused on, as operating costs increased, we had to get a revenue increase that would allow us to continue to maintain our debt service coverage. Unfortunately, you can't use capital to defer or to address debt service coverage issues. It can't work. So we need to do that to maintain our debt service coverage. On the wastewater side, because the rates haven't been raised in so long, it's a misalignment. We call it a misalignment, meaning our classes are not paying their proportionate share for those costs. So it's not necessarily a matter of solvency, but the consequence, particularly on the wastewater side, is if the expenses grow into what we would otherwise be using for capital, we have to defer capital. And that's why we've had these failures, because we haven't been able to be so proactive.
I guess to reframe, so I won't use the word solvency, but in terms of deficit, which is more explicit, I mean, at what point, how far are we from being at the same level of deficit that we were in solid waste prior to the rate increase?
If we don't address the water situation and everything in our rate model, our financial model stays the same, we really haven't started cutting to the bone on any of that stuff, we will erode our fund balance in, I believe it's 28 or 29. We'll vaporize our fund balance, and then we will not be able to, we are at risk at being technically defaulted on our SRF loans.
Sure, okay. So that goes to, the city manager had mentioned some of the kind of emergency repairs that have occurred in older parts of the city, some of them in my district, some of them pretty scary, sinkholes and such.
Mm-hmm.
How does the department prioritize the capital projects, obviously given the large backlog of infrastructure needs?
Right. That's a great question. And so across, we'll start with water again, because I think was it your district that had you at First and Olive? Did you?
Yeah,
do you have First and Olive? Okay,
the
so
big
you
sinkhole, yeah.
the President's Day event that flooded out that street. So on the water side, I would have to take it by the different pieces of infrastructure that we have, but we'll stay with mains. How we prioritize that right now is we have a framework that looks at the risk that these mains may rupture and catastrophically fail. So we've got a risk model. Our engineering group has been continually refining this. We've been rearranging projects. We also rely on a report that we did in 2019 that started this risk framework. That's since been refined, and then we've applied it to, within our capital planning group, we've applied that and rearranged projects that have been, frankly, on the books for a number of years now. So we're prioritizing mains right now that will fail catastrophically, and those are generally 14-inch mains that unfortunately are built of plastic, and they're near pump stations, so they're relatively new. And so those several projects are that way. So that's just one example. I could talk for hours on how we prioritize projects, but it's generally based on risk. What is the consequence, this piece of infrastructure, how consequential is it to us, and what is its need? We work very proactively with our operations team to identify those and to prioritize those projects.
Beyond the risk models, beyond modeling it, are we employing technology to sort of in spot checking different areas? Is there any way to really kind of identify beyond the modeling?
It's harder on the water side, but one of the things that we did do is last year we selected a piece of software that allows us now to map all those leaks and all those main ruptures so that we can find and then we put all of our work into that. Anytime we go and repair a main, anytime we turn a valve, anytime we do that, it goes into this work management system. We analyze that and we look for patterns in neighborhoods and validate that data. But we also have a lot of historical knowledge from our operating teams about what our most problematic mains are, and we've been attacking those as well. So a lot of institutional knowledge in water, and we rely a lot on that, but we're also within the engineering group validating what they're telling us as well to look for patterns.
Yeah, so that software, that's what I'm referring to, things like that software,
Yeah.
right, where you actually identify it. Does technology beyond that exist that we're not employing? Yeah, not really. Not that you're referring to like leak detection. If we've got some main with a pinhole leak or whatever, we can do leak detection. It's I'm not an engineer, but yes,
okay.
I mean, where you
Something
can
like
actually
that.
see, right?
It exists, but I kind of look at sometimes at a skeptical eye on that because my experience with it is sometimes a lot of that stuff is inconclusive. We could pay a lot of money to somebody to come out and still have a main break 2 streets away. So our institutional knowledge and a lot of the desktop analysis we do sometimes is more effective.
Sure. Okay. I want to switch gears back to litter abatement. Mm-hmm. Earlier, you had mentioned the 6th squad team before lunch.
Mm-hmm.
I thought so. There was 4. Where's the 5th one currently?
I figured out. Yeah, the 5th one floats. Does hotspots.
Floater. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
yes.
right. That's right.
It floats and helps the other 4.
Okay. And the 6th one's going to focus on these hotspots here. Did we get around to the kind of the scheduling for that 6th team?
Yeah,
Frequency.
I think Jim Veros actually stated that we were going to come in at like 2:00 in the morning, or the council member asked for the power washing at 2. We were going to do it between 1 and 4 during the day, throughout the day, multiple times to do the litter.
Thank you. With respect to the water and solid waste affordability credit program,
Mm-hmm.
what's the outreach looking like right now?
You mean are we proactively pursuing
Yes.
people? We haven't done much in terms of proactively. The department hasn't. DPU hasn't done that. What we did when the solid waste, what Utilities Billing and Collection did when the solid waste rate increase went into effect, is connected with the people that were on those programs already, and particularly around water affordability credit, and proactively sent those out. Since that time, we haven't done. People do have to reapply, but if there's interest We're constantly doing public education, and given the delinquency balance that's in the fund that we just established, and I feel like we should look again and be a lot more proactive about that to see who else might participate. Part of the wastewater increase, the wastewater rate update, will be the establishing of a wastewater affordability credit program similar to water and solid waste. So they'd all three be the same.
Sure. I mean, I hate to compare us to PG&E, right? Because these increases we've seen here are far from that level, right?
Mhm.
We've done the bare minimum to kind of stay solvent. But one thing I've seen they do well, they're always advertising their care program and such, and trying to pull people in, right?
Right.
And so it'd be great to see us on our utilities for this, at this level, to try and pull people in who may be qualified, may be eligible, and just unaware at this point.
Right.
So is there a budget at all of any kind for that kind of outreach?
We have both in-house. We have community coordinators that work exclusively on our customer education, and then our engagement education contract. Right now that we have the consultant contract that we have, they help produce the artwork, and then if there's other communication pathways, we could rely on them to say what other ways might we reach people other than a bill stuffer or a social media post or something like that.
Well, how about email addresses? I mean, not everyone pays their bill online, but I mean I would assume the bulk of people do pay online. I think they need an email address. I mean, do we have access to that?
We do. If they've when they signed up as a customer, if they provided that information, it's the same database that we rely on when we're sending out the Proposition 218 notices. So we can certainly take a look at that. And,
has the department ever done email outreach?
We're actually talking about it right now. That was one of the recommendations from Bodewell. Last year, they said we really need to start doing. They were referring to a couple different platforms that we could potentially use because they've had some success with that. So that's one of the things that's in the queue. So if you're interested in us elevating that as a priority, we're glad to do it.
I mean, I think it's a relatively cheap way to reach folks.
Mhm.
I mean, obviously, mail is expensive, and social media, is relatively inexpensive, but the emails could just be another way to capture
Certainly.
An audience. And again, I'm not sure what's going to be the correlation between those who pay their bill online and actually qualify. But
right.
If we capture one person, if we capture 10 people, I mean, that's 10 residents, 10 households we're helping out to capture.
Yeah, I mean, I think about all the time when I think about our education programs is the did you know, because we offer a lot of services that we think people know about, but we're certainly examining it, and I've been working with that team to really push and say, what other ways can we reach our customers?
Sure. And I don't know if we have phone numbers, right? But to that point, a text message, could be
Right.
helpful. And not on a repetitive basis, but just FYI, here's this program, and do you qualify?
Right.
It doesn't hurt.
And it's not spam.
Yeah. Remind me, what are the criteria again to qualify for the program?
We use it's the SNAP program. We use a lot of the county programs and the state programs for low income customers. We wanted to just simply adopt something that was pretty standard and where people were. It didn't exclude a large group of people who weren't participating before when it was a senior program or whatever. But that would widen the program for those most in need.
Yeah, once upon a time in a past life, I administered those programs over at the county, and I forget how often they're adjusting for just kind of the current economic circumstances. People are feeling the crunch, right? That's not a secret. You see it, hear it every day. So I wonder if we're keeping pace. I mean, by adopting these kind of standards, I wonder if we're keeping pace fast enough with how fast people are feeling the crunch.
When we, excuse me, when we should we conclude the wastewater rate update successfully and we move that forward, we're going to have to do a resolution to implement the affordability credit program for that. That will be the time we'll look at those requirements and make a determination there. Could we open the program more? Could we widen it, or are those criteria still applicable?
Sure. Assuming we get around to that, and I'm still here in the next 7 months,
right?
That'd be something I'd be interested in taking a look at, and just making sure we're not leaving folks behind, given how fast costs are increasing just generally across the board. And again, I do want to emphasize the folks, right? I mean, with respect to the solid waste, we did the bare minimum. I assume with respect to water and wastewater, probably the same, not going too above and beyond for the extra bells and whistles, just trying to maintain the current infrastructure.
Yeah, and it's somewhat difficult because the unfortunate circumstance with that is I would have to learn how PG&E actually calculates what those credits might be. One of the unfortunate things is we've looked about 10 different ways you could calculate it and say what it is, but it's so variable, and particularly around water usage, because some people may. But what we could do is, particularly on people with affordability credit in the water program, is also offer some rebates to them as well. So we'll certainly look at it again when we're analyzing that credit program for wastewater.
I've had, speaking of water and kind of discounted water, I've had some CBOs within the city approach us about community gardens and maybe doing subsidized rates for community gardens, right? It's kind of a public good. Is that something we've ever looked at? I mean, is that something we can incorporate? Could we model that? You know, if we were to do subsidized rates on this number of community gardens, you know, how far back would that set the fund and where we would make it up? Has anything like that ever been looked at?
So, well, what I was going to say is
novel.
So we can't use rate money for that. Unfortunately, we can't have one customer subsidize another customer. But one of the objectives when now that we're getting caught up after the COVID arrearage and we've got people on payment plans, we established the dedicated delinquency fee fund, and that is a policy call from the city manager, the mayor, and council on what that can be used for. So.
It's not considered ratepayer funds.
Not ratepayer
so
money.
we couldn't, you know, as he described, there's probably a way to get there, not a straight line, but maybe just a little turn.
So there isn't, I mean, you don't think under law you could have a subsidized rate for a specific kind of public good purpose?
We cannot, because the affordability credit program is financed by delinquency fees. Our rate money is restricted, absolutely restricted, and one of the reasons that our rate analysis is taking a while is because recent case law has even locked it down even more, and so we are scrutinizing every word and every number in that report right now. The delinquency fee that fund it would be a great source of money because it's completely unrestricted. It's our discretion as a city on what we want to use it for.
So I mean, this is all back of the envelope, top of the head, but more than likely the best we could do would be kind of a rebate style.
It could be a rebate. Could be a monthly rebate if you similar to the affordability credit program.
Sure.
It could be something like that.
Okay. I got one request for information. Like a memo outlining the number of customers who have applied for the utilities affordability credit program, and the amount of money being saved by ratepayers participating in the program in the last fiscal year.
Okay.
For this fiscal year.
That's I think that's readily available. Definitely.
Great. Any further questions from council? Comments? All right. I have Councilmember Carbasi.
Sorry, I didn't think to ask this question. Maybe this has already come up. The issue of collecting, people paying their utility bills. I know everything's changing, obviously, but we still have a lot of seniors in our community. Are we still going to allow the in-person and the paper process of doing that as opposed to just going strictly digital?
Yes.
Okay, no plans to change that?
I don't know of any. I'm looking to Santino. That's his.
Okay. I have no reason to think that. I'm just asking just to be proactive. Okay.
I do want to highlight, though, I can't remember if we've talked about this in the public because we've been talking about e-bills and kind of it being the way of the world nowadays, but we talked about it during our budget build, and you know the mayor was concerned about seniors and those who are as not computer literate as others, of making sure that we're maintaining a mechanism. But Santino, why don't you share very quickly kind of some of the results we've had based on our sort of voluntary option thus far?
I thought it was on testing. Testing, yeah. So you may recall, Councilmember Carbasi, during my presentation, I mentioned really two significant campaigns, both for utility billing and collection and business tax and license. Just in the kind of early going, the first month that we started, I think in February, utility billing collection alone, we had 1,500 customers transition to e-billing, and so which was far more than we expected. So we do expect great results. But to your point, we're still accepting mailed payments. People who still like to come into the window, like to pay their bills in cash. Of course, we'll still have those opportunities for them.
Great, thank you.
I can offer that my experience with our billing, I use text to pay because I want to see what my bill is every month. So I just say pay now. And then I would be remiss if I didn't promote Ion Water to monitor your water usage. But the text to pay is I had several options and I elected that one.
I just signed up for Ion Water this year. It is a great program.
It is.
Good way to avoid leaks that you don't know about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carbasi, if I may,
Yes.
Santino, we also had voluntary signups for e-bills as well. Can you give the grand total? I'm looking for it, but I can't find it.
Yeah, I actually just pinged Jocelyn to get that to me. I can't remember off the top of my head, but.
While you wait for the number, Ion Water it's not an app. It's an app.
It is an app. Yep.
Oh, great.
It's an app. It's a City of Fresno app, Ion Water, and it shows like bar charts of like what time of the day and how much water you're using. You'll be able to see kind of when you're doing laundry and when you're watering your yard. You'll see the spikes in it.
This is dangerous. I already track my energy obsessively. I'm going to be checking the water too.
Council President, Councilmember Richardson's chief of staff emailed me about a constituent who called in, said their water bill had gone up. So I provided an email with 3 or 4 things. I'm glad to share it with the whole council. It's the 3 ways you really can find out. I mean, first, you could call either UB&C or you can call Water Conservation, because our Water Conservation team, they're really the control panel around our customer water use because they're the ones looking for leaks. And then I've added a link also for Ion Water. So glad to share that with you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Maybe a trade memo. I don't know. That'd be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I did just get it. We're up to about 44,000 now that have signed up for e-billing since we started the campaign in February.
So that's not total. That's since the campaign.
That's since the campaign.
And by the way, the campaign is when they call you B&C, we say, would you like to sign up for e-bill? Right? That's the extent of our campaign, 44,000, not
just
bad.
asking, yeah.
Not bad.
Low cost.
Another thing to promote through our education campaigns.
Well, I might start calling in because they keep making me change my password. So I might have to start calling in if I can't remember what it is every month.
Pay now. It's just so easy.
Pay now. There you go.
Pay now.
Okay. Any additional comments, questions, council, for DPU director?
I was stretching, I'm sorry.
Okay. You all good?
Yep.
All right. Thanks, director.
Thank you.
Stick around. We're gonna do public comments, some additional public comment on this. Let's see here. So we just concluded the presentation on Department of Public Utilities, DPU. So I'll open it up to additional public comment for a minute each if folks would like to comment or chime in on this particular department. Welcome.
Yeah, Luke here. And, I think it's important to recognize that a lot of these city departments are interconnected. One of the things that the police department and the mayor has proposed is increasing the amount of people on the HEART team, creating a second HEART team, in fact, for the police. And what this means is that it seems like the city's anticipating increasing the amount of sweeps it's going to do, which will put strain on the Department of Public Utilities, which does the solid waste collection associated with seizing unhoused people's property and throwing it away. So I think it would be worth City Council investigating how much strain this will put on budgetarily and operationally on DPU when we increase these sweeps. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comments with respect to Department of Public Utilities? Anyone else in the public? Okay, we're going to close up that department. So that's we're at 4 p.m. and we got 2 departments down halfway through.
Council President, if I may just ask the director to, on the record, describe to us how much tonnage of garbage do they pick up annually? Because the amount of garbage that we're picking up from encampments, which we're required to, because if we leave it out there, it becomes a public health and safety hazard for everyone. I know we also have to pay for hazmat teams to go pick up the areas where there's human feces and public urination, like Santa Clara, on a daily basis.
Yeah, is that parsed out, I guess? Is that what you're asking, Councilmember?
Yes.
It's parsed out.
You're asking about the tonnage?
Tonnage. We already have those, and people still don't use them.
We pick up 260,000 tons through our residential program, and that includes residential
He's
solid
talking
waste,
about
OCU.
HART.
Oh, about HART. Oh, I don't know that we. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say I don't think we'll have to get it.
Yeah, is that parsed out, or are you able to parse it out?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, we're moving on to public safety. We're going to go ahead and kick it off with our police department. I'll welcome the chief on up.
Here right now? Okay. Good, thank you. Yourself? Long day.
Castro? Oh, there he is, Mark. Mark's still around?
When are you showing the photos?
I was waiting on your cue. They're ready.
Are you talking about art?
Yeah, do you, like,
Whenever that art team, I think.
should they skip out of this and go to that?
Yeah, and because I want these yahoos to see it.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna move the needle, Mayor, but
No,
that's
we're
fine.
not moving them. I'm just gonna slap them.
Let me find,
They've really been so messed up. Oh, it's so messed up. The ORT thinking I'll find another show.
hey, Bernard, in the middle of this, when I start talking about the heart team, that's when we'll queue up those pictures, so you'll have to disrupt the slide further. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Okay, perfect. You're faster than me. I'd be fumbling. Whenever you're ready.
Nelson, ready?
Yes, thank you. He says he's all set.
De facto kind of break that kind of organically occurred. Chief, I'll welcome you back up. Sorry about that. Welcome, Chief. You have the floor.
Right there. Next page, I'll get started with our presentation with no further ado. The police department's overall proposed budget for FY27 is $307,923,700. Of this total budget, $263,747,600 is comprised of general fund dollars, and $44,176,100 is non-general fund money. And this represents a $7,508,400 increase over FY26's amended budget. Of the overall proposed budget, $231,229,500 is dedicated to personnel costs. This year's proposed personnel budget's an increase of $7.5 million over FY26's amended budget. The increase is primarily due to the addition of a second HART team and contractual obligations within the various labor groups. The proposed budget accounts for a 6.18% attrition rate, which amounts to approximately $199,200 in general fund savings. $42,977,400 is allocated for non-personnel costs, representing an increase of $6.9 million above the FY26 amended budget. Primarily, that's due to numerous technology-related hardware needs and track maintenance at the Regional Training Center. And lastly, $33,716,800 is budgeted for ID billing or interdepartmental costs, such as fleet, facilities, and ISD. This is an increase of $1.8 million over the amended FY26 budget, and it's based on our department's utilization of the other department services. You can go to the next page, please. With the addition of a second HART team, which includes 4 officers and a sergeant's position, will grow from 930 authorized sworn positions to 935. Today, there are 852 sworn positions that are filled. Currently, we hire the vast majority of future Fresno police officers through our cadet program. We have 79 cadets in the pipeline, approximately 44 of which are already underfilling officer positions, and they're anticipated to promote into those after graduation from the police academy shortly, thereby filling an existing officer or recruit position vacancy, of which there are 73 currently. The second HART team would be expected to launch after September 2026 when the current COPS grant funding concludes. The department consistently handles over 500 incidents weekly related to homeless individuals in our city. HART works 7 days a week to address homeless concerns citywide and does their best to connect people suffering from homelessness with services to start the process of rebuilding their lives. Our professional staff positions were reduced by 1 crime specialist position, which was converted from crime specialist to a GIS specialist, and then transferred to ISD based on the technical nature of the job. The GIS specialist will allow ISD to discontinue using one of their current database administrators to provide the necessary access to our crime databases like we're doing right now, and it's inefficient. A GIS specialist has the necessary skills and training to access the data to provide efficient crime trend identification, mapping, and hotspot analysis. So again, it's not an addition. We actually are going to hold 1 crime specialist vacant and then converted the second. Going on to page 4, our operational impacts. The contractual personnel increases account for the largest dollar amount. For FY27 is proposed at $7,344,100, and again, based on those contractual obligations with our various labor groups. Next is $1,848,800 in contractual obligations, and that's primarily driven by the Axon agreement that includes our body cameras, records management, computer-aided dispatch, and evidence storage costs. And that alone is $1.761 million of general fund dollars added. The other costs include property lease increases and a software contract renewal that ISD recommended for allowing automated password management around the clock since we are a 24/7 operation. Next up are our technology needs. At $491,900, it's for hardware. Technology allows us to police efficiently, and there are a number of hardware items due for upgrade or replacement this year, to include network switches to maintain our CJIS compliance, a microwave antenna lease to ensure network connection at the Jerry Dyer Police Regional Training Center, data migration costs, cameras for prisoner transport vans to ensure safety of arrestees, replacement of outdated computer monitors, and a long overdue expansion of bandwidth at our district stations to accommodate the timely uploading of our body camera video where it resides in the evidence.com in the government cloud. Lastly, and we can flip to some photographs if you don't mind. An additional HART team, the operational cost of that, just the operational cost, is $290,100 in this proposed budget. It reflects the lease of 5 vehicles for the proposed addition of a second team, including operations and maintenance costs, as well as related ancillary equipment. Lastly, the department's arranged for the maintenance and repair of our vehicle track at the Jerry Dyer Police Regional Training Center, and that's $50,000 in FY27 to ensure it's safe for use and meets post standards upon inspection. So I just wanted to show you some of the before and afters of the HART team. They're mentioned several times in this presentation, and I'm just trying to fit them in there where they sort of fit, and these are some before and afters of the cleanup efforts by the HART team in various areas of the city. Bernard, you can flip through them. Just keep going through them. Just a snapshot. This is the work that this team currently does 7 days a week. And again, they have places they regularly check, like Santa Clara NG, but we receive numerous calls every week and through Fresno and calls to non-emergency regarding encampment issues and homeless-related issues. That's a snapshot of different days. But typically I see an end of watch every day, and they visit at least 15 locations. All right. Thank you, Bernard. You can get back to our presentation. Moving on to our federal grants, page 5. We do a lot with every single grant dollar that we get, and starting out with the most significant is the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund. We call it SLESA for short, and the 24, 25, 26 grants that we'll be spending this year, we propose $1,854,800. That funds things like the Magic office lease and their utilities, safe kits for sexual assault, Skywatch needs, ballistic vest replacements for our officers, ammunition for the range, radios, motor support for safety equipment they need, additional training for our officers above and beyond what the general fund supports, body-worn camera needs, leads online subscription, and other specialized units within the department. The second grant, community-oriented policing services, this funds our bicycle officers, of which right now there are 12 of them, and that is scheduled to conclude or sunset in September. And it was only funding partial of those positions. I believe it was a third, 33% or so, and that will conclude come September. Next up is our Safer Outcomes Grant, enhancing de-escalation, something that we practice every day at the Fresno Police Department, and that's for $291,900. And it specifically focuses on us keeping our Vertra de-escalation equipment warranty, and that's like a virtual reality practice simulator for our officers, and it allows them to do training for de-escalation. In fact, today they're running a class on crisis intervention and additional training on overtime when necessary. Next up is for our Sexual Assault Kit Initiative grant. We've had this for a number of years. This one's particularly SAKI 2024. The $891,600 funds 2 full-time police detectives and the testing of partially tested kits, which we've talked about here before. It also funds a part-time crime specialist and who works, and then also a victim advocate from the James Rowland Crime Victim Witness Assistance Center. Next up is a selective traffic enforcement program. This allows us to run about 47 operations on overtime every year, in addition to the daily traffic enforcement, and that includes the DUI checkpoints, distracted driving operations, saturations, and warrant service operations that I know we talk about frequently between council and the police department, and the public's desire for more enforcement on some of the most dangerous driving behaviors. Next up is the Justice Assistance Grant. We call it JAG, 2324. There's $288,500 proposed for 2027, and that also covers additional ballistic vest replacements, more Skywatch needs, safety equipment for our motor officers, radios, and K-9 needs. Moving on to page 6 are our state grants. This is the big one. And I heard discussion earlier, so I want to start out by saying that this grant has been extended through the entirety of FY27, so we won't be talking about it again until next year. We were able to modify the grant from some equipment and some other things to get state approval to move it all over to personnel, and so we're able to fund it fully, the personnel, through the rest of this fiscal year. And that's BSCC, the Board State Community Corrections Organized Retail Theft Grant that funds 25 sworn positions, 2 civilian positions, and also supports partnerships with Clovis PD, Fresno County Probation, the DA's office, and this primarily combats auto theft, of which we had major reductions last year, catalytic converter theft, which is pretty much fallen off the radar as far as one of the top reported crimes in our city, and then of course the organized retail theft itself. Next up is the tobacco grant program. It's primarily overtime, and we partner with the city attorney's office, and this allows us to do local inspections for contraband such as illegal tobacco products or cannabis in some of the shops that we see around town. Next up is our law enforcement specialized services, or our domestic violence LEDV grant. $148,500 proposed to fund 2 Marjorie Mason Center domestic violence victim advocates that are housed at the police headquarters and work directly with detectives while they investigate domestic violence cases. It also provides money for training for those detectives and for overtime for them to go out and do apprehension operations. Lastly, here is a state emergency telephone number account. This is Setna. This is something newer to us, but it's from the state, $131,000. This is part of a larger effort to modernize the state's 911 emergency communication system. Moving on to page 7, get to some of our program and project highlights for this year. As we've talked about here in council chambers before, the police department headquarters relocation. There's $18,213,900 allocated for this. It will replace our current PDHQ built in 1959 and has not been fully updated. We've talked about the issues with that, with the encapsulated asbestos and the inability to improve our technology capabilities in that building, plus the fact that we are using a few storage areas for offices. Funding for the tenant improvements is primarily from bond proceeds, except for $467,000 of general fund for technology and furnishings that can't be bonded. An architect's been selected, and improvements are slated to begin the third quarter of 2026, and the estimated completion date is June of 27. It will house over 200 detectives, records personnel, and other support staff, and very important to us, improving public access, the space usage, and technology capabilities for employees. Our next big project that's getting very, very close to fruition is the 911 call center, $1,285,000. Obviously, that's a portion of the cost of the entire project. This is a big deal for us because this call center will actually have a window right now. Most of you that have visited know our dispatchers work in the basement, and it's a pretty depressing, undersized facility. The $16.9 million bond-funded project broke ground in July 25 at El Dorado and G down by the municipal yard. And it does feature several windows, and it has the capacity to house a lot more dispatchers, as well as an emergency operations center if needed. Just last year, the communications center answered 377,451 911 calls, because they are a public safety answer point for all 911 calls, and then 360,242 non-emergency calls. Our average 911 call answer time for year-to-date 2026 is 7.16 seconds, the lowest on record in over 5 years. And our call answer time, the state standard is 90% of incoming calls must be answered within 15 seconds, and we are at about 85%, the highest and closest we've ever been to achieving that milestone. The estimated project completion date for the new center is December 26th, but with additional technology needs, we would not be scheduled for move-in until the first quarter of 27. The proposed $1.285 million is intended to fund the leased call center networking equipment, of which we need to have new for security, networking security purposes and just functionality. Okay, on to the next thing. There's no cost in this because we won't start making the payment on the 52 replacement vehicles until the next year. There's $0 in FY27, but this keeps us on track. 30 marked patrol vehicles, 15 unmarked vehicles, and 7 motorcycles. Those payments, again, are lease, and they will not be scheduled to begin until FY28. But I do want you to know that our police vehicles, our entire fleet, drives over 8 million miles annually, and we lose about 25 to 30 cars during every year to total loss, collisions, or mechanical failure. Adding the requested vehicles is not going to grow the fleet. It will just maintain the fleet. So it's basically a replacement plan that we've worked on with fleet to establish. And then on to the last page here of community outreach highlights and just achievements. I think you know this, but it's a rehash. We achieved a 51-year low in murders last year at 22. Previously, we hadn't been that low since the 70s. I believe it was 1973. The murder clearance rate, so we aren't just decreasing murders, we're also solving them. 105% clearance rate last year, because that did include a few murders from prior years. Reduced property crime by 24% last year. Traffic fatalities 17%. Recovered 1,502 crime guns, taking those off the street before they can be used in a crime here in the city. Over 40,000 traffic citations were issued, and I know you all get a lot of traffic complaints, so that goes a long way towards trying to address that and increasing traffic safety. We also managed to attend, large and small, 2,000 community engagement events and contacts amongst our officers. And then, because we know even though crime stats look really good, people might not feel safe if they aren't getting the service that they expect. So a customer service unit was created and staffed with cadets to more efficiently handle non-emergency calls. So far in 26, violent crime's still down. I can't believe it, but it's down over last year even. Right now it's 7% from last year at this time, and property crime is down 4% from last year at this time. Traffic fatalities are also down. We had one early this morning, so we're not quite at 21% anymore, but we're close to that. And so with that, you see our photographs and ready for questions.
Thanks, Chief. First, we have Councilmember Carbasi punched up.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. I think by the time we get to the fire presentation, it'll be good morning, but let's see what we can do. Chief, you mentioned at the very end, one of my first questions, I wanted to talk about crime trends. When you get those news alerts, you would think that this year violent crime is actually up when it has been consistently going down. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? You think you pretty much covered it, but I just want to be clear for the record when it comes to violent crime. How are we doing?
Yeah, we are still experiencing, as I mentioned, those declines year to date. We had 7 murders last time this year. We do have 13 right now. Many of those are interpersonal. 7 of the 13 were gang involved, not necessarily motivated. But again, last I checked, I think we're at like a above 95% clearance rate on those as well. So the detectives have been working really hard to get people into custody on those murders, particularly the gang involved, because it prevents retaliation and additional violence in our city. Okay. Both property crime and violent crime is down. I think I gave you the numbers already. It was 7% this time last year, and 4% on the property crime. So we're not letting up. We had great numbers last year, but we're still working on improving them even further this year.
This is kind of a subjective question, but given your experience, what do you think has contributed to the reduction in violent crime year after year? Is it personnel numbers? Is it the advanced peace program? Is it anything in particular?
It's all the above. There's national trends. I don't want to discount that. But if we weren't doing our job here in Fresno, we would not have matched the national trends. I'm convinced of that. We have world-class detectives that work around the clock, and our clearance rates compared to other agencies, I don't have them exactly on hand. I can provide that at another time, but they are head and shoulders above most other agencies across the nation.
And clearance rate for the public means what?
Arrest rates, like we've solved 79% of gunshot wound victim cases last year. We solve all of our murders in the last year, basically, last year and so far year to date. And then I don't want to discount advanced peace. They have been a great tool to us. I always want to caution people. I attended the Urban Peace Institute training. They don't work with us. They work alongside us. They don't work for us. but they have been a very important part. We communicate regularly. They communicate with my gang commander near daily for sure. I communicate with him as well to find out what's happening, and it's been great. It's helped out a lot. We complain about the Tower District. It could be a lot worse without their efforts. The technology that we use here and the training that we provide our detectives to use that technology makes a huge difference, whether that's NIBIN, the ballistic analysis, our flock cameras that help us solve crimes, and just the dogged door-to-door, looking for witnesses, looking for cameras, looking for videos, serving so many search warrants you wouldn't believe to establish these cases. So it costs.
I appreciate that. And I ask about clearance rates only because I think it kind of gets lost. I've said this before. When someone's killed, no matter what their circumstances were, why they were killed, there's family, there's victims, there's people they leave behind, and they need a sense of justice. Obviously, we want to prevent that perpetrator from hurting anyone else.
Yes.
But that family's completely destroyed. How do we get justice? And oftentimes we don't talk about them in this equation. It's very unfortunate.
I agree.
Okay. Officer safety. It's a good segue into that. How are things going out there in terms of equipment, safety? How many officers are being shot at or have been shot in the last year or so?
Well, just last year, 397 officers were assaulted in the line of duty. And then,
Sorry, 397 assaulted in 1 year?
Yes. Yes, last year, just 2025.
And how many officers do we have?
We have 852 today.
So
sworn personnel.
40% of them?
It's probably the same ones a couple times if
Right.
they're out working patrol because they're the ones the front line.
Okay.
But that's how many assaults occurred.
Okay.
And so there could be, multiple assaults on one call, things like that too. Multiple officers dealing with one individual could be assaulted. And then I was thinking about this, and it was a sad reality that since 2023, we've had an officer shot in the line of duty every year in this city. Starting with 2023, an officer was shot in his ballistic vest, and that's how he survived.
Sergeant, yeah.
No, it was an officer. The following year, that was 23. 24, Sergeant Amirian was shot in an ambush and survived, thankfully. In 2025, a detective was shot through his hat, and it grazed his hair by the grace of God and survived. That suspect was convicted of a felony assault, attempted murder on that officer. And then just several weeks ago in D3, we had an officer who was shot multiple times by a domestic violence suspect, and thankfully he's going to survive.
Right. Dangerous job. It's really interesting. Anyways, I think there's a lot of gratitude out there for people that are willing to risk their lives, because if someone's willing to shoot and kill a police officer, they'll kill me easy. There's no problem for them on that one.
That's how we see it. It's not just an assault on the police, it's an assault on society, and it means that there's no boundaries to what violence they might commit.
Okay. I want to move on a little bit and talk about street racing a little bit. No surprise there. That's obviously a big issue for me, suppressing excessive speeds and street racing. There was the incident, my first partial term, where that family, they lost several loved ones, 3 loved ones, in one night just after Christmas because of one driver trying to evade from street racing. We've talked in the past about just trends. I know that you have a lot of suppression operations we read about in the news, but I've had a lot of residents that live west of 99, especially with veterans having been built, which was great to open up the west area, Forgotten Fresno, to the rest of the city. But they've expressed concerns as recently as last week at a community meeting, a very angry gentleman out there saying, we're going to build a new park out there. Well, what's the point of building a park next to the road if it's unsafe? And this is how people feel. So I'll send this over to staff, but I'm going to request an RFI just about information of how we can actually have a specific operation for that area. I know you go everywhere, but I want to see, even if it's contract policing, how we can have an operation specifically tailored to the west of 99 area in Fresno.
Will do.
Okay. E-bikes. Let's talk about e-bikes for a moment. There have been a couple of incidents. Another one, coincidentally, at Palm and Bullard, that same intersection where that family was killed by that operation, the street racing I mentioned earlier. We have people that are underage on these e-bikes. And when I say e-bike, it's not like a bicycle. I mean, there's a motor. They can go a decent speed. And they're dying, unfortunately. And the thing is, I think the common denominator in all those cases, no helmet. And I'm just trying to understand why, because I think we all know stop, drop, and roll. We all know click it or ticket. Wearing a helmet isn't rocket science. It's something I think it's been ingrained in us for those of us that, I don't know, I'm 42 now. I remember learning about that in school. What do you think's going on? And what can we do? Because I don't like being over-prescriptive, but if parents aren't watching their kids and their kids are doing things they shouldn't be doing, ultimately those parents are responsible for those children. And they might say, it's never going to be my kid, but it can be, especially if there's no helmet. I mean, it's bad enough they're going to get hit, but without protective equipment, what happens?
Well, in preparation for this, I had to educate myself a little, and I think it was very interesting. I've talked before up here that the laws are a little bit of a quagmire, and it took us a while to really start to unravel them, but we've made a lot of efforts to train our officers and educate the public. But the understanding of the definitions is one of the biggest obstacles, and parents, I think, are having that too. The helmet law is well established, so I don't know how to speak to that, right? Both bicycles and obviously motorcycles. But as far as an e-bike, it has to have pedals. And what we see, they have to have a maximum speed of 28 to be considered an e-bike. But the motor has to be less than 750 watts. But everything above that, and if it doesn't have pedals, it's considered a motorcycle under the California Vehicle Code. And so we've been investigating them like that. Parents don't realize that when they buy those bikes, it doesn't have pedals and it goes so fast that it's actually a motorcycle. So those are already, I know we talked about this in FMC, 14-804, our traffic officers have been using in regard to these, the use of motorcycles in the city limits, because that's what they technically are. So we've been using that to do enforcement on the ones without pedals. They can't be ridden anywhere in the city per the FMC or a roadway, unless, of course, they meet all the motorcycle requirements, but then you have unlicensed motorcycle riders, right? And the parents just don't realize that. So it sounds like our motor officers have had a lot of contact with the parents and that they warn them when they find the kids in these bikes. And they have there's a pretty in-depth explanation here. If you wanted very detailed, maybe a request, I can send that over to you because it's quite detailed here. But they do engage with the parents and educate them. The parents have to sign a warning about if the bike is taken and given to the parents and they allow that child to use it again, there's a warning that there's additional penalties.
So if the bike is seized or impounded, when it's released back to the parent has to agree to abide by rules?
Yes, in a nutshell. There's more to it than that. I'm very much oversimplifying it. And some of them we can tow, right? It just depends. So that's where the murkiness is. And I'd have to read this for you verbatim to make sure I didn't mix it up because it's not super clear cut.
The dilemma is this. Let's say somebody lives in Fresno and they're facing the worst day of their life and they call 911 and there's someone trying to hurt them. Obviously, we want officers responding to that 0 priority or 1 priority call.
Yes.
I don't know what priority this would be because you have to use your spare time, but what is the process? If I'm an officer, I'm on patrol, and I see kids on, whether it's an e-bike or a motorcycle, and clearly underage and don't have a helmet, and I'm not called to another call. What would an officer do in that case?
Yep. The primary traffic enforcement is by our motor unit. However, obviously, the patrol officers have the authority and ability to do that. It just depends. If they're on their way to a call, what kind of emergency they see would have to rise to the level or supersede the emergency that they're responding to. And I can foresee that there are circumstances like that. I don't have any examples to give you, but that's a judgment call on the officers when they're out there is do they proceed to the call they're on? Do they preempt is the word we use to handle that? Or, some of them might not be that familiar with the law and not really know what to do. That's our job. We're working to educate them. We have put out roll call training bulletins. And we would expect them to address a very dangerous situation if they weren't on their way to another emergency.
I just want to add, I know that we are also working through the League of California Cities on statewide efforts to address this issue. It's not just Fresno. Cities all over the state are having issues with this.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate that. City Attorney, feel free to chime in anytime if I'm missing anything. What I think I'm looking to do, and this may be just more of a matter for not for budget, but it's the issue of I want to see what the city can do to proactively go after youth not wearing helmets when they're riding anything. Because unfortunately, I don't trust drivers out there. Everyone's on their phone texting, and they may not see somebody, even though if you're in the proper bike lane or you're even in the crosswalk. And unfortunately, you're going to get hit. I think it's a little bit better to get hit with a helmet on than nothing at all.
Yes, and those laws have been in existence for quite
Right, it's
a number
nothing
of
new.
years. That's nothing new.
City Attorney, I've asked you a little bit about this. Is there anything that we can do right now? Because I want to see if there's anything we need to do in terms of allocating funding towards more attention to this.
So I'd like to take a look at it. I think the chief is right. There's going to be state preemption issues around this. I know that we have more leeway when it comes to it being in our park spaces. We have an FMC section exactly on point, and we could maybe beef those sections up, but I'd like to look at the state preemption issues first.
Yeah, and there's an Assembly Bill 1096 that addresses this particular issue that I need to learn more about, but that is on point with the e-bikes in the state.
I think what we'll do is we'll probably set up a joint meeting. I don't need an RFI on this, but we've got to get serious. I want people to think Fresno, no helmet, ticket, or impounding your vehicle. I want it to be
Same way
real,
we did
real
street
clear.
racing. Nobody
Yep.
comes to Fresno to street race.
Right.
We have exhibition of speed,
Right.
which we look at differently, but
Right.
we've been able to curtail the street racing. I'd like to see the same with e-bike
Appreciate
accidents.
it. Yeah, I think no kid should be on our roads without a helmet. I think the fire department even gives away those red helmets, so there's no reason for that, not to have a helmet. Okay, I want to go back to the HEART team for a moment. There has been some discussion about the HEART team, and so I requested a memo, an RFI, I think it was number 9. On the first day of budget, there were folks that come up here, and we do listen to folks when they come here, and they made a lot of very serious charges about our HEART team. Those are things that I think, no matter who you are, would be unacceptable. This one claim was that member of the HEART team discarded ashes of a loved one, bullying by staff, lawsuits and investigations, and those things. And I wanted to see, well, is that true? So I believe we got a memo showing. So how does it work if someone makes a complaint? Because there's different ways. It could be internal affairs proactively does an investigation. There can be an inquiry or an informal complaint. Can you explain a little bit more about how that works?
Yeah, I showed that we had 15 use of forces between 2024, 25, and year-to-date 26. That is separate, though, from the complaints. And on the complaints, we had 18 filed in between 21 and 26 amongst the various HEART officers, and those none of them could we match up to some of the allegations that were made here in council chambers. So complaints can come in a number of ways: through the public, through website, through telling the officer that they want to speak to a sergeant, and that's there's a number of ways that they can be. They can go to the OIR's office to file a complaint. But I also want to make sure that people know that our Axon system, part of what we purchased in that contract is Axon Performance, and it triggers the sergeant to review random video every week of their unit to see how the officers are performing, and it does have some algorithms for, it looks like for anger, or it can tell that, and it's one of the AI components in the evidence system that can point sergeants to that. And so we do review that proactively, in addition to obviously handling complaints and reviewing every use of force, and we actually investigate those proactively as well.
And the HEART officers, they also do have body cam?
They were the first in the city to have body cameras, and they have had them ever since the inception of the program in the city of Fresno.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, because if let's say it was true that an officer did that, I think it would be a big red flag for all of us. But sometimes coming up here and making these statements, media will pick it up, and these can be very hurtful statements, because we don't want people afraid of a threat that doesn't exist. So I want to talk about also the HEART team itself. It's not just law enforcement, correct? There are other components to the HEART team?
Yeah, they don't work directly for PD, but there's HEART code that goes out, and of course sanitation, that's a critical partner to us in helping to clean up the city.
And staff from the Palvarello House as well, I'm guessing?
We don't do that.
Right. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Any other comments about the HEART team in general? Or because typically what happens as a council member, I'll get calls from someone, usually a mom and pop business, a lot of businesses in the Blackstone corridor. They're not against someone because they're unhoused. It's just, hey, this person has defecated in front of my business. How am I going to make it? How am I going to, I mean, these things happen. We understand people are hurting. Obviously, the recent data and the point in time count, a lot of folks unfortunately suffer from substance abuse or economic issues or mental health issues, and it's pretty rough.
I mean, we're the most visible component of consequences. We're not the answer for all the, issues related to homelessness, but we do have to respond to those calls, and we get hundreds of them every week from community members making calls for service, requesting an issue to be addressed one way or another related to homeless individuals in this city. So I hear the concerns. I just know that there's a whole different side of all the calls that my department gets, and apparently that you all here on the dais may receive from your constituents as well.
I think the point I'm trying to make is that we do get calls from folks. It's not just us going out there saying, oh, there you go. People are calling saying, hey, we have a problem.
Yes.
Okay. The last thing I have, Chief, and this is going to be a motion. It's not necessarily related to you specifically, but we do have a chaplaincy. That's a police and fire chaplaincy. They do a lot of great work. Like any organization, of course, we've all faced the challenges of inflation. This city has done a lot to provide them, I think, a $75,000 base budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which I'm grateful we do that. And they, of course, do try to raise money, the support Blue Run, which is their biggest thing. But I think that we can do a little bit better. Again, it's not just police, it's also fire. It's also, they do a lot of services for the public, which is really important. It's a great program. And so I'm going to make a motion to increase their base allocation from $75,000 to $150,000 with an inflation adjustment every year, and funds to be determined, funding source to be determined.
I'll second that, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. And that's all I have for you, Chief. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you to your officers, too. Thank you all.
Councilman Barrios, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. I want to get some business out of the way before I start with my questions. I think the chief, the mayor, this council has made it clear that our support for advanced peace has been strong for numerous years, and we know there's some funding challenges that we need to address. So my motion is to authorize a 2-year agreement with advanced peace funded by $700,000 of unspent city resources from the Dawn Initiative, in addition to the $300,000 already included in the proposed budget. All right, thank you. Now let me get to my questions. Thank you, guys. It was never a question. It was just a matter of waiting for the right time as we get to the police conversation. There was reference made to the retail grant expiring and the general fund having to be responsible for it. Is that this fiscal year or next?
Next.
Next. In terms of vehicles, you're proposing to have approximately 30 vehicles replaced?
30 marked units, yes.
30 marked units. And it's not an addition to, but a replacement of?
Correct.
How many vehicles do you currently have in your inventory that are not being utilized? There was a video a while back of a lot of parked cars. Has that been addressed?
It was by design. That was a contingency fleet since we didn't have any vehicles in the budget to purchase for replacements and the timing of it. They were
you basically
contingency
keep
fleet.
Extras?
Yes, and now we're down to only 20.
Okay.
And it'll get us through, we're hoping it gets us to the first order of cars coming in.
So you're intentionally keeping about 20 used cars as inventory until you get the replacement cars in place?
Well, we had more than that. We're down to 20, and every time one gets put back in the fleet to replace one that had a total collision or a mechanical failure, I have to approve that because that was an important measure for us to save the O&M on those cars as a budget measure.
That makes sense. My colleague and I were having a conversation around the gun buyback program that used to be routine a few years ago. Why haven't we done that recently? The gun buyback program where we fund purchasing back guns from the streets and from the public.
I don't know a lot about that. I don't know the effectiveness of it, and it's just never something that's come up since I've been in this position.
Okay, I'd like to get a memo on it. The last time we did it was in 2009, I believe. It was the first one, and we ended up having 470 plus guns turned in 3 hours. So I'd like to have you all do some research and get back to us. If we were to initiate that again, would it be your department? How would it work? If you can find out.
Yeah, we'd like to look into that. I don't know much about it.
As my colleague, the economist, would say, right now people are hard up for cash, and if we can buy some guns back off the streets, I think that's better for everyone. Quality of life, I want to get to before I go there, on the HEART team. For those who have publicly spoken around our interactions with the unhoused, I also want to give you all some context. In 2019, the city had 10 shelter beds for the unhoused. Today, we have nearly 1,000. Back then, we didn't have public restrooms. Based on the advocacy of many of you in the room, we now have public restrooms. We now have public showers. They're literally parked across the street of this building and other locations across the city. We now have warming and cooling centers. May not be at the optimal times and length that some may expect, but we have that as an option. We provided thousands of people free room and board for years, services. And a lot of people successfully were able to exit out into stable housing. Has the problem continued to grow? Yes. Are the resources limited? Absolutely. We did that with all state revenue and state funding. The state has now cut back on that funding, so has the federal government. And so what I'm trying to articulate is we've done as much as we possibly can. We have taken the suggestions by a lot of the advocacy groups to do low barrier shelters. Don't require people to be sober to go into a shelter bed. Don't require them to go into treatment. Don't require them to take mental health services. Just get a roof over their heads and let them stabilize. We've done that. We've also intentionally prioritized women and children. That's why as a city, you won't see women and children across this city in the streets. We've prioritized them first. The primary reason we exit people from shelters prematurely is for violating two rules: drug use on site or domestic violence, which we've drawn a clear line for. So I'm very comfortable with the amount of work that we've done and how we've done it, but we also did try not having law enforcement involved in the challenge of the unhoused community years ago. We focused just on social workers and service providers. And you know what happened? Social workers refused to show up because their safety was at risk. Because they were going into encampments where there were guns, weapons, and violence, and they were put at risk. So we have to have some level of security in order for people to get help in this space. So I want to be very respectful of. I've been very clear, the unhoused have as many rights as those who are housed. No more, no less. If I don't allow my neighbor and my children to urinate and defecate in somebody's front yard, no other adult should be allowed to do it. There's a compact as a society that we hold each other to some basic standards of how we operate. And I invite all of you to visit the shelters. I visit them every week. I interact with more of the unhoused than probably anybody in this room, primarily, except for Brandy, of course. My apologies. And Des Martinez, who's not in the room, who, by the way, also give a lot of good feedback. So I'm hoping that this conversation remains civil, because it's not like we're not trying to do any improvements and not trying to provide any services. But the challenge is just much bigger than what we have here alone. And just to close off, I have two siblings that were in house 2 for years. So it's personal to me. It's not foreign. We're not talking about just numbers on a page. But on the unhoused, we represent about 80,000 residents of each district. And I can tell you that thousands and thousands of residents are the ones that call us and expect and demand that an encampment at a city park, on the sidewalk on the way to school, or a bus stop is addressed. We are responding to the 80,000 constituents that we represent and we have a responsibility for, as much as those who come in these chambers and advocate for something that may be a little different. And so we're gonna continue doing that. Specifically on HEART, the process that you guys have in place is after your day of service, you send us an email. And the email, it describes how many people you contacted, how many encampments you cleaned up, how many people refused service. Every single email I get on a daily basis that summarizes and it includes photos, and you guys can request for copies of the emails. It includes photos before and after the fact. The consistent trend is the vast majority of the people that we interact with refuse service. So at the very least, we have to mitigate the trash, we have to mitigate the encampments, especially when they're on private property and public spaces that everybody else has to share. On HEART, what do you expect to be different with the second team? And can this be done just with your regular police force. Because one of the challenges I have, Chief, is I constantly see police officers and patrol officers driving from point A to point B. There's open drug use on the corner, they drive by. There's activities taking place, they drive by. Now, I've been told maybe they're on their way to a call. Maybe they're en route to some other place. But just last week, I was in West Fresno on Thorn and Whitesbridge, and there was about 6 people who sit in the city sidewalk and drink every day, open drinking. Right next door on Whitesbridge, another half dozen people set up shop across the liquor store, and they drink. And while I was there talking to them, asking them to leave, because that's also the route for kids to walk to school, I have an officer pass by and just continue down his path. They weren't hiding the booze. It's an open party. Why aren't officers intervening when they see open drinking and open drug use across the streets that we have them patrolling?
I just can't answer that factually because I don't know the circumstance. I don't know if they were on their way to a call. Most likely because they actually responded over 373,000 calls for service last year. And that's not including, other proactive duties that they have depending on what their assignment is. So I don't know the answer to that. They certainly aren't told to avoid them, but they have a very heavy call load. You've mentioned before, we have a very well-paid police force. And we do pretty good in our recruiting, but the problem is we are so busy compared to other agencies. It's difficult, and I, without knowing the exact circumstances, I will defend them every single day. They have a heavy call load, so I don't know what the answer is to that situation, but I know it's not because they've been directed or told that those aren't important things to do. But they have been really pushed. This weekend was really difficult. We had an extreme volume of calls for service. People were angry. They held for way too long. We offered overtime for our cadets and CSOs to come in to try to handle those. And so I just say people have lower priority calls holding too that are very angry when we don't come. So there's always something to do. There's never nothing to do.
And I've done a few ride-alongs this last year with both of the policing districts in my area, specifically the graveyard shift, specifically Friday and Saturday night, to see for myself what the level of activity is. And so I recognize that those weekends are pretty peak, but the challenge that I'm seeing is this is a daytime. It's 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The other question I had for you, Chief, is I also get complaints from school sites that when transients or trespassers breach the school site campus and they call 911, that is not an automatic zero call coming or a police officer being dispatched. So there's a lot of questions on, are they aggressive? Do they have a weapon? Which I get is a 911 dispatcher's role.
Yes.
But what I'm struggling with is, from my perspective, an adult who's trespassing and who's mentally unstable, breaching an elementary campus should be an automatic zero and somebody should be dispatched. How do we classify somebody?
Let me look into that because I don't disagree. The circumstances as you're describing them, 100% agree. And you're right, even if they aren't actively threatening, there's no good intention when children are on campus if an adult's trespassing. And so, we have to work to train those call takers as well from the ground up. And so that's a good question for us to find a better answer.
I would appreciate a follow-up because I want to be very consistent what expectation we give school sites.
Yes.
You should not consider that a zero call, or you should.
And that's an ongoing process for us to make those things consistent.
In terms of your workforce, Chief, what's your current number of authorized positions and filled positions at this moment?
So I want to make sure I don't get any of that wrong, but I know most of it. We have
852
officers working today. We have 930 authorized positions. We have 49 cadets in the academy. Some of them are underfilling those vacancies. There's 73 police officer or recruit vacancies, 78 total, but that includes like lieutenants, sergeants that we're holding momentarily. So I have 852 officers, 930 authorized, but I have 49 recruits in the academy that will grow into those positions. So I try to explain it, it's a little bit fluid. We have to have a few more positions than we actually have filled to have a place for them to get into.
That makes sense. a previous chief had to establish a special investigative unit within the police department to investigate their own officers who were abusing the system around medical leave. Some have been out for medical leave for years, never gone to a doctor appointment, were clearly abusing the system as they were in Disneyland and vacations. What's the percentage of your officers who are out on long-term leave right now?
I don't know the percentage, but I know that there are 70 officers on workers' comp leave, and then maybe about 20 more that are non-industrial. That would be like pregnancy or parent type leave or military leave, things like that. Of the 70 that are out, 20 are working light duty. So they're actually at work.
So of the 50, is there a process for you to make sure that they actually go to rehab, get back,
Yes.
or do a medical retirement, one or the other?
Yes, absolutely. That's become very important to us for obvious reasons, and it's something we have to stay working on. We can't just sit back and we have an amazing workers' comp process here. I got involved in it this year. They were so smooth in getting the appointments set, everything expedited. On our end, we have to do the same thing. I have 2 risk analysts assigned, and their job is to track this and make sure are people missing appointments. Sometimes a doctor's out, and the officers want to hold back because they want a particular doctor that's great. We keep pushing. We keep pushing like, hey, did you get your appointment? Or, can we get you into a different doctor to progress? So we are diligent about pressing on that and not just sitting back and waiting.
Do you have sufficient 911 dispatchers to reduce the wait time for somebody to pick up the phone once they call?
Well, as I mentioned, we're up at 85%, and I think 90% is the state standard. We have improved quite a bit. It was in the high 60s.
Yeah.
And so it's still not perfect. When we do move to the new center, if you'll recall, and I don't want to get on a soapbox, like sometimes we busy out on 911s, and it's terrifying for me on 4th of July or New Year's Eve. When we move, the new system will not busy out ever. So we have a number of 911 call takers. When we move, we'll have the capacity to hire more. There are some artificial intelligence options people are peddling out there. That's not something we're looking at this time.
Okay. My last conversation I want to have, if you could, City Clerk, pull up the video. As you know, Chief, I always like to do show and tell with the city manager who appreciates it all. But Tower has been a problem for us.
I couldn't agree more.
Significantly worse over the last couple of years. Here is a compilation of videos, of incidents that occurred just in the last week. It started off on, this is a problem on Saturday nights. Then it became a problem on Friday nights.
Thursday.
Then Thursday nights, now Sunday nights. And I know we're funding a bike unit in Tower. I know we're funding sufficient positions, the record amount of positions in their city's history. And it seems, in my observations, are a couple. One is we do recognize that there's a challenge in the vendors. Some vendors have now making it a point to just video these fights, generate clickbait, and try to get some more followers by videotaping the fights that are taking place in front of them, which is something I'll be dealing with code enforcement on. As you can see in this portion, tables are laid out. They're not supposed to be laid out in sidewalks.
Right.
Chairs are laid out. They're not supposed to be laid out in sidewalks. And there's, clear entertainment for some people. It's become a constant level
It's exceeding our capacity to address it without draining resources from the rest of the city, and that's exactly what we're doing every weekend now.
And I know the last time my colleague, Perea, and I tried to address the food vendors, there was concern by some of my colleagues about not doing that in this particular area, but this area is unique to others. You don't see this type of density of pedestrians, density of activity, density of issues at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Density of gang members?
Of gang members at 3 in the, you don't see that at any Blackstone, Shaw, Herndon, any corridor, because there isn't the concentration of venues, clubs, restaurants operating till 2 in the morning. So what I'm trying to understand, Chief, is one, what is the plan from your leadership team and yourself to deal with Tower differently? Because whatever we've tried to do hasn't had the effect that we're expecting.
Well, this is a topic we discuss every week, and I hold my breath waiting for the end of watch to come in the tower, because I already know that we've drained resources from the entire city to handle the problems here, because I can't just have a few officers. We do have officers. If you've been, I know you see, we block this, we put the cars in the streets with the lights. We have officers spread out. We have diverted our traffic officers there from handling DUIs in other areas of the city. They're here because I can't have a few officers because a big fight breaks out. Like, yeah, right here, it takes a number of officers to control the crowd for safety.
And some of these patrons have engaged in assaulting the officers because they're
Well,
inhibited.
I have a number in here somewhere of all the assaults on officers. It's like there were like 40, I think, year to date already, just in this particular little area. So what is the solution? What we're doing isn't working right now, but what we always come up with a way to address it. But it's not working in the sense that we're taking resources from the other parts of the city. And we have magic down there. We have realized, haven't realized, we've known the gang problem culminated in a shooting a couple weeks ago, and officers were right on top of it. Officers obviously took the suspects into custody after a short pursuit. They were right on top of it. The people have utter disregard. And so we're going to have to come up with something different. And I'm thinking the next thing we need to do is a schedule change so I have more officers available that don't drain the city's resources.
Is it fair to say, Chief, that at this point, if we don't change anything else in the Tower business corridor, the rest of the city will continue to subsidize, and you'll have to redirect officers from the rest of the precincts to deal with Tower on a consistent basis?
Because we will address anything, any problem. We're going to address it. We're addressing it, but at what cost?
And we've already had stabbings and shootings.
Correct. And thankfully, because of officers' presence, there haven't been more.
The last thing, observation, and I am going to request, Chief, an actual plan on what's next. Because, the social media influencers of the day love to criticize us for, doing anything different that may impact a vendor, a bar, nightlife. But at the moment that incident happens, they blame us for not taking action, us for not, squashing the issue before it gets worse. So I'm going to ask for a plan.
Okay.
And that should include whether we start denying CUPs for alcohol sales in businesses in the Tower, whether we start.
Yeah, I will say, Councilmember, I've looked into that too because I share your concerns. Primarily, the people in the street causing the problems are not patrons.
Yeah.
They're showing up in the street. And that's why it's making it more difficult than our traditional approaches.
It reminds me of art hop. It's not the artist, it's not the folks selling crafts, it's the folks who show up and don't know how to behave that ruin it for everyone else.
The businesses have been very positive towards our officers' response out there.
Is it time for you just to park a paddy wagon there and just start booking people every day?
We do. We are absolutely doing that. Just my DST team, and they work every other weekend. The weekends are off, we bring someone else in. I mean, they contacted 141 gang members year to date. They made 400 traffic stops. They've made 30 felony arrests and 61 misdemeanor arrests. And that's just, on Saturday and sometimes Friday nights. We know it's growing a little. That we're doing that. And that is we've been parking that wagon there for a while.
So your assessment is, it's not so much the incidents occurring inside the establishments, it's outside.
Correct.
And is it usually after hours, post 1 a.m.?
It's definitely the later hours, yes.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing what else we can be doing differently, because the alternative is we're going to keep on pulling officers from other parts of the city to try and keep some level of safety in the Tower District, because it has taken a turn. It went from a family-friendly environment to young people who don't know how to behave, to adults who don't know how to engage without physical fights, and the violence has completely gone out of control.
Well, I will say, I wouldn't agree with that exactly. We've kept a lid on it quite a bit. You see some fights here, probably if I had to make an assessment, because officers are distracted with something else, because there are a lot of officers out there. We haven't lost control, but again, because there's been a cost. There's been an unintended consequence to the rest of the city.
My last observation on Tower, in my 3 ride-alongs and in my evening engagement there, is our officers tend to huddle in an intersection instead of walking the corridor, instead of actively clearing out the Tower Theater parking lot. That's become a default open drinking environment.
Not. That's not what we're allowing.
I know. It's not what you're allowing, but I've observed it.
I do have teams that tend to stick together because when they address people, it usually can't just be in a onesie twosie.
Yeah, absolutely.
They do need more than that because of the crowd can turn hostile, and it has in a heartbeat there.
For sure. Like, I know you can go with one person and engage who is somebody who might be belligerent, and they're going to engage in some kind of
It's not safe for them or the
assault.
officer.
Yeah. But I would just like to see more walking the corridor take place during those hours and some systematic clearing out of everyone. I think the establishments have gotten used to, once they exit my establishment, they're not my problem.
Yes,
And-
that could be part of it.
And then the vendors are keeping them there with food sales.
Yes, we've talked about that at length.
Right? And then people bump into each other as they're waiting for the hot dog, and a fight breaks out, and then we're back into making the news on the violence that takes place. So I'll look forward to an updated plan for that area, and I do appreciate your time. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the mayor not being here, interrupting us every 2 minutes.
All right, Councilmember Richardson, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Afternoon, Chief.
Oh, I love it.
See that? Okay. A lot of the questions I had have been asked, so this is going to be shorter. I got you guys at 6.2% attrition. Can you just speak to how you guys got to that? You mentioned the vacancies already. Can you speak to how many of those are specifically maintained? How many of those are just kind of natural, given the nature of the beast?
Oh, yeah, I have a list. We have about 10 to 15 professional staff positions that we've held vacant to help reach that goal. And we've been able to make it without those, not at maximum efficiency, but we've been able to get by. And then just the natural attrition. It's difficult to keep a fully staffed police department, the length of hiring, although it's much expedited over previous years, it just takes some time. So it's primarily those two things. We've held some non-emergency positions, not dispatchers, not officers, vacant intentionally, and just have to work around that. And then we also have the natural attrition.
Okay, and then it'd probably be fair to assess that 930 minus 852 is the current vacancy rate.
Yes and no, because a lot of there are 73 police officer recruit vacancies. I have 44 of those filled with cadets that are going to be filling those.
And I guess that's just sworn. That's not, doesn't include the unsworn, or civilian positions.
Correct.
Okay. Then I'd imagine month to month, that's probably changing all the time with
Every
retirements and
day,
transit.
yes.
Yeah, okay. So with the second heart team, what do we currently use? I don't know if there's a black and white answer to this. What do we use as a success metric? Like, did they do a better job this year than last year? Is it contacts? Is it calls? Is it responses? Is it tonnage? Is it?
You know, the number one success rate would be increasing the acceptance of services. It's below 3% right now, and I wish it was better. And they do offer them. If people are going to jail, they obviously don't offer services. They're going to jail. But if they aren't, and that's the vast majority of people, I'd love to see a higher acceptance rate of services.
Okay. With the addition of a second heart team, I'm a big fan of a moratorium or a sunset or just an occasional base touching on things, especially when you sign up for bigger contracts. I just like to touch base and see, is what we're doing working, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I think a good metric could be the response time on the calls that we get, because people are very angry when we don't respond quickly. And it may be to us a non-emergency of a homeless person sleeping in a doorway and at a business, and they are furious at the time we get there, 3 or 4 hours, depending on how calls for service look. And so a good metric might be response time on those calls with the second team.
Okay, I won't take a long time on anecdotes because I don't think it's a good use of everybody's time. But 2 of our businesses in District 6, one repeatedly has their windows broken for no reason. And they've seen the person doing it, and there's just no explanation for it. And the second one, entirely random, is a car mechanic shop, and they have a walled-in facility. And twice now, someone has walked by the facility, someone who they've caught on camera, someone they recognize from being around there, and thrown a Molotov cocktail over the wall, burning cars to the studs for no reason, not to steal anything or whatever else. And I know it's frustrating for them. So when it comes to these updated metrics for measuring these things, what I would like to do is in 6 months, if we're going to sign this into the budget, the second heart team, I would like to touch base and maybe add some more metrics, maybe response time is something, maybe accepted services is something. Maybe we can add a couple metrics that we can come back in 6 months and see if the juice to squeeze ratio is really there, right?
Yep.
Is that a realistic that we can do? So bring us back in, I mean, we could just say before the end of the year, but is this investment proportionally exactly what we're looking for? Does it need more? Does it need less? Is that something that's a realistic ask?
At least in concept, we'd have to really look at it, but it seems like it's something we could consider.
Okay.
Certainly.
I appreciate that. The ORT question was answered that I had. Got the vacancy numbers. Can we speak a second about the officer wellness and mental health? Can you explain that program a little bit? And the reason I'm asking is because this year there's no ask for it in the budget.
Yes, we have had grant funding for it in the past for like the gym that we put in at every station and headquarter and improved. Well, our headquarter one is FPUA, but all the different stations and locations that have gyms like Magic, the district stations. So that's part of what we paid for. I don't think I've kind of skipped the premise of your question, but there's nothing in it this year because we fund the positions from the general fund. The wellness positions, and everything else was more equipment, training programs. So we'll end up absorbing some of that training into our general fund, and then we are applying. There were some delays on applying. It's the LIMWA grant, if I'm saying it correctly, with the federal restrictions and immigration problems. We were delayed, right, Desiree, on applying for that, but we have applied at this point, right, Michelle? Yeah.
Okay.
We've worked through the issues that will allow us to apply.
Okay, it looks like it's less than $100,000 every year for the overtime, which is really the only real personnel cost, I guess, for that. So fair to say that's moving under general fund?
Yes.
I just want to make sure, obviously, there's not going to be a lapse to mental health.
No, it's a retention issue. I think we're doing okay on hiring. Could always be better, but retention is where we really need to really improve, and that is critical to that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the final thing I had, and this is mostly an informational thing for me. If everybody else in the room knows this and I don't, then I apologize for taking time. But we've got, so the overtime, we have 3 different overtimes listed on the front under general fund: overtime, voluntary overtime, overtime that is reimbursement based.
Okay.
Can you just speak to what in practice that really looks like?
The voluntary involves contract policing, and there's some revolving money in there, right? And then the reimbursable is like Fresno Unified, our contracts with them for like the football games. Also our federal contracts, not ICE, nothing like that, but like with the FBI, the marshals, there's some reimbursable funds in there for overtime for our officers that work on their task forces.
Okay, that was the impression I was under, but then when I switch a couple pages over to 190 in the skinny binder, we have we have the section of contract law enforcement services. Yeah. And there is $5 million in that of voluntary overtime.
There is a difference, and I don't know what they are, but they're both related to contract. If you want a deeper explanation, Desiree Perry can probably give it to you, our business manager.
Okay.
Unless
is that something you'd be willing
RFI,
to speak to for like 15 seconds, or do you want me to submit an RFI? Okay.
Hi, Desiree Perry. So you're right, there are 3 overtime accounts. Overtime 51301, which is our straight overtime that normally our officers and detectives work, and that's in the general fund. And then we also have contract law enforcement, which is officers working on their days off at Walmart, Home Depot. Sure. So that is the 51302, which is the voluntary overtime. And then we have the overtime-based reimbursement, which he spoke to, which is our task force with like JTTF, HSI, school resource officers that work the football games, basketball games, et cetera. So you referenced another line item. So like contract law enforcement is in its own sub-fund, general fund, and it's in 1801. So it's isolated out. But also in voluntary overtime is the guaranteed leave that the officers are given as part of their FPOA contract, where they can get someone to work for them or take a guaranteed vacation because of staffing issues.
Okay. That clears that up. I appreciate you explaining that to me.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a little deep.
Sorry. It's
contract related.
Sometimes, that part of me comes out. Okay, last thing I had is, do we have statistics on, I'd imagine we do somewhere. We hear a lot about it, especially when it's in the backside, about workers' compensation. And I know, obviously, policing is a dangerous business. Mm-hmm. And many of the injuries that occur in the line of duty are due to a interaction with a suspect.
Yes.
Or a vehicle accident, things like that.
And some are cumulative.
Some are cumulative, absolutely. And some of them are not due to either of those, just like we see here. Someone falls on the stairs, someone whatever. when it comes to reducing the injuries for police, I feel like the investment in, vests and physical fitness and training, whatever else that we do with the, virtual, everything is making sure that when they have arguably one of the most dangerous days of their life, that they're able to come out of that and not have any serious injuries that are related to that interaction, which is what we rely on for them to be able to continuously protect the city. The things that are not related to suspects, do we have any numbers on what injuries have occurred in the last year due to that kind of stuff, the other things?
We don't keep it that way that I can tell, but we do have spreadsheets, because some of it's, private data.
The HIPAA, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I don't know how feasible it is to find out. I think we have to ask the question. I don't know the answer. I just know we have to be careful with privacy, but if we aggregate the numbers, I suspect we should be able to come up with something.
Okay, because as
you're asking the difference in workers' comp claims of like one is with an interaction with a suspect versus
cumulative.
A confrontation versus not a confrontation.
Got it.
Like cumulative is typically, I think, what we would.
Yeah, I mean, a
Sure.
lot of our, the belt that they wear, a lot of back injury or
Well,
not
and
back,
cumulative,
shoulder.
let's be honest, that's chronic, right? I'm talking about acute things. I'm talking, whether, again, an injury that could occur here at City Hall, right? Not necessarily from serving for 25 years now. Obviously, my knees don't like me. Totally understand that.
For instance, like you'll have officers who get in and out of the car every day with a belt or a vest. One day, it just gives way when they're getting out of the car. And it wasn't because they were getting out of the car, it was cumulative injuries. So I'm not sure how we would be able to look at that, but I think we can look at it and see what we come up with.
Here's the reason I ask. When it comes to, as police are protecting the citizen, it is our responsibility to protect the police,
Thank you.
right? Or just make sure that we're minimizing whatever unnecessary injuries we can. Now, there's plenty of investment when it comes to the confrontation stuff. However, like we've seen in the fire department, for example, there was an investment for them to have body scans to be able to
We do that.
preemptively detect like cancer.
We do that too.
Which is important, which is fantastic. But I want to know if there are things that we can be doing to better look out for the police that's outside of just the investment in tactical stuff. I'm talking about the non-tactical situations. I'm talking about physical, mental health, whatever it is. If there's an opportunity there, and I don't need an RFI, and I don't even need this answered in detail right now, but if there's something that we can be doing to make sure that our police are 100% taken care of, or we can protect them outside of the confrontation stuff, I'm really interested in investing in that.
Okay, I'm certain I could get a lot of really good feedback on that.
Awesome. Okay. Council President, that's all I had. Remember who's next? Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council President. Hello, Chief. It is
Councilmember.
5:22, so it is good evening.
You lose track of time when you're having fun.
Yes, it is. And I want to thank the fire and police personnel for being here with us, and administrators as well, and members of the community for staying late with us. And we're going to be a little bit late tonight, so thank you very much for your patience. Chief, just a few questions. For the last 18 months, I had the opportunity to walk around District 5, throughout, in fact, District 5, and in some neighborhoods I walked 3 or 4 times. And in particular, on the eastern side of District 5, one of the complaints that I do have is mail theft. And obviously, the mailbox is out of our jurisdiction. It is a federal issue. But in particular, during this, not this time, but during the spring of last year and this year, when IRS sent their refund checks to the taxpayers, and so that's when the theft is more prevalent, and so I've been getting a lot of complaints when I walk the neighborhood and talk to constituents. I want to know is what is the cost of installing and operating cameras for mail theft? I know that there is no perfect solution. It is out of our hands. The best we can do is have officers drive around and show a force or be visible. But other than that, if I can do an RFI, or if you have any answers to this, the cost of installing and operating a camera around mailboxes.
Like residential or community?
Residential.
Like individual houses or community mailboxes?
It's community. On the eastern side in particular, when you have about a dozen or homes sharing one mailbox, and they break into that, the community. And so when one mailbox is broken into, it impacts about 12 to 20 to 25 residents.
Yeah. So I don't have a cost. I can tell you like a flock camera is about $3,000 each. The other thing, though, is what we have coming up, it's in our Axon contract. It's Fusus. It's an integration platform for video, and it's a Community Connect program. So people, perhaps a neighborhood wants to put their own camera up, or a resident does, they can choose to share that with us. It's completely voluntary if they would like to, and that would be a way for us to help investigate those. You know, and the problem is sometimes you have to make sure that the video isn't overwritten before we get in touch with the complainant and things like that. But I don't want to dilute the answer to that question. We have this Community Connect program coming up. When we're ready to roll it out, we're certainly, I've mentioned it before here, I think, to council. It will be going, making sure you all understand it, because I know you probably have a number of people in your respective districts who might be interested in that. So that might be a solution.
It could be a solution, Chief. This is an old issue that I believe requires thinking outside of the box. And people have suggested moving the mailbox where it is very lit versus one that is not as lit as it is right now. And so I've been getting a few advices and ideas from members of the community that have been impacted by this, but I believe that if there's a solution, even working with the federal government, United States Postal Service, I think we can also work on that. And so I look forward to having more conversations with this to have a real solution to addressing mail theft, in particular on the eastern side of District 5. Now, with regards to the Vision Zero plan, one of the most dangerous intersections in southeast Fresno is Chestnut and Kings Canyon Road. What will be the cost to install and maintain red light camera safety measures for not only at the intersection of Kings Canyon and Chestnut, but other dangerous intersection in the city of Fresno?
So for the red light cameras, I know that's something that Public Works has been working on. It's not been driven by the police department. So, you know, under the new law that was recently passed, allowed a different type of red light camera that focuses on administrative citations to the registered owner versus what we used to do in the past was trying to identify the driver, and it became very difficult and not very successful. So I don't have the answer on the cost, but I can tell you that Public Works, I believe, Councilmember Perea, I think they're taking the lead on that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure I will hear more from Public Works or from city manager or administration very soon. Again, these are some of the concerns that I've heard the last 18 months that I've been in contact with members of the community. Now, the community service officer, is that a sworn position, CSO?
No, it is not.
It's not, okay. And currently, how many CSOs do we have in the city?
I know I have 8 vacancies. Let me see how many I have. 25?
25?
Authorized for 25. We have 8 vacancies. We're trying to hire 4. We're holding 4 for attrition.
Okay. Okay. And those 25 are full-time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, some school sites, some junior highs and high schools have RSOs, school resource officers. I know that some do not. Clovis Unified, I don't believe they do. They have their own police force.
Yes.
So Clovis West, which is in the city of Fresno, may not required. But then again, it is contingent upon the individual school districts and sites to contract with the city of Fresno for their school resource officers. How many SROs do we have here in the city of Fresno? And if you don't have the information,
I do. It's 34. We have 34 student resource officers and 3 sergeants that supervise them.
Okay. And then the next question that I have is, where are they assigned to, or at least which site has requested? And even beyond that, I know that there's a contract between the school district and the city of Fresno in terms of the contract.
So every Fresno Unified High School and Middle School, Sanger in the city, and then Central, what's in the city.
Okay, so every middle school and
every middle school in Fresno Unified, and then Sanger, the city of Fresno locations, or the high school, and Central, whatever's in the city, the high school. I'm not sure in the Central Middle School. I'd have to check on that one.
Okay, if I can get an RFI on that, the number of school resource officers and where they're situated, and also the contract with those respective school districts, we'll appreciate that. And that's all I have, Chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
I had one more question before we pass it over to Councilmember Perea. That's okay. She gave the thumbs up. The flock contract, is that in the budget somewhere and I just missed it? Is it written under something else?
That's funded by the Organized Retail Theft Grant.
Got it. So that goes into that directly. So that would be under the ORT funds.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of feedback are you getting from the public in terms of the flock cameras?
There's a segment that is not supportive of it, but I think that it comes from, they think it's being used to spy on people. I'm the first to say that concerns me as well, but what we use it for in the city of Fresno is 100% violent crime. Auto theft as well, but the intent of it is violent crime, and it's helped us solve a number of violent crimes here in the city, where a child's been taken in a car inadvertently by an auto theft thief. In Austin, they just used it to find an individual who shot up multiple people around their city. In the Bay Area, they just used it to find a suspect who strangled a 2-year-old to death. And so those are the things we use it for here. We use it so much on violent crime, I could probably come up with a list of examples for you. But that's how we find shooting vehicles. That's how we find a lot of legitimate crime suspects. We're not monitoring people's locations for improper. We are it's heavily audited, the use of it. And we've been audited by the state, and our policies, everything reflects best practices in the state of California requirements, which are very stringent for license plate readers.
Okay.
And then Flock has cameras as well, but license plate readers are the bulk of what we do with them.
Is there a way the public could access those audits, or that at least we could access those audits and see? I'd imagine it'd be chasing down with the state somewhere in Sacramento.
Yes, I imagine, I don't know if they contain anything specific that would have to be redacted, but I think that the bulk of it certainly could be.
Okay.
And it's been a few years since the state did a big audit, but we're responsible for our own, and I've ensured that we kept up to date on that.
Gotcha. Thanks, Chief. There may be more questions about this, but that's all I had for now. Pass it to Councilmember Perea.
Chief, we're gonna pause you here. We're hanging on thin here. Some folks need a bio break, so we'll come back here. Let's say about 5:45.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly 5:45.
Got it.
I'll try to herd the cats back into here by that point. All right, we are back. All right, Councilmember Perea, you have the floor.
All right. We are the last four standing, so we are quorum. Please, no one leave. Okay, hi, Chief. Earlier this year, we attended a meeting at headquarters where we invited the Tower District businesses to come and get a briefing on the current state of crime of the Tower District. And it was pretty sobering. Even I didn't know a lot of about what was occurring out there. And I used to be out just about every night in the Tower District, but now that I have babies at home, I don't go out as often. But when I do go out at night, it is very sobering, for the lack of a better term, just seeing a lot of what activities is happening out on the streets. I don't know if you have the numbers tonight, but I'm curious if we have calculated out the total cost of investment of increased presence that has been needed over the last year or so to help combat against the increase of physical violence and rowdy crowds that we've seen.
Yes, I recall around that time we met that we did some calculations, but I don't recall them, and they're probably old by now, but that's definitely something that we can put together.
Okay. And then swing shift, remind me, does that end at midnight or 2?
At 2 a.m.
At 2 a.m. So the bars close around that time. So it sounds like you have to have some carryover of folks who are on swing shift who cannot go back to the station and go home for the night because there's a difference between when swing shift starts and is it midnights?
Yes, they overlap, but swing shift is the largest contingent of officers, so when things are very busy there, we hold on to them and don't let them log off so that they can assist for safety with the midnight shift officers that are still on duty.
So now we're paying overtime for these folks to stay out?
Every week.
Okay. And then can you explain, or maybe someone else can explain a little bit about this Tower Vegas, is that what it's called, Vegas Tower, Tower Vegas, that we were seeing over the last year in the Tower District?
Yes, that's kind of ebbed and flowed a little bit, but it's, as Councilmember Arias showed the video, there's just a lot of people active out there, and a number of gang members. Our magic team has been out there. Oftentimes, we're able to get people to cooperate and not show up through just working with different leaders of different groups or through advanced peace, but sometimes they show up, and that's when it gets really dangerous. And so they're part of that Tower Vegas vibe as well, and it's just people want to party out in the open, and that's why we're saying it's not so much the patrons of the bars. I mean, they're busy, there are some problems, but I press every week on Captain Hughes down there, like, what are you doing? Have you been looking at their CUPs? Is anyone in violation? And repeatedly, like, no, it's not the bars. We've done inspections. We meet. Just the bike officers alone have had 345 business contacts since the beginning of this year, just staying in touch with those businesses. So we're pretty confident it's not that. It's people who just show up to be in the street, drink surreptitiously, or sometimes out in the open, and the officers address that. And that's what Tower Vegas is, just basically open air, free-for-all party. And then, as you can see, the social media really leads that.
Okay. And I know the gang issue was pretty heightened at one point, but we seem to have gotten that under control. Is that correct?
The what issue?
The gang issue in the Tower District. There was a gang.
Oh, yes. It ebbs and it flows as well. It's a constant maintenance of working with different leaders of different groups, working with advanced peace, doing intelligence gathering and trying to figure out who plans to be there, because that's where the danger lies, why we had that shooting finally. Even though we had a number of officers, it was just two people with the beef that happened to have, it would have, anywhere that conflict would have been, it would have happened. It happened to be there. And that is a constant issue. And that's why our magic team has been so important to addressing the issues there. And beyond that, it's training the younger officers who are assigned to Central Patrol to recognize the gang issues and contact people and try to intervene before they actually are committing any crime, but doing so lawfully.
Mm-hmm. I don't see a lot of open air drug use near the bus stops, as my colleague has indicated, but I do see it behind the Dollar Tree. And it's a combination of being on private property, and sometimes they'll go onto the sidewalks. Usually it's in front of the vacant building on Fern and Maroa. If somebody were to call for service when they see something like that, how would an officer respond? Would they just tell them to get up and move on, or?
It would depend. It depends on, how long the call was pending, and, if the person was still there. It depends on, is that person on probation or parole? Are they open to search and seizure? It depends. If it's really busy and there's calls holding, emergency particularly, an officer might just send them on their way, or they may conduct a deeper investigation. I checked in with the sergeant of just the facts team, and he was telling me that is something that they've been really working diligently on, and they have on the bus stops, particularly in the tower, and that they've gotten great feedback from the bus ridership that they feel safer at those bus stops. So it is happening. They make the facts team, and that they do work 7 days a week. Some are contract officers, some are full-time assigned. They focus on the 2,000 bus stops in the city. So you can imagine they're roving throughout the city, but they definitely know that is a very important place, is the tower, and they will take the time to stop and deal with those people. Even if a patrol car goes by and is busy, Facts does take the time to stop and deal with those issues.
Yeah, thank you. I've been a big proponent of red light cameras, or at least looking into seeing if this is something feasible for us to start utilizing in our city. And while I don't believe in AI replacing jobs, I think if it can make an officer's job more effective or efficient, or if they can prioritize their time on other more important calls, then I'm all for technology and utilizing it in a way that improves not just accountability, but our ability to serve the public. So we are, council president and I are looking into what red light cameras would look like. And I hope the department doesn't see this as a way to replace officers, but rather as a way to augment what we already have in place. And so we are looking at potentially doing a pilot program, and Councilmember asked about it, but this is not being initiated by the police department. This is something that council president and I are currently looking for as a way to just increase traffic safety, especially in the Fresno High area, the Tower District, where we do see a lot of either drunk driving or red light running or speeding. We have a lot of vehicle collisions at many intersections in the Tower District or the Fresno High area and beyond. But we are looking into starting something, so we'll work with your department just to make sure we're not stepping on any toes or whatnot. Do we still have a report writing station in the tower?
Yes, we were renting a separate space, I think on Fulton, but we now have a report writing space in the Tower Theater.
In the Tower Theater, okay.
And the officers don't use it so much for report writing anymore. It just times have changed, but they do use it for a restroom as a stopping point.
Okay. I know we have bicycle officers, and I know I think one was on leave at one point, but I would like to see just more visual presence of the bicycle officers in the Tower District. I think there's a number of ways they can be, I don't think more effective is the right word, but just more visible. And I have gotten calls from business owners thanking the police department for making them available. But what are their shifts? When can we expect to see them riding around the tower?
So I think it was after our last meeting a few months ago, we shifted them to day shift because they help with the sweeps in the morning that we still do every day in the tower to move people along or address issues. And so we like them to work evenings because that's when the action is, but we recognize that the visibility for the businesses and the people visiting the tower to do regular business, they're needed in the day. So they've been working primarily a day shift schedule so that they interact with the businesses while they're open there. Not the bars so much, but the other businesses.
Okay.
And then you do have a district crime suppression team that works the evening hours, and they kind of pick up the slack, a different tactic, but they do devote a lot of time to the tower.
Understood. Okay. I've done probably close to 10 ride-alongs over the years in every district except for, I think, Northeast. And with a lot of those calls, there's just so much chaos out there that I'm sure our officers would rather not deal with, whether it's, I won't get started on the list, but I know they would probably rather not respond to homeless-related calls, unless there's some sort of violence attached to it. Car accidents, there's been a couple instances where, you know, I think we utilize an officer maybe a little bit too long on just kind of doing traffic control with car accidents. But I know there's a lot of criticism thrown out there. And while I think you've done a great job, you know, increasing accountability and transparency, I'll say firsthand that I could never put on a uniform and do the jobs they do. And so thank you for that. And I do believe transparency and accountability has increased under your watch. We can always improve. We can improve in any department, right, when it comes to better communication and increasing transparency, increasing accountability. But I just want to say thank you to the men and women. I think we've done a great job diversifying the police department, making it more representative of the people that we're here to serve. I think we've done a great job integrating technology in a way that it's scary. Technology is scary, but
Yes.
if it can be used to make our jobs more efficient and effective, then I'm a big supporter of that. But at the same time, I do want to make sure that we're not replacing bodies with technology.
Not at all.
So.
It's any of the technology, and if we're specifically talking AI, it's used to help efficiency. It provides information, but it doesn't make decisions and it doesn't replace people. It just helps give people more time to do other things that I would like to see officers do, which is spend more time handling issues that are non-emergency and taking the time to talk to people.
And even with AI report writing, we still have humans that double check the reports.
100%. It's just this narrative assisted. It takes the video, it transcribes the video, and then it generates, and it's not like ChatGPT. It's very fact-based. It's very different, and it creates a narrative that the officer still has to review. It is the same as the officer wrote the report themselves, and it still undergoes a review process by the supervisor.
On the subject of flock cameras, who all has access to viewing that footage?
I don't know the answer to that. Obviously, our detectives. I don't know if our line level officers have the access to that, but I would say that if they don't, it's very important. I know one day when it was new, a baby was kidnapped in a car that was stolen, and it was a 100-degree day. And I'm like, I don't know who has access, but someone needs to get in these right now. Time is of the essence. We can't wait for a particular administrator to get on. So I know that we have widespread access, but everything is audited. There's an audit trail. Obviously, you can see who's accessed what, the system, and what they've seen, and then we do audit all that.
Mm-hmm. And this is technology that I'm familiarizing myself with. And then you said it's audited by Sacramento. Who would that be?
No, it has been. Our whole ALPR, automated license plate reader system, was audited by Sacramento. Some of our members went to Sacramento to testify before the state legislature, and then it really got us on the right path, though. We know exactly what we need to do. So I think being audited early in a serious way really made us have a very clear understanding of how important it was to abide by all rules. And I don't remember if we had any violations. I don't believe we did, but it certainly set us on a clear path to handling it appropriately.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And then I don't remember if it was in your presentation, but are we seeing an increase or decrease in DV calls?
In domestic violence specifically, I don't know, but we have had the most serious domestic violence is under aggravated assault, and that's what we look at, and that's, you know, a likelihood to cause serious bodily injury, even if it doesn't, and those are down for this year overall.
Okay. And we have 2 officers funded by grants that work with the Marjorie Mason Center.
We have
cases.
2 advocates, like they're civilian advocates that work with us. They're Marjorie Mason employees. They're advocates that work. We have 2 positions. I think only one is filled right now, but we have 2 positions under that grant. And then it provides overtime for our officers. What we have found, like like we did our crime view that we do monthly yesterday, when we're looking at aggravated assault and it's up, we know it's domestic violence. It's always driven by domestic violence, and we know we need to get out there and apprehend anybody who's wanted, outstanding, because they're going to offend again. And that's how we really try to control those assault numbers and domestic violence, is by, we pretty much know it's a cycle of violence, and if we can disrupt it by getting someone in custody who's wanted on something, we can prevent an additional domestic assault.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you.
Chief, so we had some discussion on the park rangers earlier in the week. Can you provide a general update on the park ranger program, our all positions fully staffed, how many parks each ranger is tasked with patrolling, and have incidents generally declined since the program was put in place?
Certainly. So we have 20 park ranger positions, 18 are filled right now, but we're always trying to hire. It's kind of like I talked about that natural attrition, the 6.18. It's kind of reflected. We're always kind of trying to hire. Someone's moving on. We've been grateful that a few park rangers wanted to promote into becoming police officers, and they're on that path. So we're trying to fill those vacancies. They assign up in various districts, and then they handle the parks within their districts. But they're just like our officers. If something's going, and just like we pull officers to the Tower District when it's really busy, the park rangers, they can get flexed too, depending on what park is busy, what activities they might be having at the park. So we remain flexible in that sense. And then overall crimes, last year, we're even with last year. We had 38 used to be considered Part 1 offenses in the parks. This year we're at 39, so we've increased by 1. But this is a marked decrease over previous years before the park ranger program. For instance, we had 176, this is about the time I think it was instituted. In 2024, we had 176 reported crimes, and then in 2025, we had 101. So my statistics aren't great on this. This goes to our GIS specialist that we're asking to convert, but this is definitely shows that reported crime in the parks is heading in the right direction. If the numbers that I looked at that are accurate, we're projected to have a decrease from last year, for sure.
Okay, good. With respect to the tobacco grant program for the police department, how much money is left in there?
Let's look at that one.
Balance.
Yes. What's that? Oh, 200,000 according to Des. I can find it too. I have it here.
How much further is that going to stretch?
I have to check for you on that, because that's another ebb and a flow. It depends on what they're working on. That's overtime based. It's not like a position or an assignment. So it depends on what they're working on, and if they can if they have the ability to be working a big case, they're going to spend a lot in a particular month. And if they're focused on something else, non-tobacco related, they might not spend that much. So I can find that out for you, but I don't know where we're at on that exactly, other than the 200,000.
Okay. Can you describe for the public what PD's role is in that partnership with the city attorney's office to conduct tobacco enforcement?
Yeah, it's enforcement operations primarily, but we also do training and inspections with the retailers. And what we find mostly is that the smoke shops are selling illegal tobacco products. They'll go out and do undercover buys, and they'll find the flavored tobacco, things that are prohibited in California, or cannabis products, or I'm even told mushrooms are often sold in some of the smoke shops. So the tobacco grant allows us to go in and do those inspections for the contraband tobacco. Thank you. Okay, 94,000 spent as of today.
Okay, so we're about...
This is creating a little confusion. On the tobacco grant, 94,000 has been spent so far as of today, right?
So about a third of the way through.
You're going to have to clarify it now that you started that, because I don't know.
So what was the question? Sorry.
So 94,000 spent to date with 200,000
Spent as of
balance.
today, 200,000 K balance, and the grant ends June 30th of 28.
Okay, all right, we got some time there.
Yes.
So we're stretching it.
What was that?
We're stretching it.
Yeah.
On a relative basis.
We're doing pretty good.
Yeah. So I'll do a request for information on this. Along with the city attorney, if your department could provide a memo of what enforcement operations and inspections were conducted under the grant program specifically.
Yes.
Along with the number and type of enforcement actions and violations by council district. If you guys could list that.
Yeah, well, I think we can get that. I'm sure we have to do some reporting for the grant, so most of that should be available. I just don't know, I don't want to say 100% that they're tracked by council district.
Okay, well, I think we've done it before, so, I mean, that city attorney, that data you think we could provide?
Ours is complicated because we do joint operations with PD, with FSO, with state agencies, and so it would take some time to go through them one by one to figure out which one was purely PD, city attorney But we have the data, and I don't think that it's broken down by district either.
Yeah, I wondered though if we did a spreadsheet with the addresses, that would work, because you probably recognize the addresses, or we can figure that out.
That's sufficient. I can
Generally.
usually, just by street and kind of address number, I can usually identify where in the city generally.
We have it on plotter.
Okay. Chief, switching gears a bit, can you provide an overview of school zone speed enforcement that, just activities generally that the department led through this previous academic year? We're just wrapping up now.
Yeah, we always do a big kickoff with the beginning of school, safety campaign, education, and then our traffic officers go out and try to do enforcement specifically around schools and spend some time trying to set the right tone, because a lot of the issues tend to be parents dropping kids off that cause some hazards in front of the schools. And then, of course, there's passerbys that speed. Our patrol officers are also assigned to different schools within their districts to do enforcement as calls permit, which isn't as much as we would like to see, but it is something that they do.
Great. Will we see kind of an increase, an effort to increase that, given the 20-mile-per-hour speed zones that will be kicking off here at the beginning of next academic year?
We'll ensure that we continue, and then I do have some plans to increase our traffic unit, and definitely that would be a big part of it.
Great. With existing resources, with the existing resources in this budget, plans to increase the traffic unit?
Possibly. Definitely with the next budget year and some changes, that's going to be something that we aim for. But this year, I'd love to, because we get a lot of bang for our buck out of traffic officers. They're doing traffic, but when we have a major incident in the tower and Fulton, they're able to respond to that. So they're very valuable for us.
Okay. With respect to the enforcement around school zones, I'd love to see some data. Another RFI for your department could provide a memo with the top, say, 12 schools with the most citations for violating school zone speed limits.
Yes, I'm sure we can compile that.
Produce that, thank you. And along those same lines, just more generally, not with respect to school zones, but if the department could provide a memo with the 12 worst intersections for both vehicle accidents as well as pedestrian versus vehicle injury.
Yeah, we do that quarterly, so we can provide that in a number of different ways. We do
Copy
top
and
10.
paste.
And that's how we base our enforcement, is typically the highest collision intersections other than other non-intersection locations.
Great, yeah, for both accidents generally and then pedestrian versus vehicle as well. Okay. Any additional questions or comments from the quorum here? All right, Chief. Good.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. Stick around. We're going to do public comment.
I'm sorry?
So stick around. We're going to do a little more
Okay.
public comment on this. So we did conclude the presentation. We'll open up some additional public comment here on the police department specifically. I do have some cards, but even if you did not fill a card out, I'll welcome you to speak after the list here. The first card I have is for Luke. Come on down. You'll have a minute.
Yeah, Luke. So first, I just want to say again that no one's really clearly defined how attrition is calculated or the rate of attrition is calculated. You can't just, I've tried to calculate it using the numbers in the budget, and I can't quite figure out how we get to that 6.18%. It's not published anywhere publicly. I think that's a problem for transparency. Relatedly, I'm unsure how we arrive at the $209,000 for the additional cost of HART. I use the 2005 schedule of salaries, Exhibit 4, Step A, to estimate these. Or not 2005, 2025, I'm sorry. And I come up with $304,000 just for salary alone. This doesn't include benefits. And this also doesn't include the $132,000 for police vehicles, and it also doesn't include the $51,000 of ancillary equipment required. So I'm confused how we arrive at this $209,000, and I think it's really important for transparency to clearly describe this stuff. Otherwise, you'll be voting on something that you might not understand.
Thank you. Next card I have is for Ruben E. Let's see, Ariana.
Good afternoon, Council. Too bad Miguel Arias isn't here. I think that there's maybe a misunderstanding about what some of the folks do that show up to these meetings. I've been a social worker for over a decade and have done lots of community outreach. And I think it's hard to imagine like what would bring somebody to be defecating outside. And so that's someone who's having symptoms outside. And that means that there's not enough for me as a social worker to help them get into services. And so I think mental health is really difficult to wrap your head around. Some people get so depressed that they don't wash themselves, they get mold in their armpits. Some people get so depressed that they end their own lives. That is an illness that kills people. I've seen it take lives. I've had clients try to end their lives, and then I have to show up and they prefer to talk to me over their own parents. That doesn't feel good. That tells me that their parents are not around. And so this is all a big structural issue. And so some of those people, when they try to end their lives, they have to live the rest of their life with the person that tried to kill them. And so we keep saying that doesn't matter, and I'm bothered by the fact that you're peeing outside. And I myself have had to buy a gym membership just so that I...
Thank you, Ariana. Next card I have is for Christina. Christina McIntyre. Is Christina with us? No, not here. Next card is for Jacqueline Pearson. Jacqueline, are you with us? Next card is for Alfred Aldrete.
Just give me a second here. Quickly, I want to thank Councilmember Richardson and Perea for asking the big questions once again that nobody will ask about. Flock cameras, $1.6 million contract for cameras that are AI-powered, which means they are not man-powered. These AI-powered cameras can make mistakes and have already. We heard about a story about a baby that wasn't saved by the summer that was locked in a car, but what we weren't told about was all the law enforcement agents that have access flock cameras to stalk ex-girlfriends, ex-partners, ex-wives, ex-partners once again, and have ultimately gone with just slaps on the wrist because they are law enforcement agencies. Now, there are other things like data sharing, systematic misidentification, which I spoke about, but the idea that mass surveillance is an idea that is okay to be existing here in Fresno is something I think council members should, across the board, be considering seriously about allowing here in the city of Fresno. Cities across California have already done what they can.
Thank you. Next speaker is going to be Melanie. Is Melanie with us? Let's see here. Jasmine Hernandez. Jasmine, nope. Augie Osuna. Augie. Brandy News Viegas. Welcome.
All right. First, I appreciate Richardson's questions about effectiveness. That's important. I checked with service providers who confirmed that regarding a refusal, that most days shelters are not readily available, but what is offered are other supports for that day, like a ride to the showers or POV, and that most people accept that, and that they're already in the continuum of care, so they previously accepted services. They said refusal is an exception. We have to question the context of any claims of refusal and possible reasons that could be resolved, but FMCOC documents validate that 30% is grossly inaccurate. Regarding past need for police assistance, current outreach does not go out with the police as it impedes trust building, which posts to the fact that we might have better equipped service providers than before. I want to note that just because people don't file complaints doesn't mean it doesn't happen, especially if they are afraid because they are exposed and vulnerable. Multi-bathrooms are not permanent solutions. All right, I mean...
Thank you, Brandy. We got you. Yeah, multiple showers. Next speaker is going to be Matthew Gillian. I don't see Matthew here. Matthew? Alicia? Alicia R. It's two. Yeah, Alicia.
Let's point out the obvious first. This is a bad faith proceeding. Like, this is inadequate. A minute and then this kind of barely a quorum. Come on, give us a break. Let's point out some big picture items. We get a lot of numbers and data thrown around, and I know we joke a lot about math and stuff on here. Actually, I do have a background in that, physics and engineering specifically, and data is important, controls are important, verifiable data is important. And basically, no offense, but Chief could get up here and say anything, and there's no control to verify that. So let's talk about some things that weren't mentioned. Statistically, law enforcement has a 40% around that nationally domestic violence rate among the force. And so why is Marjorie Mason having to allocate those positions through the police department? That should just be given to them. Let's talk about the flock cameras that we don't have any controls over. We don't even know who has access to those. Come on. And then let's talk about litigation costs that we're not even mentioning in these proceedings here. So there's stuff that's incomplete. This process is incomplete. You guys need to schedule this thing.
All right. Next speaker, Bob McCloskey. You here, Bob? Let's see, Bob. And the last card I had for this department was Michael Lynn Lewis. And after the speaker, I don't have any more cards, but if you haven't spoken yet, you'll be welcome to speak.
Good evening, Council. This has to be really important for me to give up the NBA Finals, Game 4, okay? So just so you know that this is important. For years, we've had to call and talk to the police and ask the police to come out to have people turn their music down. Music that can be heard 2, 3, 4 blocks away, even half a mile away. I'm here to ask for decibel readers, so when the officers come out, they can read and see just how loud this music is. This is disturbing. Last Saturday, or actually Sunday morning, I didn't get to bed until 3:30 in the morning because somebody was playing their music. And this goes on almost every Saturday night. I've even had to make a fool of myself recently and send a message down to Chansey to tell them, hey, you got a big concert coming up. We can hear it down where I live. Please keep it down, because this is getting ridiculous. We're starting to experience a lot of post-traumatic stress from this, and I'd like to ask for decibel readers for the police department. And I want to finally conclude with thank you to Captain Viveros and Deputy Landon.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any additional public comment with respect to the police department? You're welcome to come on up. Welcome.
Good, thank you. Hello. Hello, my name is Giovanna Morales with Leadership Council. I'm just here to support partners asked to divert funding from the Second Heart Team and instead invest these funds into programs that have been identified by organizations that work directly with the in-house community, such as cooling and warming centers, transitional and permanent housing. As for the warming and cooling centers, the city can also apply for the Strategic Growth Council's Community Resilience Centers program, which I think is opening up in July, to help with any missing funding to design, construct, or rehabilitate centers. Another recommendation is to do a thorough assessment of the current team to identify gaps, issues, et cetera, before investing in a new team, perhaps creating a committee that can identify potential solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments for folks who have not spoken yet? Members of the public? Welcome.
While I wanted to speak, but considering I only have a minute, I thought I maybe would have 3. I want to speak on one aspect or one part of, I guess, in this scenario, but I probably wouldn't have time. I'd probably better if I save it till tomorrow. But so I'll be here tomorrow. That's it.
Any further public comment? Anyone who hasn't had the opportunity to provide public comment? Okay. All right. Well, that's going to conclude the police department portion of the presentation. We'll move on to fire. Well, actually, no, wait. You're punched up again. Sorry.
City manager, we've heard from a number of folks about opportunities to increase warming centers or cooling center hours. I know when we do that, we typically have to take away either senior programming or youth programming. In the past, I know we have asked our faith-based community if anyone was willing to open up their doors of their facilities to house the unhoused during the summer times or winter. Can we do that again and see if there's any takers this summer?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks. And Chief, I did have one more. Chief Casto. Chief Mindy Casto.
Mindy.
Paging.
One more
Sorry,
question.
you were really you were in depth in the conversation. Yeah. So speaking of noise complaints, I wanted to ask you about the decibel deal. Is
Yes.
that technology we've ever employed before?
I'm going to reveal that I've been here 30 years right now because I said when I was a young officer, the ordinance read that if you arrived as a police officer to a call for service that a person made and you heard loud noise over the property line, you could issue a citation under the Muni Code. But I don't see that it reads like that, so I need to do some more research into that. It does require a decibel reader. What I'm reading right now, 10-105 talks about ambient noise of 5 decibels over the property it prescribes it in the Muni Code, so we need to look at that. It's not how I remember
on the zone
it.
district. And then what I was thinking is there, I don't know what the legal standard is technology an option like a
cell
decibel
phone.
reader on a phone?
Yeah, like
as
our
opposed
city
to the
phones.
old style decibel readers. I was thinking the
Let
same.
me look into that deeper. I did not realize, and I don't know if that's a change. I just not the way I remembered it. So we'll make sure we look at that, and then if we can RFI it, but we can also send a message out to our officers and get that on their phones if that's something we can
interesting
do.
to learn more about technology. I mean, it's sort of like we have a shot spotter, right? But it doesn't tell you, where they stood and fired. You get there, and there's the casings.
But we do have cell phones issued to every officer. So if it's something that can be accomplished through an app that's the city attorney deems is reliable enough, then that's something that we can put a message out to them, and it could certainly be a game changer. I didn't realize that decibels were now a requirement, but apparently they are. And the officers knew that. I just
State law.
reveal my age. I didn't know.
Yeah, state law.
It's a FMC.
Oh, FMC, okay.
Yeah. And there is Penal Code 415, a disturbance. That can be done any time of the day or night, but that requires a citizen's arrest, a signature on the citation.
Sure, okay.
So that's the other option, but not many people are willing to do that when they have to live in the neighborhood.
That is true. Yeah. All right, thanks, Chief.
Sure.
All right, we're going to move on to the fire department, our last department of the day or evening.
Okay, cool. See what Andrew brought me? Yeah, thank you, attorney. He's funny. I got a bet.
Who did that? Who Who gave you the box of tissues? Okay.
It's not going to suffice. He needs a heavy-duty towel.
What's that? We good?
Council President, you ready to go? Okay.
All right, we are
PD
going
has
to
left the building.
Get
I thought they were
the fire
here
presentation
for me.
underway. Chief, you have the floor.
All right.
Welcome.
All right, good evening, Council, Billy Alcorn Fire Department. First, thanks to my team behind me for preparing this and staying here for a couple hours, and thanks to the budget team for all of their help. So, Fire Department, our total budget this year is going to be $135 million, a little over $135 million, $92 million, nearly $93 million for personnel. That's roughly a $3 million dollar increase from the previous year. I don't know why I'm looking up there, but
107 million is general fund, and 28 million is non-general fund. And the non-general fund include grants, special revenue, and allocations for our OES, or our out-of-county response. Personnel budget accounts for attrition rate of 0.81%, and that is just associated with our headquarters positions. Doesn't have anything to do with the field. We've talked about in the past that applying attrition to the field, we end up backfilling those positions with overtime. So the attrition rate this go around is only applied to headquarters. So no change in our allocated positions. We still have 375 sworn positions, and then 53 civilian positions for a total of 428. We did absorb the 24 firefighters. This is the last round of SAFER was absorbed into the general fund this year. And then we're asking to reclassify one of our fire prevention engineer positions to a fire marshal. And that's really to kind of increase our efficiency in the fire prevention division. We've been doing it for the last 6 to 8 months on a trial basis. And I think we've all seen significant improvements in fire prevention as far as just planned turnaround times, inspections getting completed, and just overall management of the division. So operational impacts, we talked about the 24 SAFER positions being absorbed. We are doing 2 drill schools. So we're doing a class 81, which started June 8th, started Monday, and the second drill school will start on August 10th, and that will fill 40 vacancies. So you may ask how many vacancies we have. We currently have 37 vacancies, and I can talk about vacancies at the end if you want more detail on it, but we anticipate having 40, and that's why we're filling those positions. Contractual obligations at $290,000, and this is for the Fresno County Dispatch Agreement and for software enhancements. And then the last one is equipment replacement, and this is expiring turnouts, PPE. We used to budget everything off of a 10-year cycle. Our turnouts were good for 10 years. Well, as we are now washing them more, utilizing them, we're really seeing a lot of our gear expire at this around the 7-year mark, and we're moving to PFAS-free gear as well. So, some of our grants and contracted agreements. So we have our AFG grant. We received this last round of Assistance to Firefighter grant, which is it's an exhaust capture system. It's part of our carcinogen reduction program. So when we pull our apparatus into the bays, a hose hooks up to it and captures all the diesel exhaust that would be emitted. Homeland Security, the state Homeland Security grant program. It's something we get every year. It goes towards our specialty teams and different tools and equipment. We've got the airport agreement. Airport pays us to provide services out at the ARF station. The OES isn't necessarily a grant. This is a reimbursement program, and this is for us going out of county on the mutual aid request that we typically do throughout the summer. And then the last one is our we call it the ISA fund. It's our training program with Fresno City College, and they reimburse us for training that we do at $5.13 per hour. Some of our capital projects that we have going on is the Regional Fire Training Center, and I know we've talked about this since I've been with Fresno, but it is finally moving forward, and we are expecting construction to begin at the end of this year. So those dollar amounts are getting carried over. Hopeful completion date of December of 2028. And then Station 12, it's actually moved along really, really quickly. And we have in here that it was estimated to be completed in August of 2026. It's looking like it might be in September of 2026 now, but it's a beautiful station on Ashland and Valentine if you guys are out in that area. Lastly, just some community outreach highlights here is we're going to continue doing our CPR training, trying to do hands-only CPR training to the community, teaching CPR. We're going to continue to partner with groups on smoke alarm installation programs. We always go out and do our fire and safety, life safety presentations to the community. Some youth engagement opportunities that we continue to do is our fire camp. We rebranded this last year. It's our fire interactive recruitment experience, and it's really for men and women, boys and girls to come learn about the fire service. We have our Explorer program, 14 to 20 years old. You can be in the Explorer program. They train twice a month on weekends. It's a great pathway into the fire service. And then we've partnered with the high schools for the CTE program. And then lastly, on community and public relations, is we do our Firefighter for a Day every year. Some of you have participated in that. We have our Ride-Along program, and then we continue to advance partnerships with different groups in the communities to share fire and life safety and get out to their events and talk about what we do. From a recruitment perspective and workforce development, we attend career fairs, job expos, And then we are constantly trying to expand our social media presence. That is the end of my PowerPoint.
Thanks, Chief. We have Councilmember Richardson punched up, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Chief, good evening.
Good evening.
Short and sweet. Couple questions. You said 40 new firefighters at the new drill school finishing?
That's correct. Yeah, we'll have as of right now, we have 19 that's in the current class, and then we have 21 slated to start class 82 in August.
Okay. Any in the ARF? Any of those going to the airport?
Typically, no. So at the airport, we only have captains. At this time, we have captains and we have engineers at the airport station. So the drill school is only going to be firefighters. So they will create promotions once those folks hit the field, and then depending on the way people bid their stations, they may, engineers and captains may draw out to the airport. But those folks currently being trained will not be at the airport.
Is that considered one of the more senior positions?
I would say that most often our senior folks go out to the airport.
Okay. I totally understand that a fire station is not something you can just throw more bodies at to make it more effective, right? There's a limit there. Only so many people can live there at a time. However, everything I've been told about the ARF station is that they are shorthanded out there. Is that fair to say?
They do the best they can with the 2 people they have at the station. So would extra body be great? Yes, but they've been making it work with 2 people.
Okay. Do you foresee that number moving up from 2 to literally anything higher?
Yeah, we talk about it with the airport staff all the time. We've talked about it with the city administration. I mean, our goal would be to get a 3rd body out there for the command and control side of it. It's a lot to ask a person to drive a rig, talk on the radio, squirt water, affect all the operations they have to do. And so, yeah, we absolutely desire to get that 3rd body. It's just a matter of trying to, stay within the airport's budget as well.
Okay, I totally understand that. Now, city manager, this might be a question for you. With some of the services that, namely the fire department provides, but some other city entities, I know that we can kind of outsource or bill their work to another entity if they're putting out a fire, say on, county land or something like that. Is that something that in the future, being that the airport is an enterprise-like fund, that we could have a 3rd position there funded by the airport?
Well, they fund the 2 positions that are out there currently.
Is there a potential that we could have a 3rd funded by them?
Well, I can tell you that right now, the airport, given the cost of our firefighters, especially at the rank that they are very expensive. And I would tell you that likely the airport would say that in this year's budget that they can't afford it.
Okay. With the expansion of the airport, the addition of a 2nd terminal, and more flights inevitably coming in there, the fact that we're not reinforcing the safety infrastructure behind that it just gives pause.
Well, I mean, there are audits that are conducted, and on a regular basis, I know the FAA comes through and does I can't remember what it is, Part 32, what is it, Billy?
139.
139. Inspection, and obviously, for sure, when we move up to the next index, we have not, moved up an index, which definitely will trigger the additional staffing. We had a consultant do an analysis on public safety, both police and fire, staffing models out at the airport. And this question reminds me that I need to go back and look at that. But like I said, I think when the airport comes in, is that tomorrow? Tomorrow, I think that probably would be a good question for the airport too, as far as their finances.
Okay, I will be asking them. You just popped up first. The only other thing I had was in terms of debt redemption. I noticed we have the same this year projected and last year. The public safety impact fee debt servicing, do we expect that's going to remain the same for years? It's exactly the same amount. Has that been paced out over a period of time to remain the same through 28, 29? Nerd question.
Yvonne and I talked about this earlier, and I believe that's just built in by finance, just kind of loads it in there, right?
Santino, the question is it a level debt service schedule, or do those debt service payments increase over time?
Was it specifically in reference to the new fire station?
It doesn't say, it just says public safety impact fee bond debt service.
Got it, yeah.
Yes.
So the short answer is yes, they will be level debt service payments for the public safety bond that we just did in the fall, supporting Fire Station 12 with debt service payments starting in fiscal year 2030.
Copy. Okay. That's the only other question I had. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vang, followed by Councilmember Perea.
Thank you very much, Council President. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
My line of question is very similar to my colleague from D6. It involves the airport as well. Chief, help me understand the ranking system in the fire department. You have Chief, you, and then below you is...
Yeah, so our organizational structure is fire chief. We have deputy chiefs below that. We have battalion chiefs below the deputy chief. And then we have captains. We have, we call them firefighter specialists or engineers. They drive the apparatus. And then we have firefighters.
Okay, that clears a lot for me, Chief, because I was looking at the slide number 5 and point number 3. And it says firefighter provides fire protection services for FYI airport. And you have 3 firefighter specialists and you have 3 captains. And to me, not understanding the ranking system, I equate that to police and say, okay, well, captain is very high up there. And so thank you for clarifying that. Now, is that because the funding, I know this is fiscal year 2027 and the city owns the airport but operate under the jurisdiction of the FAA, federal government. And the airport public safety services, I believe that's from the federal government to the city of Fresno to operate that airport in the amount of $1.9 million. Is it because of that funding that we have to have 3 captains and 3 firefighter specialists, or that is the discretion of the police department or the fire department?
No, so we are required to provide, well, I shouldn't say we. The airport is required to provide fire protection for our aircraft rescue firefighting services at the airport. And that is what so they've contracted with Fresno Fire to provide those services. And the cost you see there, that 1.9, that's our cost for people, that's our cost for training, that's our cost for equipment, and all those things to be out there. And so that is our cost to the airport.
Okay. I guess my question is the 3 firefighter specialists and the 3 captains, that is, again, at the discretion of the fire department, in this case you, to determine how many fire specialists will be assigned to the ARFF and how many captains will be assigned and how many other personnel will be assigned? It's not dictated by the funding through the airport public safety services?
It is not dictated by the funding,
okay.
No.
Okay.
But
and just so I can
dictated
clarify...
it's dictated by the contract, the agreement between
us and FAA?
No, between the airport and the fire department.
Okay.
So the fire department cannot unilaterally, airport is contracting for a service with the fire department.
FAA says you have to provide these services, these are the requirements you have to meet, and then they've contracted those services to us to provide.
It's between the 2 departments within city jurisdiction.
And if I can just share real quick, just so those 3, so because we have our 3 shifts, our A shift, B shift, C shift, that's why you have the 3 captains and 3 firefighter specialists, because there's 2 assigned to each shift.
Okay. And just for my curiosity, the ARFF station, where is that located?
It's actually on the airport grounds. Yeah, if you know where the tower's at, it's just to the, I guess, just to the right side or south.
To the north side of the tower?
I'd say to the south side of the tower.
South side of the tower, okay.
Right, yeah.
Northwest from the terminal. Or northwest terminal, okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah. That's all I have, Chief. Thank you.
Chief, do you want to mention, we're talking about the station and the new rig. I don't know if you want to mention that was an additional expense that was incurred this past year with regard to the new ARF rig.
So yeah, we actually did get a new ARF vehicle. So one of ours was due for replacement. I believe the FAA funded some of it, but there were some additional things that we asked for. The turret, I think, was one of them, and a couple enhancements that we had to pay for. But then another thing we did is we don't have a backup. We don't have a backup or a reserve ARF rig, and so the folks behind me did a great job literally looking all throughout the western United States, and we finally found one and purchased one in Sacramento. So if one of our ARF rigs goes down for whether it's maintenance or service or just out of service for whatever, our airport declassifies. It goes down from a C index to a B index, and that potentially impacts planes coming and going. And so that impacted us quite a few times. So super happy to partner with the airport, and we purchased the rig out of Sacramento. So we now have a reliable backup if one of our rigs goes down or needs required maintenance.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Perea?
Based on how well I did at firefighter for a day, would you hire me?
Absolutely. Absolutely, I would.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
The number of calls I get is for illegal fireworks is still pretty high, and we're coming up to the 4th of July again. Can you talk a little bit about how we utilize drones to identify locations where these illegal fireworks are going off, and then subsequent to that, how we're able to issue fines?
Yeah, so trying to issue citations on the 4th of July is probably one of the hardest tasks we get tasked with for both police and fire, because number one, you typically have to try to catch somebody in the act of doing it, and when they see a fire engine coming around or something with lights and sirens, they typically stop what they're doing, right? And so that's created challenges, and that's one of our busiest nights of the year for fires, and it's one of PD's busiest nights of the year for just activity. So it is really, really hard to stop it. And so one of the things that we've done is we've utilized drones, and we fly drones throughout the night, and then we give that footage to our investigators, and they'll follow up for the next couple weeks to pinpoint locations of where those fireworks were lit from or set off from, and then we'll utilize our social host ordinance to issue citations.
Do we do that with one drone?
I believe they've had a couple up. I believe our guys have done 2 in the past. I believe that PD has flown drones and given that footage to our fire investigators to follow up on. I would have to find out how many drones we're using to do it.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
I think even with that technology, I think we're only issuing out, less than 10 tickets, fines? 22?
Okay, I'd have to look how many. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. I guess I am looking for ways on how we can get more aggressive on cracking down on illegal firework usage throughout our city. It's a war zone out there, and I think my colleague could speak about it more intelligently than me, but yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of PTSD out there amongst our vets, and not to mention our animals. I don't know the solution. I don't know if we need to increase fines again, like we did a number of years ago. I don't know if we need more drones out there, what the answer is, but I am interested in throwing the hammer down a little bit harder and holding these folks accountable.
We've talked about increasing fines. We've talked about following what some other cities are doing to try to crack down on it. What Chief Castro and I have been working on is just to try to do stuff in advance of the 4th of July. So we've already collaboratively we've already had a few operations where we bought illegal fireworks, and those are some pretty hefty fines. But yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, and we'll keep looking at options to improve it.
I've done 2 ride-alongs with Fresno Fire on 4th of July, I think both with Station 9, and once you leave the station, you don't come back until what time? 3, 4, or 5 in the morning. Yeah. So this is a big cost to our city. If there's anything we can do, city manager or chief, to better hold these folks accountable. I don't know if we're going to solve it during this budget. Maybe it needs to be policy, but I'm all ears for creative ways that we've seen other cities address this. Okay. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Council President.
Chief, what does it look like in terms of the average time to recruit, train, and replace a firefighter into active service from start to finish?
A little longer than I would like, but no, it takes time. So typically when we start the recruitment process, just to recruit, do the test, do the physical agility, oral interviews, do the backgrounds, and then actually start a recruit school, I would say it is somewhere, if we went quick, in the 6 to 7 month range, just to do that, from start to start in the academy. And I think 6 months is being pretty optimistic. So I would say somewhere between that 6 and 7 month mark.
What are those the challenges, if any, you faced in terms of recruitment?
Challenges that we have faced in recruitment. I actually think our recruitment over the last couple of years, we've continued to see more applicants than we've seen before, and a lot of it I think is just our involvement in schools and then our activity on social media. But I don't know if we've necessarily experienced challenges. One of the things that cost, I guess, is always a challenge. We've done, it's costly to do our oral interviews. It's costly to put on a physical agility. But we prefer that process to get candidates to come to the city they want to work for versus just having them go to Sacramento and get a candidate list. So we actually have a meeting tomorrow afternoon with some of our surrounding cities to talk about partnership opportunities on testing and potentially cost share on some of the physical agility challenges. So those would probably be our biggest hurdles. Cost.
Great. With respect to staffing generally, how often are crews providing out-of-county fire assistance? And is it strictly for wildfires, combating wildfires, or are there other reasons?
So we typically go, so we provide mutual aid to the surrounding resources around, automatic aid and mutual aid to, the surrounding agencies around the city of Fresno. But, what we spoke about in the budget presentation as far as mutual aid goes is that's when we're going to Northern California, Southern California for your larger multi-week fires. And how often do we go? And it's not just north and south. We could go out to Kalinga. We could go out to the, oh gosh, where did we go last year? Somewhere on the way. I think it was Kalinga last year. But we could go anywhere on those fires. How many people do we send out per year really fluctuates on what the fire season looks like. But, typically at a busy fire season, we could have anywhere from 20 to 30 firefighters gone at one time deployed. We don't just go to fires. We go to the mudslides. We go to earthquake, stage for earthquake type stuff from our rescue teams. The Palisades fire that occurred a couple of years ago was in January. We typically don't see large fires like that in January, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Chief. I have Councilor Pereira. Did you punch up again, or is that the old punch up? Okay. We've got some more questions / comments, but we're gonna waiting for another member to arrive. So
okay.
We'll take another break here, about 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
You guys, I'm actually saving you from having to come back tomorrow, so just hang tight. We'll be.
Oh, no worries.
Huh?
No worries.
Huh?
Yes, sit tight, Chief.
Okay.
We'll, unless council has additional
Hey,
question or comment right now.
while we're here, I think we should acknowledge Devin McGuire, Deputy Chief Devin McGuire, who will be leaving us here. And just after we're done with budget at the beginning of July, he will be retiring after 24 years here in the city of Fresno. So thank you, Chief McGuire, for all of your contributions to the city. I know as it gets closer, we'll see you, but I'm just killing time at this point. And so I thought this would be a great opportunity.
He actually said if there's more nights like this, he'll stay longer. But
Oh, okay, perfect.
And you're leaving the fire department and taking a position babysitting, is that correct? Okay.
And Yvonne Dedmore, the admin manager, right? Business manager for the fire department, who has been started many years ago in the city of Fresno, 40 years ago.
40 years.
She also will be retiring shortly. So congratulations to Yvonne as well.
Will Vega.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. Okay, this is the fire show. Will Vega also going to be retiring. When's Will? I know his is. Oh, November. So you're stuck with us for a little bit longer, Will. But yeah, thank you. Like a lot of years of service here in this department that we're very grateful for. We have some great people coming up behind them. Do you want to talk about your new DCs?
So talk about the DCs. So we did a DC test a couple weeks back. And Chief Park, Kilo Park, who's been serving in an acting deputy chief role, will be promoted, and then Battalion Chief Tim Fulmer will be promoted as well. So yeah, we'll fill those vacancies, and that will create a lot of promotions below, as a lot of promotions behind them. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So now I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back.
Yeah. We'll take another bio break here.
Okay.
Hold on. Is Luke? Unless Luke is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Georgianne White with the extemporaneous crowd work. All right. Anybody here from out of town?
Yeah.
No, I get it.
All right, we're back. Councilmember Perea, I'm going to give you the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Before we hand it over to Council Member Carbasi, I just wanted to clarify a motion that I made yesterday regarding the animal shelter. This is in regards to spay and neuter. Now that we have a commitment for a community partner to give a $500,000 match towards spay and neuter, I want to make sure that the city of Fresno does their part, and I think we've already done that, but I just want to make that clear. So my motion is to set aside cumulatively a total of $1 million dedicated to spay and neuter, broken down as follows: $350,000, which is already budgeted in this proposed fiscal year budget, about $150,000 to $180,000 from the unfilled vet position. That should give us somewhere between $500,000 and $530,000. So with that additional $500,000 match from Dogwood Animal Rescue, that will help us to reach the $1 million total dedicated to spay and neuter. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Chief, I wasn't here earlier. How's the sweat level? We're doing good?
The tissues are right there.
I want you to know I didn't have to use one of those.
There you go.
I didn't have to use one.
Okay, Chief.
But thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to keep you guys all here late.
It's not funny, Santino. Stop laughing.
Okay. No, thank you again. I just want to reiterate, I sincerely appreciate all the work you and your staff does. It's amazing work, and we're very, very fortunate in this city. A lot has changed in the last 7 years. Now, I'm going to ask you some tough questions, though, about some of your, I'll call them special teams, like hazmat. Can you give us a quick overview of those teams and how many there are?
Yeah, so we have a
we
have a couple of them. So we have our hazmat team, we've got our USAR team, which is our urban search and rescue team. We've got our water rescue team. We've got our ARF team, which is aircraft rescue firefighting team. And those are kind of like what I would say when we talk about specialty teams. Those are probably our 4 core specialty teams. But then we have 2 other teams that we reference in specialty, and that's our fire investigations team and our communications team.
Okay. So focusing on the first 4 you mentioned, for example, it's one of those things where it just has to work because you never know when you're going to get that call. So, the river obviously borders my district. We're trying to encourage folks to utilize the river more, and there's going to be a lot more access opening up. We also have canals in Fresno, and there have been incidents recently where things happen and people end up getting in a canal and they're plunged in. So what is our ability to respond to those? That's the dive team, I believe, correct?
Yeah, it's our water team that comes out of Station 19. So if there's we'll just say a water call in a certain area, the engine that's responsible for that district will respond to that call, and the water team and dive will respond with them.
Can they do that any time of the day?
Yes.
So 24/7, if someone is in a canal and hopefully not submerged, but they need help, our teams are prepared to go out anytime?
We will always go out. We've had a couple challenges with dive lately if we have a potential that we don't have enough dive qualified people on duty. It happens very seldom, but it has happened.
How does that work exactly? Because is it like an OSHA requirement where you have to have so many people there before you can dive, there are safety issues, or is there a limit to how much long someone can go on a dive? I have no idea how long those teams typically would last.
Yeah, depending on how deep your questions go, I might have to turn to one of the ops guys behind me that was actually on the water team. But yeah, when we put together our dive program, we basically, and it's a certified dive program, we said we have to have this many people to do the jobs. The people that go in the water, the people that are attending, the people that are operating the communications box, all the things. And if we don't have enough people to safely do that, we won't put our people in there. Underwater, we just won't do that. And we cannot break the plane of the water without being certified in those areas. So anything else we have to do has to be basically above the shore, if you will, or not the shore, but above the water. So
thank you for bringing that up. So let's say, again, this is all hypothetical. Let's say there's an incident where their car's in a canal. Now, of course, you can drive on scene, you can do everything you can, but what about how necessary is it to go into the water? And can you go into the water right now with the staffing that we have?
We can go into the water. We cannot go under the water if we don't have enough dive folks to safely do that.
How many have to be on scene to have? Is it like a 2 in, 2 out kind of a thing?
I'm going to say 6, but I'm going to let Chief Price tell you about diving.
It'll have to be 5 on scene.
Yeah, and the rules we follow are, it's part of the OSHA code. It's designed around the commercial dive laws that are designed for diving for profit. 5 is the minimum. What that gives us is that gives us the ability to respond as a rescue component, much like the 2 in, 2 out, where if it's a known rescue, we can risk higher risk. If there's a confirmed victim, we can do it with 5. Those end up being primary diver, backup diver, primary tender, the person holding the diver, backup tender, and the box operator. So those are the 5 prepositions. Ideally, when things are great, we want to do it with 6, because that 6th body is the person that's actually in charge, that understands, that's also qualified, that understands those things.
And that goes for whether it's in any body of water, it's a river or it's a canal.
Canal, anything that's going to require, as the chief mentioned, that we're going to break the plane.
Okay.
There are rescues that are surface rescues where we can jump in, invest, and we can still conduct surface rescues without diving.
Microphone.
Oh.
Sorry, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thank you. That helps. So, Chief, then do we feel confident that no matter what time of the day it is, we'll have at least 5 that can show up? Because I'm guessing they're from different stations and all, or are these people that are off duty that are called in?
No, I mean, time is of the essence, so we don't necessarily call people in to come and perform a dive. I mean, because we want to do it quickly. So we utilize the staffing that's on at Station 19, and so we always have water folks available. We may run into an issue where there might not be enough people to safely dive, and so we will not dive. We'll perform our above surface water operations, but we could get in a potential where we won't dive.
So that's a bit of a concern, and maybe we'll talk more about that at a later time. But has it always been that way? Because, again, I want you to be able to make every decision possible. I can't imagine being a firefighter and knowing for safety reasons, you can't dive and somebody needs help. It would just drive me crazy.
Yeah, I think our specialty teams have evolved over time. I mean, really from homegrown programs to the kind of where we're at today. And we're all very, very proud of the programs we had. The city manager's gone out and toured just about every specialty team we have. They're expensive programs to run. I mean, they are expensive programs to run, and so I think our desire is to find creative ways to continue to maintain our programs, entice new people to join the teams, train them properly, and continue what we currently provide. We're trying to be creative. We're looking at moving teams to different stations to incentivize more people to join. I mean, we're looking at every creative thing we can.
I didn't ask you this beforehand, so you may not have it. How many of our firefighters are actually capable of being on? Because they're not all on the same time, obviously. Yeah. How many are certified to be part of the dive team, to be able to submerge? It's more than 5, I'm guessing, obviously.
It is. So according to the numbers that I have, it appears that we have trained a total of 23 people in the department to be certified. So.
And are they all currently licensed, capable, if they're all on duty at the same time?
What happens, and I'll talk till Chief McGuire pulls me back here, but what happens is when they are trained, they draw a station and they go to that station. After they've met their 2-year obligation at that station, they have the ability to go out to another station and say, hey, I no longer want to be part of the team. Okay. And that's kind of what we've experienced. So although we have 23 people trained in the department that for the most part we've trained, we may have had people say, I don't want to be on the team anymore, therefore we don't utilize them.
And if that happens, then we potentially would get to a scene where we just don't have enough. We have enough to go in the water, but not enough to, break the plane?
Correct. Yeah, correct. Well, because they're required to do. They're required to do an annual swim test if they're on the team. I mean, there's a handful of requirements that they have to do on an annual basis to maintain those certifications.
Well, I think it goes back to if there's not enough people who want to be at the station, they say, I don't want to do it anymore. We can still fill those roles.
We can, and that's a decision that we actually made very, very recently when we ran into an opportunity where we weren't going to be able to provide the dive capabilities. We forced people back to a station to maintain those operations. Okay. So yes.
And I want to be very clear. I'm not under the impression that the department or anyone is purposefully trying to. I think it could be a systemic. This is just happening. Maybe people just, for whatever reason, don't want to be a part of a team. Sure. What can we do to help with that? Is 23 a sufficient enough number? Is that a typical number?
No, our goal is to increase the numbers. Our goal is to increase the number. And goal is to entice people to do it.
He's not going to say it, so I'm going to say it.
Okay.
It's about money.
How much are we talking about here?
It's about
extra pay.
Extra pay, and it's about extra pay to be a member of the team. And I guess the closest comparison that I would make is the SWAT team.
Okay.
I would say probably the most highest trained, very dangerous situation, team gets no specialty pay. They're on patrol, they're on duty, they get called, they have their gear in the back. They get overtime if they're off duty, but they don't get specialty pay, which in the fire department is a percentage of the top step captain pay. So, I've heard reference to, well, they don't want to do it for free, which, really, of course, rubs me the wrong way because nobody works for free, certainly not in the fire department. They definitely, they're compensated. I would argue they're compensated well. So I guess if the perspective is, I'm not going to do it unless I get paid extra, then that's where the challenge comes in. And if we want to field a water team, then we're going to force people back onto the team who, of course, need to be trained. And I don't believe we have forced anybody on the team who isn't trained. Or we don't have a water team. You know what I mean? And I would argue there are some teams that we absolutely have to have for safety of firefighters. And there are other teams which are more of a community need where we fulfill the role of not just our community, but surrounding communities as well. So, it really just comes down to money. And I don't know what else we can do for this department. They've gotten everything that they've asked for. So,
I hear you. And there's hazmat's also really important, but for me, I think the ability to have a water team is probably pretty critical. But like the chief said, time's of the essence. So if we had the ability, let's say there is a call that comes in and someone's out there, these people, we need to go down. Is there enough time to even call someone who, like the SWAT team, who isn't on duty, have them come out and give them overtime? I mean, I think it's just not realistic in that case. You'd have to be on duty to almost be able to make it out in time.
Obviously there's studies that say, when you're underwater in a certain temperature water, cold water allows the brain to stay active longer. But, if we can't get there and reach that patient within 20 to 30 minutes, I think the survivability is going to be very, very, very low. And my preference wouldn't be calling back in people to dive. At that point, it's just a body recovery. And there's services that provide,
Isn't that why we force people back on the team though?
We force people on the team, so we have that 24/7 response.
Exactly.
We're not calling people back in off duty. We have it readily available.
And I get the reality here, and it's unfortunate. I hear, City Manager, what you're saying, but I think at some point, before we finish this budget, we should figure this out. Should we just do a trade memo?
We've been in negotiations. We agreed to go back to the table to try and find a solution. And, it's been represented that this has been a issue in the fire department I think I heard since for 18 years or something.
Okay.
So, as usual, this is just one other thing that we are left to solve. So I think we're working on it. We've been trying to have conversations about it, and we will. I think we're committed to continue talking about it. But sometimes the answer is not just throwing money at the problem.
Agreed. But is there any other agency that has the ability that we can call, like the sheriff's department or another?
So for water specifically, the sheriff has a search. They have a dive team, but they essentially come out and do body recoveries for dive. County has a water rescue team. I don't believe the county has a dive team.
What about American Ambulance?
Oh, good question.
I believe they let it go away and just utilize our services. Okay. They come out and support our operations at scene, but hazmat, we're really it from, I would say, Bakersfield to probably Sacramento. What's that? Modesto has a 24/7 team? Okay.
So for hazmat, but what about for dive team?
No, I don't know of any other dive teams in this area.
When it comes to money, City Manager, what do they want extra pay for when they're on duty, or is it just to be on the team in general? And are they getting extra pay right now? So, Councilmember, I want us to be really, really careful about the discussions that we're having. I think I'm gone about as much as I am publicly because we have a grievance.
On record from
On this?
Yes, we do.
I did not, okay.
And so on how we filled the water team. So I want to be really cautious. I'm happy to have conversations.
We'll stop the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll move on. We'll move on.
I'd like to share,
else.
if it's okay, though, because Chief McGuire and I and a handful of these chiefs behind her, we've sat with every single specialty team coordinator and asked, what can we do aside from the money side? So we are actively trying to make it more enticing to join teams, stay on teams, all that stuff. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's really all I have for fire. I'm going to make some motions, though, if that's okay. Okay. So thank you, Chief. So we do have a memorial for our public safety memorial in the city of Fresno. Unfortunately, things happen where people are added onto that list, and there's a need for cost to be able to pay for the etching. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to make a motion, and I'll type this all out and send it to staff, to allocate $2,500 to create a memorial fund or augment the fund we may already have to cover those costs in the future if needed, and the funding source will be the District 2 operating budget.
Second.
And Councilmember Richardson will match that, so it'll be $5,000.
What was the memorial fund for? I didn't catch that.
If we have a fund for our current public safety memorial that we have,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
we need to add, God forbid, in the future.
Understood.
So
Understood.
it'll be three of us. So it'll be 7,500, Districts 5, District 6, and District 2. Thank you, council members. And then the next one will be you don't have to sit, Chief, this is not public safety related, so you're good.
If I don't write it down, I'll forget. But.
Oh, okay. That's the only one related to fire, but thank you. Okay. The next will be allocating $17,500 for the Sierra Sky Park Community Association towards a monument for aviation that'll be located near the roundabout at Spats and Blythe, and that funding will be District 2 operating budget. Thank you. And then $5,000 for the American Legion Fresno Charlie Waters Post 4. These funds will go towards purchasing flags that are very expensive and ceremonial items because they do a lot of, what's the term? The color guards. Thank you. Or what's a burial? I forgot the honor guard and color guards for when someone passes away. If I can get a second. And those funds are going to be District 2 operating budget funds.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And then there is a motion for $60,000 towards the Khalsa Community Center. Funds to be determined.
Second.
And just to explain, thank you, Councilmember. Khalsa, Khalsa, and I'll type this out and send it to you. They currently are in District 1. They are receiving a matching grant from the state, so if they can produce $600,000, they'll get a matching grant. They have a building they want to buy off the Fig Garden Loop. This would help them get 10% towards their goal, which I think would help them go a long way. And they serve a lot of folks in the West 99 area as well. And then I think that will, not this one. Funds to be determined. This one's funds to be determined. And the last one is going to be $75,000 towards the restoration of the Wilson Theater. Funds to be determined.
Second.
Okay. And those are all the motions I have at this time. Wilson Theater. Yeah, and those funds would be given to the current operator.
Funding to be determined?
Yes, for now. And that's all I have. Thank you all for your patience.
May I ask a clarifying question, Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
For the other two council districts who joined in to your $2,500 motion, would that also be from the district funds?
Yep, operating budgets.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for doing that. Really appreciate it. And that'll be it for me. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Any additional comments, questions from council, motions, et cetera? All right, we'll be back here tomorrow morning. That completes all 4 departments for today. We'll start at 9 a.m. We'll begin with public comment. We have, I think, 6 or 7 departments scheduled for tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 departments. And just like today, I intend for us to finish tomorrow. So I have no intention of calling us into session on Friday. So we'll power through the 7 departments for tomorrow. We'll go roughly in order. We may bounce around a little bit, we'll go roughly in order. Thank you, Councilmember Vang, for reminding me. I almost omitted the additional public comment on the fire department. But this time, is any member of the public who would like to speak with respect to the fire department? Now would be the time. You'll have an additional minute. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and wrap that up. Thank you for the reminder, Councilmember Vang. It's late, almost lapsed there. Again, we are doing the public comments at the beginning of the meetings this week, but we are providing an additional 1 minute for folks to comment on each respective department. Question?
Got a motion.
You have a motion?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
Okay. Fire, I wanted to commend you guys in this whole effort to add to the attrition of the city. It's hard to do. However, second year in a row, you guys have found a way to make that happen monetarily, right? You got to maintain constant staffing. I appreciate it. It's not lost on us. It's not lost on the rest of the departments of the city also. That is a sacrifice, that is operating opportunity, that is, personnel stuff or convenience or whatever that kind of goes away because you kind of pitched into this larger city project. So out of our district, we're going to do the same thing we did last year. You guys pitched in 0.75% of your total budget into attrition. I appreciated that. So out of District 6, we're going to do the same thing. If we're going to be all kind of on the same team here, then we're going to be on the same team. So motion to move that comes out to $6,562.50 out of District 6 back into the general fund for, we'll call it attrition.
I'll second that and do the same.
It's all one motion?
Correct.
So the motions for both D2 and D6, all one motion?
Yeah, you can do it together if you want. It's up to him.
Okay, that's how I heard it. One motion for both D2 and D6.
And we'll encourage any other districts that decide they're not here today, they want to do that as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Carbasi was second. Any additional comments or questions, motions? City Attorney, you punched up? Oh, yeah, thank you. All right, so that concludes today's meeting. Again, we'll be back here at 9 a.m. We'll begin with public comment, and we'll knock out the 7 departments that we have remaining. Thank you, everybody.